Hello everyone, welcome to SBaba. So in the last few sessions we talked about ancient history PYQs, then again art and culture PYQs, then again more medieval India PYQs. Now in our last session that we are going to talk about the modern history and modern history previous year questions, and of course it's a very good chronology can be maintained in modern history compared to some other PYQs what we have discussed so far. So I think we will start from the coming of the Europeans, then we will go until the independence also. Again certain not so quite theme based, some kind of out of the blue questions have come in modern history also. So we will discuss in last, simply I will mention about them. So first we will start from the coming of the Europeans, then again we will see whatever the question that asked from that particular angle, we will see the 360 degree, and then we will go again with respect to the occupation, then again of course the policies of the Britisher, then again national movement, and bulk of the questions have come from the national movement angle. So that is the reason recognizing the themes becomes so important in UPSC, and at the same time reading comprehensively about those particular themes also matters a lot. Okay, so without further ado, so let's start modern history previous year questions. So the first question, I think recently it was asked in 2022 with reference to Indian history. Consider the following statements. The Dutch established their factories, warehouses on the eastern coast on the lands granted to them by the Gajapati rulers. Then a second statement, Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from the Bijapur Sultanate. And the third statement, English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagara Empire. So different points have been given over here. Okay, so it is about the beginning of the Dutch East India Company as well as Portuguese. Then again we can say English East India Company questions over here. So now the Dutch, of course, they came to India. So in and around we can say 1602. Okay, so Dutch East India Company, and then again Portuguese came way back in when Vasco da Gama came in 1498. Okay, so English India Company at least, of course, 1608 we can say, then again 1608, 1613. So now Gajapati rulers, I think Gajapatis are one of the contemporaries of Vijayanagara empires. So Gajapati's rule, I think they ended even before the Dutch they came to India. Okay, Dutch came in 17th century, but the Gajapati rulers were ended in way back in by the 1550s itself only. Actual date is 1541, and that is by the time of middle of the 16th century. The Gajapati rulers of Odisha, they ended. We will look at who are Gajapati rulers, who are their major founders and everything. And then Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from Bijapur Sultanate. That is a famous fact, everybody knows about that one. And that is with the help of one of the greatest kings of Vijayanagara Empire, that is Sri Krishna Deva Raya, that is Alfonso de Albuquerque, that is Portuguese governor, captured Bijapur Sultanate. And then English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagara Empire. So Madras was given as a lease as one of the representative of Vijayanagara Empire, that is Damara Venkatadri Nayaka. That is also true. So first statement is wrong. First is wrong. Then again you can look at the first statement, that is D, C, and again A. And answer is 2, 3 only. Answer option is B over here. And of course English India Company, so established in 1599, merchant adventurers. Okay, they again received the Queen's Charter 1600 for 15 years. And again then extended infinitely in 1609. Infinitely. What is that charter? Charter talks about the exclusive right to trade with the eastern countries, and that is particularly India in this particular respect, and it's continued until 1813 Charter Act. From 1600 to it extended for 15 years, but in 1609 it extended infinitely, and then again it was ended in 1813. So this is the of course other questions about English India Company have been asked. First we will look at about the Gajapati rulers as well as the Portuguese and the Dutch. Of course the first country to come to India, of course the Portuguese coming into India was facilitated by coming of Vasco da Gama, okay, in 1498 to Kerala, and the first factory in India established in 1500 at Calicut by Pedro Alvarez Cabral. And again Vasco da Gama once again came back to India in 1501 and established a trading center at Kannur, today it is called as Kannur. And later 1502 the Portuguese built their trading post at Pulicat. And again there are some variations in some of these dates also. There are certain variations in these particular dates, and 1503 they established factory at Cochin. Factory at Cochin. So these are some of the early beginning of Portuguese. And the viceroys, some of the famous viceroys of Portuguese, that is first and foremost we talk about Almeida, Francisco de Almeida. That is the first viceroy. He was there between 1505 to 1509, and he was known for his one of its important policy, that is called as Blue Water Policy, also called as Carta system. And the enforcement of Blue Water Policy was Carta system. What is Blue Water Policy? Blue Water Policy is to establish supremacy of Portuguese supremacy over the ocean, establishing the supremacy over ocean, not land. And then particularly in which ocean? That is the Indian Ocean, not Indian land. And that is the reason British succeeded massively in India, because the Portuguese had the intention of only dominating the oceans, but English East India Company or the Britishers, they had the intention of dominating the Indian landmass. And that is the reason Britishers ruled over for nearly 200 years in India from 1757 to until 1947. Okay, so that is blue water policy. They want to enforce Portuguese rules and regulations in the oceans. They did not want to give any permission to any ship. Did not want to let any other ship to go into ocean for trading without taking the permission of Portuguese. And to take the permission of Portuguese, and that they had to take a license, and that license is called as what? Carta system. That is the enforcement of the Portuguese supremacy, and that was brought by Francisco de Almeida. He was the first viceroy of Portuguese between 1505 to 1509. That is a blue water policy, also called as to enforce the blue water policy. He brought Carta system, that is a license. Then he built some forts. At many places. Anjadeva, that's Kannanur, that's St. Angelo Fort, and then Cochin, that is Fort Manuel, then Quilom or Kollam, we can say. So these are certain forts that are built by Portugal. I think most of you know about St. George Fort or St. William Fort. Okay, so I think it's a less known fort, but again, to know better, to go a little bit deeper, I think we can know about some of the forts established by Portuguese in India, and particularly established by Francisco de Almeida. That's blue water policy, establishing Portuguese supremacy over oceans, and to enforce that supremacy, he brought licensing system that is called Carta. That is, any ship which go into trade, which go into trading through oceans, that is, they have to take this particular permission. If they enter the ocean without this permission, the ship can be seized, and whatever the goods that is there, that can be sunk also. Okay. And Portuguese, of course, they captured Goa from Bijapur Sultanate, that is Yusuf Adil Shah in 1510. Alfonso de Albuquerque, that is, he was the viceroy between 1509 to 1515, and with the help of Sri Krishna Deva Raya, okay, belonged to Tuluva dynasty. I think we discussed this in medieval India. Sri Krishna Deva Raya's conquest, Shivanasamudra, Raichur, Ashtadigajas, it Kottad. Okay, so that is one question that was asked. At the same time, it is the first territory under Europeans since the time of Alexander. Alexander came back in 300 BCE times, 320 BCE is to that point of time, and he came to a northwestern part of the Indian subcontinent. And after that one, other Europeans who conquered Indian territory for the first time since time of Alexander was Portuguese, that is Goa. And of course, they're the last one to leave in around 1960, we can talk about 60, 61. First one to come and the last one to leave. And this question was asked in one of the chronological based order in one of the question paper. I guess it was in 2018 or 2019. We will solve that question today. So this question was asked, that chronological arrange the Portuguese leaving India or Goa becoming state, Goa becoming part of India. Okay, so he tried abolishing some reforms he tried to bring, and headquarters was Cochin. And then later Nino de Cunha, so another governor general, we can say, or viceroy, but both are used simultaneously or interchangeably also. And he captured Besai. Today it is called as Besain. Now it is called as Vasai, then it was called as Besain. At the same time, from whom he captured? From Gujarat Sultanate, that is Bahadur Shah, in 1533. Okay, so from Gujarat Sultanate, Bahadur Shah is in 1533. Okay, so this is about majorly Portuguese, and Portuguese headquarters was Cochin during the time period of Alfonso de Albuquerque, but Nino de Cunha made headquarters as Goa, and that headquarters continued until Portuguese left India in 1960-61. Okay, that is continued. So first one to come 1498, and last one to leave, that is 1960-61. And then Dutch East India Company, because that question asking about, we discussed about English India Company 1599. That's a very that factual details you people already know. Dutch East India Company, that is the first Dutch traveler who came to India, that is in 1596, Cornelius de Outman. Then Dutch East India Company was established in 1602, but their major interest was in Indonesia, not in India. Okay, because they are more interested in the crops and everything that is there in Java and Sumatra Islands rather than in India. And they conquered Sri Lanka from Portuguese. At the same time, the first factory in India was Masulipatanam. Okay, and minted their gold coins at Pulicat on the eastern coast. Pulicat. Okay, so and headquarters in India was Nagapattinam, that is in Tamil Nadu. So headquarters of Portuguese was Goa, headquarters of Dutch was Nagapattinam, and Dutch, of course, that is Netherlands. Okay, some people don't have the basic understanding of the Netherlands. Okay, Dutch means Netherlands, also called as Holland. Holland. Okay, Nagapattinam, that is Tamil Nadu. And in 1667, there was an agreement between the Britishers and the Dutch. And Britishers agreed to give up Indonesia, because Britishers agreed that they are not going to interfere in Indonesia. And Dutch also agreed in return that they are not going to interfere in Indian politics as well as Sri Lanka politics. So Sri Lanka and India given up by Dutch to English, and the English gave up Indonesia to Dutch in 1667. So agreement with British to leave India for Indonesia and give Ceylon. And finally, Dutch as a political force ended in India in 1759 with Battle of Bedara. Battle of Bedara, also called as Battle of Chinsura. So what is this Battle of Bedara? Okay, so English India Company defeated Dutch. So here Mir Jafar, Mir Jafar and Dutch together, they wanted to defeat English India Company. Why? Because Mir Jafar had become Nawab of Bengal in 1757 after Plassey. Okay, so now Mir Jafar thought like he could rule on his own, but East India Company was interfering in Mir Jafar's administration. So Mir Jafar took the help of Dutch to defeat East India Company. But by that point of time in 1759, I think Britishers were far more powerful. Now East India Company completely defeated Dutch and defeated Mir Jafar also, and made his son-in-law Mir Qasim as the new Nawab of Bengal. New Nawab of Bengal, because Mir Qasim helped East India Company to defeat his own father-in-law, and that was Mir Jafar. So that is the end of Dutch East India Company in India in 1759. Of course, there was no foreign challenge also. A few years later, 4 years later, 1763, Treaty of Paris was signed, and French also left. French politically ended in India. They continued only as traders in Pondicherry. So there was no challenging to British power in India, especially after 1763 Treaty of Paris. Then they had to deal with only the Indian powers. So defeated one by one. They defeated Mysore, Marathas, then again Punjab, then again Sindh. Ultimately, they established a colonial rule over India. Okay, so in 1639, why this date is important? Because one statement was there, that is Madras was given as a lease to English East India Company by one of the representative of Vidyasagar Empire. So what happened in 1639? That is Francis Day, one of the representative of England or East India Company. So he got Madras for lease from local Raja. See, local Raja of Madras, that is Damarla Venkatadri Nayaka, also called Chandragiri Raja. He was a representative of Vidyasagar Empire, because Vidyasagar Empire was tried to decline after 1565, Battle of Talikote, Battle of Rakkasatangadi, also called as. So representative of Vidyasagar Empire. So that was us, and according to this agreement, that is half of the customs from this particular region will be given to this Raja by the East India Company. So in exchange, they are giving Madras for lease to East India Company. So for what purposes? For trading purposes, of course, and minting their coins and build a fort and administer Madras region and build a fort. That which fort they built? The Fort St. George, Fort William in Calcutta and Fort St. George in Madras. Okay, so 1639, that is Damarla Venkatadri Nayaka gave it as a lease to British East India Company. So for trade purposes, coin money, Britishers can do trading, coin money, administer that particular region and build a fort for greater security purposes. At the same time, in exchange, half of the custom what they are going to collect, that will be given to that particular Raja. And that is the reason, that is how Britishers got Madras. Okay, and then again Gajapati dynasty, which was there in this particular eruption, that is Odisha and Northern Andhra, that is a region of where Gajapati dynasty was there, and it is ruled between 1534 to 1541. That is, it was ended even before Vijayanagara Empire ended too, and succeeded the Eastern Ganga dynasty. And after Gajapati dynasty, which dynasty came? That is Bohi dynasty came, and to one ruler is important. That is the founder himself. That is the Emperor Kapilendra Deva, ruled between 1434 to 66. And during the peak, that empire stretched from nearly Ganga river to until Kaveri river in the south, and they were ardent supporters of Hinduism, particularly Vaishnavism. And the last ruler was Kakura Deva. Okay, so that is Gajapati dynasty. So Gaja means that is represents elephant. So we can talk about Kalinga region, that is Odisha region. So this is Gajapati dynasty. Simple chronological question. I think we also see in these kind of things in ancient India also, especially in the early medieval and medieval India. They asked about chronology of different kings as well as the dynasties, which dynasties were so and so established in different centuries. Okay, and it's in a founder of the different dynasties. So again, knowing about the major dynasties of Indian subcontinent would be great. So I think we can expect 1 or 2 questions from that. That is probabilities. That is, we have to work on the base of probabilities. We cannot absolutely say that this question might come, but what we are observing is that questions are repeating around the same themes, on the same answer options too. So that is the reason, that is knowing those concepts comprehensively, which a little bit deeper, that would help you a lot. And then that question is done. And of course, Bijapur Sultanate is one of the Bahmani Sultans. That is why we talk about Adil Shahis of Bijapur. It was ultimately ended by Aurangzeb in 1686. 1686, that is, he occupied Bijapur. Bijapur became part of Mughal Empire. And of course, there was a conflict between Vijayanagara as well as the Shahi dynasties for Tungabhadra Dawab. I mentioned briefly over that one. Okay, so which of the following groups of plants was domesticated in the New World and introduced into the Old World? So it's quite difficult to classify to either history or to environment also sometimes. But the reason is because most of these crops are introduced into India by Portuguese itself, and that is the reason I'm putting this question over here, because they brought so many new crops into India. So which of the crops are domesticated in the New World, introduced to the world? First you would understand these basic concepts. New World means Americas. New World means Americas, that is North America as well as South America. Okay. And the old world, this is Africa, Europe, Asia. Because the New World, these were discovered only in 1492, 1490s, Columbus. That is when it was first discovered over there. Okay, so that is which crops were introduced from New World to the Old World? Tobacco, cocoa, and rubber. Tobacco, cotton, and rubber. And cotton, coffee, and sugarcane. And then again, lastly, rubber, coffee, and wheat. So we can eliminate cotton was there since the time of IVC. Okay, same again, these also cotton over there. Then wheat, of course, since the time of Neolithic times in the old world in India. Okay, so which one is left? Tobacco, cocoa, as well as rubber. Answer option is here. Okay, so simple logic. Look at that one. It's a modern history question. I can also call it as a kind of an environment question or general knowledge question also. But because Portuguese into so many crops over there, but having little bit of history knowledge also. That is Neolithic. If you had read about Neolithic, you know wheat was cultivated in Balochistan. Okay, so the Mehrgar region, and cotton was there during Indus Valley civilization. Even in Neolithic also cotton was there. Evidence of cottons are there. So that too could have been easily eliminated to bring about this particular answer. So answer option is A. So what are the new crops that is introduced by Portuguese, we can say particularly by Portuguese? That is tobacco was introduced, then again cashew nut, potato, sweet potato, corn, rubber, pineapple, tomato. Okay, then again you can talk about onion, chilies, chilies. So all these are introduced by Portuguese. Then again, of course, printing press was also brought to Goa in 1556. Printing press was also brought to Goa in 1556. Okay, so this was introduced by Portuguese majorly in and around, we can talk about 16th and 17th centuries, majorly 16th centuries. So first printing press, Goa, and some major products that what we are using, it has become part of our daily diet. So all these are part of our daily diet even today. So new crops. And now in the first quarter of 17th century, in which of the following was the factory or factories of the English East India Company located? 2021 question. So now we are moving towards one by one. Okay, so first we talked about Portuguese and Dutch. Now we are coming into English. So where they established their factories are Broch, Srikakulam, that is Srikakulam, and again Trichinapalli. Okay, so Broch is in Gujarat. Okay, Srikakulam, Andhra Pradesh, Trichinapalli in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so we are talking about the first quarter of 17th century, that is 1600 to 1625. That is what we are talking about. So where Britishers were there. So they came 1608. Okay, and they established a factory at Surat in 1613, Masulipatanam in 1611. Okay, Srikakulam, Trichinapalli. If you have major understanding of Second Carnatic War, so Britishers attacked Trichinapalli. Okay, during the time of Second Carnatic War. Then again, at the same one more Carnatic War, that is Third Carnatic War. During that point of time, that is when they got it from Hyderabad Nizam, the part of Northern Sarkar, Srikakulam was Andhra Pradesh. So that is, these particular wars were around 1749. Okay, sorry, this is we are talking about first half of 17th century, right? Okay. Yes. So 1749 as well as we can say 1754. That is the Second Carnatic War. Second Carnatic War. So nearly pretty much late. They got it in 18th century actually. They got them in 18th century, not in 17th century, because we are talking about first half of 17th century. So select the correct answer using the code given below. 1 only, 1 and 2, 3 only, and 2 and 3. The answer should be A, that's only 1. Broch only, because these were gotten by Britishers pretty much like in 1 century later. Okay, look at it from British settlements. First quarter of 17th century, 1601 to 1625. The EIC had established by Thomas Roe particularly. In 1619, Thomas Roe set up factories at Agra, Ahmedabad, Bharuch by 1619, and Surat was established temporarily in 1608. And after Battle of Suwali, that is in 1613, it became permanent. 1632, they entered Golconda. Qutub Shah gave him golden firman so that they can freely trade in the ports of Golconda. That happened in 1632. And 1639, what happened? They got Madras. We already discussed that one. Okay, just interrelate. Madras in 1639. And in 1651, they entered Hooghly, that is in West Bengal. Okay, 1668, they got Bombay from British government, because British government had taken Bombay from Portuguese as part of matrimonial relationship. 1698, they got Govindpur, Sultanate and Calicut, around which they built Fort William. It went on to become Calcutta. Okay, Govindpur, Sultanate and Calicut. Okay, and Tiruchirappalli during Second Carnatic War in 1752 defeated the French general, particularly we can talk about the French governor, that is Dupleix, and the Dupleix was recalled back to France after this particular defeat. That happened in 1752, Tiruchirappalli. Okay, and then again Chikakul, also called Srikakulam, that is in Andhra Pradesh, and that was part of Northern Sarkars and given to Britishers by Hyderabad Nizam. The Britishers taken from Nizam of Hyderabad in 1766. After the end of, we can say, Carnatic Wars over there. So this is how the Britishers entered different parts of the country. So first quarter only in, we can say, the western and northern part of the country, and after the second half, we can say they started expanding all across the country. Okay, so then again Tiruchirappalli and Srikakulam, they got it in 18th century, not in 17th century. So this is British settlements in India. So know about French settlements also, Dutch settlements also. Okay, then Danes, Germans. Okay, not quite important, but still if you have to know about that one, that would be great. Again, know about all the British settlements. It was given in maps in any of the, if you just Google also, you will get most of the settlements. That is one thing. So about that one, English East India Company. Again, one more. The staple commodities of export by English East India Company from Bengal in the middle of the 18th century were 2018. Okay. Raw cotton, oil seeds and opium, sugar, salt, zinc and lead, copper, silver, gold, spices and tea, cotton, silk, saltpeter and opium. So this is knowledge actually comes from the knowledge of medieval history. When you read about medieval history economic terms, okay, so Bengal, particularly talking about Bengal was known for muslin as well as cotton. Okay, cotton production also, as well as for particularly export of cotton as well as textile production. Then again muslin, that is cotton plus silk. So at the same time, Bihar was known for saltpeter production, and opium was also produced in Bengal itself. And again, of course, you can eliminate certain statements because Britishers were never interested in this kind of metals. Never interested in any kind of metals. Okay, oil seeds, of course. So it was not much in vogue during that point of time. So that is the reason. Answer is D. So I mentioned that is Bengal was famous for silk since medieval times itself only. Silk also, and even cotton export also, and Dhaka was famous for muslin. Muslin is mixture of cotton and silk over there. Cotton and silk. So this one asked over there. Okay. East India Company. So what is the theme that is asking? That is asking about their settlements, asking about what is their major important economic benefits what they derived out of India. So then again, coming to that one, consider the following 2012. So we talked about Britishers, we talked about their coming. Of course, with respect to wars, no questions has been asked. So how many wars were there? Like we can talk about Plassey. We can summarize these things. 1757. Okay, and then again Buxar. 1764. Again after Buxar, Treaty of Allahabad, 1765. Treaty of Prayagraj or Allahabad. Okay, at the same time, they got Diwani rights. Then again Anglo-Mysore wars, 4 Anglo-Mysore wars. First war 1766-69, Treaty of Madras in 1769. Okay, then again second war 1780 to 84, Treaty of Mangaluru. Okay, so that's 1784. Third one 1790 to 1792, ended with Treaty of Srirangapatna. Because no questions about wars have been asked, but still this is a summary of that one. This is quick revision. 1792, and again fourth war 1799, Okay, and that is second treaty of Srirangpatna. Okay, second treaty of Srirangpatna, again 1799, and Tipu Sultan got defeated. Wadiyar family was restored. Wadiyars, that is Mysore Wadiyars we are talking about. So this is one of the wars we can talk about. Okay, so I think I will write it even more succinctly. 1 second. Okay, all the wars we can talk about. Bengal, 1757 Plassey, 1764 Buxar, then 1765 Treaty of Allahabad, Plassey. Okay, and then Mysore, 1766-69 first war, 1780-84 second war, 1790-1792 third war, 1799 fourth war. That is Treaty of Madras, Treaty of Mangalore. Okay, and again Treaty of Srirangpatna, and again second Treaty of Srirangpatna, second Treaty of Srirangpatna. And then we can talk about Marathas, occupation of Marathas. Okay, then again 1775 to 1782 first Anglo-Maratha war, Treaty of Salbai. Okay, then again second Anglo-Maratha war, 1802 to 1806 we can talk about. Okay, so that is one of the important treaty was Basin Treaty. Okay, and third war, 1817, 1818. One more important treaty was Treaty of Puna, where Peshwaship was taken away. Treaty of Puna. Okay, so these are Maratha wars. And again you can talk about Sindh war, that is 1843. Only one war is there, and one of the subsidiary alliance treaty was signed with Sindh in 1839. And then again Punjab we can talk about, 1845-46, the first Anglo-Sikh war. So it will be Treaty of Lahore, Treaty of Lahore. Okay, so another important treaty is Treaty of Bhairovall, very less known treaty. Okay, Treaty of Bhairovall, Bhyrowll. Okay, okay, 1845-46 Lahore Treaty. Then again Bhairovall. Again Bhairovall is also in present Pakistan. And again 1848. So that is second war. Okay, second Anglo-Sikh war. Then it became a commissioner province. Punjab became a commissioner province under John Lawrence. Commissioner province. So these are the wars and different dates. Okay, then we can also talk about Carnatic wars also. So just for greater revision. Okay, Carnatic wars. So that is 1742 to 48. Again different dates are there because it started majorly in Europe first, then it started in India. Some would say 44 to 48. Okay, so different this thing. Okay, so Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Okay, then again second Carnatic war, 1749 to 54. Treaty of Pondicherry. Third Carnatic war, 1756 to 1763, Treaty of Paris. So all the wars, most of the wars. Okay, so all of them are here. Okay, so that is Bengal, Carnatic, then again Mysuru, Marathas, then again Sindh war, and again Punjab wars too. Okay, Punjab wars too. So this is how Britishers occupied India. So right from the beginning of, we can say that is 1757 and until 1848. That is the last major war within India, because 1856 revolt happened and Britishers stopped their annexation policies. So this is Bengal, Carnatic, Mysore as well as Sindh and Punjab occupation. Hopefully you got brief dates as well as different treaties that were signed during that point of time. And now coming to 2012, now we are talking about the British policies. So they came as traders, they occupied India through imperialism. That imperialism means that is occupying territory by defeating Indian princely states, or we can say Indian princes. Then later they started establishing their administration in India and Britishers became colonialists. And one of their important colonial policy was land revenue policy, and 2 questions were asked about their land revenue policy. Now look at that one, 2012, going back to 2012. Assessment of land revenue on the basis of nature of the soil and quality of the crops. Then again, use of mobile cannons in warfare. Again, 2 times this particular thing is repeated. Arrival of Babur led to introduction of the gunpowder. But arrival of Babur led to introduction of cannons in warfare. Big guns we talked about in medieval India. Big guns, cousin. We talked about that particular term. And then again, cultivation of tobacco and red chilies. Again, 2019 question, which of these particular crops were introduced into New World? Look at that one. Previously we answered that particular question. So that is the reason, that is, you have to analyze PYQs in a very skillful manner. Okay, so analysis is just not just looking at the previous year questions and looking at the answers. That is, look at the interrelations between different questions. In mains, in prelims, it works too. So cultivation of tobacco and chilies, we know that is introduced by the Portuguese. Okay, mobile cannons and warfare was brought by Babur. Okay, we'll come to the first one. Now, which of the above was introduced by or introduced into India by the English? But this assessment of land revenue on the basis of nature of soil, it was there since ancient India. It was not just brought by Britishers. Even in medieval India, we talk about one particular ruler, that was Sher Shah. So it divided the land into 3 categories: the good category, middle category, as well as bad land category. And Akbar divided the lands into 5 categories on the basis of the soil: Polaz land, Banjar lands. Okay, even Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he also assessed the land revenue on the basis of quality of soil. So was Alauddin Khalji. Okay, so that is assessment of land revenue on the basis of nature of soil. It's very ancient India. It was not just brought by English. And use of mobile cannons and warfare, what was brought by Babur, we talked about in medieval India. Cultivation of tobacco and chilies, just we saw, that's brought by Portuguese. 1 only, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, none. So what should be the answer? Answer should be none. Okay, so just see Sher Shah revenue system, that is division of the soil into good category, middle category, as well as bad land category. And again, Babur brought cannons in warfare, like we talked about one particular term, I guess, that is cousin. Artillery, new big artilleries he brought. New big artilleries he brought. Okay, and again, Rumi method of warfare, it is called as Rumi method of warfare. That is 5th attack, at the same time attacking surrounding enemy from all sides, trenches. So all these things were brought by Babur, that is also called as Rumi method of warfare. And then again, Portuguese brought tobacco, red chilies. Tobacco and red chilies. So answer is D. We discussed this particular concept. Now again, look at how the questions are getting repeated. Okay, so Babur, about Babur, what is the new things he brought that has been asked. And then again, we can talk about assessment of land revenue that was there. Land revenue policies. And now with reference to Indian history, which of the following statements is are correct? 2021. And that's it. I think we understood the entire concept behind that one. And then again, Nizamat of Arcot emerged out of Hyderabad state. Arcot, that is, we can talk about Carnatic. The Mysore kingdom emerged out of Vijayanagara Empire. Okay. Again, Rohilkhand kingdom was formed out of the territories occupied by Ahmad Shah Durrani. Okay. Ahmad Shah Durrani came pretty much late. Okay, so that is around 18th century. But Rohilkhand kingdom was emerged out of Mughals. Okay, emerged out of Mughals. It was under Mughal suzerainty even before Amar Shah Abdali. Amar Shah Abdali came when Mughals were declining. Then Amar Shah Abdali came after Nadir Shah. Okay. Again, Nizamat of Arcot, it was actually part of Hyderabad state only, but Hyderabad and Carnatic was ultimately part of Mughals. So in that sense, so Hyderabad or Arcot emerged out of Mughals only. But if you take it crudely, because under Hyderabad there was a province that was Arcot, that is Carnatic, it became independent. So it can be emerging out of Hyderabad state also, but UPSC answer key mentioned that it is a wrong statement because it is emerged out of Mughal, because it's considering it as Mughals province only. And of course, under Vijayanagara Empire there was one or we can say one system which is called as Nayaka system. Okay, their administrative system. It means feudal lords were there. Okay, feudal lords. And his feudal lords became independent once Vijayanagara Empire, Nayakas, the feudal lords are called as Nayakas, is a Kannada term. And Vijayanagara Empire, when it is declined in 1565, okay, these Nayakas became independent. And one of the vassal state of Vijayanagara was also Mysore, because Mysore kingdom was established way back in 1399 by Yeduraya. Okay, by Yeduraya. And now the Mysore kingdom emerged out of Vijayanagar Empire became completely independent in 1610. Now Vijayanagar Empire declined in 1565 and it became independent in 1610, around 1610. Okay, so that is how the Mysore kingdom was emerged out of Vijayanagar Empire, and that should be right. Okay, so this is wrong and this is also wrong. Okay, this is also wrong too. And now select the correct answer. Now 1 and 2, 2 only, 2 and 3, and again answer option is B because second statement is correct. Okay, second statement is correct. Of course, Amar Shah Abdali. So we can talk about, he is the founder of Durrani Empire in Afghanistan. Okay, he came and looted India many times. He is famously known for Third Battle of Panipat, that is in 1761, by defeating Marathas. Okay, defeating Marathas. Okay, and at the same time, before that one, why he came to take revenge? Sorry, before we'll discuss two other Battle of Panipat. Sorry, first Battle of Panipat was 1526. Second battle was in 1556, 1555, 1556, and the third battle was 1761. So this is Babar and Ibrahim Lodi. This is Akbar and Hemu and Sur Empire, and this is Marathas and Amar Shah Abdali. Okay, so that is why Amar Shah Abdali is quite important. So he shattered the Maratha power also, and he shattered Mughals power also. Okay, and that shows the weakness of Indian political system during 18th century. Weakness of Indian political system during 18th century. So official answer key that is given as 2, because reason is that one, because Arcot majorly a part of Hyderabad state, which was a greater part of Mughals. So they are taking Arcot coming out of Mughals itself, because Arcot or Carnatic, it was referred to as successor state also. That successor state means that under the suzerainty of Mughals itself only. Okay, so we can look at all these states. We looked at Amar Shah Durrani. Okay, so now regional states which emerged in 18th century. What are my regional states? Regional states after the decline of Mughals. Okay, so Mughals declined. So on the ruins of this Mughal empire, now the Mughal provinces were declaring independence, or we can say semi-independence. Semi-independence in the sense that they still recognize the Mughal ruler as their own ruler. They continued administration in the name of the Mughal ruler, but they had internal autonomy in administration. Like example, Hyderabad. It was established by Nizamul Mulk Asafzah, also called as Khilij Khan, established in 1724. And he was actually a wazir in Delhi. He was a wazir in Delhi. And Delhi, in the sense we are talking about the capital of Mughals. Wazir means the finance minister. Okay, majorly finance minister. In the court of Muhammad Shah Rangila. Okay, Muhammad Shah Rangila. But there was a lot of faction fighting which was going on in the court. Nobles were becoming very powerful. And that is the reason Nizamul Mulk, he became the governor of Hyderabad, Deccan. That is one of the provinces of Mughals only, the 12 provinces of Mughals. Then he declared independence. It declared independence in 1724. Independence means not completely, semi-independently. It still recognized Muhammad Shah Rangila as his overlord only, its monarch only, because he still had good relation with Muhammad Shah Rangila. But internally, he had his own administration, he had his own law and order, he had his own taxation system. And one of his divan was Puran Chand, and he died in 1748, which led to Second Carnatic War. It led to Second Carnatic War. Okay, so that is faction fighting started within the Hyderabad state. Nazir Jang, Muzaffar Jang. Nazir Jang and Muzaffar Jang. And of course, one side got support from French, other side got support from the English. Then again, Carnatic, you can talk about. Again, mentioned Carnatic was one of the provinces, or we can say sub-district within Hyderabad. But overall, Carnatic came under Mughals overlord only, or Mughal sovereignty only. So it's a part of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, that we can say Coromandel coast on the eastern coast. Okay, that is where Carnatic place is there. That is southeastern part of the country. And Nawab Sadatullah Khan, he ruled Carnatic between 1710 to 1732. And then he became independent of Mughals and Nizam control. Okay, so that is Nizam means it was under Hyderabad. Then later overly we can talk about Mughals. And capital was Arcot, that is in Tamil Nadu. Capital was Arcot in Tamil Nadu. Okay, so then again, other regional states are there, like Bengal is there. So Bengal established by Murshid Quli Khan, 1717. Again, this was also successor state. There are two types of states for the regional states. One is successor states. Okay, other one is, we can talk about the rebellion states. So successor of Mughals, still recognize Mughals as their sovereign, and that what we discuss, Hyderabad, Carnatic, Bengal, all these are. And rebellion states who went against Mughals and they established their own complete independence of Mughals, that we can talk about Punjab, we can talk about Marathas. Okay, Marathas. These were rebellion states. Now Bengal was a successor state, Carnatic was a successor state, Then again we can talk about Hyderabad was also successor state. So Murshid Quli Khan, then again we can Alivardi Khan, Sarfaraz Khan, then later Siraj-ud-Dawla. Okay, so this Siraj-ud-Dawla, ultimately conflict between Siraj-ud-Dawla and East India Company in 1757 led to Battle of Plassey, and later led to Battle of Buxar. That's occupation of Bengal. Okay, and then we talk about Awadh. Okay, that is also one of the successor state. That is when these states were emerging in the 18th century. Most of them are emerging in 18th century. Sadat Khan was the founder in 1722. Okay, then again capital was Ayodhya, Faizabad, then again Lucknow. So Awadh region in UP region we can talk about UP region. And again later Safdar Jung. These are the major rulers. They are very good, but they had conflict amongst each other. These particular states we can talk about Hyderabad, Carnatic, then again Bengal, Awadh, Marathas, Mysore. So this conflict was utilized by Britishers, and they interfered in this conflict and ultimately established a supremacy over Indian landmass. They came as traders, became imperialists, and then they established a colonial empire over India. Okay, these are regional states, and one more regional state which was there, that is Rohilkhand. Because Rampur is just a successor state of Rohilkhand we can talk about. Again UP region, UP region. So Rohilkhand which was ruling, so that is in UP region, I told you. In 1721, this state came into existence with the first Nawab of Ali Muhammad Khan. Again under Mughal suzerainty. Suzerainty means that is external affairs was controlled by Mughals, but the internal affairs was under the control of this particular Nawabs. Same thing for Bengal, also same thing for Awadh, also same thing for Hyderabad and Carnatic. Then again, it's Afghan origin, these particular Nawabs, the Rohilla Afghans, they are called as. They are Afghans in ancestry, but they were under Mughal suzerainty. Okay, then again Rohilla War happened. It is the first Rohilla War actually. This Rohilla was between East India Company, Rohillas, then again Awadh. Because what happened is that one, Awadh had helped Rohillas against Marathas. And now Rohillas did not give any kind of money to Awadh. So Awadh with East India Company, they tried to capture Rohilkhand. So in 1773-1774, first Rohilla War. We'll come to second Rohilla War also. So Awadh had helped Rohillas against Marathas in 1772. Rohillas defaulted on the loans to Awadh because they had agreed to certain payments. And later what happened? Awadh Nawab, Shuja-ud-Dawla, and then East India Company under Warren Hastings, and they attacked Rohillas. And what happened is that one, that is annexed Rohillas territory, some of the Rohillas territory, by defeating the Rohillas into Awadh territory. And who is the Rohilla Nawab who got defeated? Faizullah Khan. Faizullah Khan got defeated. Okay, so Rampur, that is Rohilla Khan reduced into a princely state of Rampur, and the first Nawab of the same Faizullah Khan. Faizullah Khan became the first Nawab, and their area was reduced. And again, next Nawab Ghulam Muhammad, he wanted revenge for the first war because they had lost territories. Now we declared war. That led to second Rohilla War, that is in 1794. 1794. Again, same time, Awadh and EIC versus Rampur. Instead of Rohilkhand to Rampur we can talk about. Again, of course, Rampur got defeated there. Okay, Rampur got defeated. So this is another one successor state too. Okay, these are all the regional states which emerged in 18th century in India, and these regional states were quite easy to defeat because they were very small, and Britishers used these regional states and a conflict within this particular state to establish their own supremacy. Okay. So the following statement does not apply to system of subsidiary alliance introduced by Lord Wellesley. Now we are talking about, first we talked about the coming of the Europeans, and then we talked about certain policies, or we can say what is the interaction done by these Westerners, then again the British expansionist policies. Okay. And at the same time, now we are coming into the British policies, particularly in Indian, especially for expansionist policies itself only. That is subsidiary alliance, that is one system they brought. So what does not apply to subsidiary system, that is what they are asking. To maintain a large standing army at the other's expense, to keep India safe from Napoleonic danger, to secure a fixed income for the company, to establish British paramountcy over Indian states. And now to understand subsidiary alliance system, it was brought by Wellesley. Again, don't confuse, it was brought by Richard Wellesley. There are two Wellesleys are there. One is Arthur Wellesley, other one is Richard Wellesley. So Richard Wellesley was the Governor General, Arthur Wellesley was the commander. He brought this, why? Because he wanted to safeguard India from Napoleon. Napoleon was the French emperor. Still he had not become emperor. He became the French emperor in 1801, and but he was at his peak in 1798-99. That is when the subsidiary alliance system was brought. So some of the Indian states want to negotiate with Napoleon to defeat Britishers. Okay, one such state was Mysore under Tipu Sultan. And now Britishers want to stop Indian state from negotiating with Napoleon. So how do you do that one? To control the Indian states. Control the Indian states. How do you control that one? Station army over here. So negotiate with them to station British army. So that is one example, to maintain large standing army at others' expense. So how do you station the army? By giving them certain incentives, like we will protect you from other attacks. So they induce like that one, but the overall agenda is that one, that is they have a ready army in that particular state if the state went against Britishers. So that is one thing. At the same time, I told you to safeguard India from Napoleonic danger. At the same time, overall what happens? If you agree to safeguard, or if you are agreeing that your state will be safeguarded by army of other, particularly the outsider, you are giving up your sovereignty. You are giving up your self-respect. And if you are letting the state to determine the foreign policy, that you shouldn't have any negotiation with Napoleon over there, and that you are accepting the suzerainty or the paramountcy of Britishers over there. So that is also, that is to establish British paramountcy and to keep India safe from Napoleon, to maintain a large standing army at others' expense. So it was not applying. They did not want any secure or fixed income for the company. So answer option is C. Okay, these are all concepts. Okay, these are all concepts, not just factuals over there. So when you understand the concept, that you can learn history better over there. Okay, so this is asked in 2018. Now we will see in detail subsidiary alliance system. I have explained the overall concept over there. Subsidiary alliance system, that is Richard Wellesley, 1798 to 1805. What is the objective? The same three objectives: maintain army at others' expense, to keep India safe from Napoleon, as well as to establish British supremacy over Indian states, that is British paramountcy over Indian states. And we understood how it can be established, because so when you look at the negotiation, look at the conditions of subsidiary alliance system, how it worked. First you station troops, negotiating with them, saying that one, that is we are going to protect you from foreign attacks. Now the Indian states will agree to that one, so we'll have a greater technology coming from the Britishers to protect us, station troops. Then provides, because when you are stationing troops, you have to provide certain kind of money to maintain to that particular troops. So provide subsidy amount to maintain. If not, you have to provide a territory. The territory revenue would be utilized for maintenance of those particular troops. Then again, a British resident or agent will be stationed in that particular place to maintain troops. And at the same time, they put a condition, there will be no Europeans in services. Whenever they signed any kind of treaties, Britishers, they always put one condition, that there should be no Europeans in services over there. And particularly they were meaning French over there. And no negotiation with the foreigners without the Governor General consultation. And who was the Governor General? Richard Wellesley. And the Britishers promised that we are not going to interfere in internal affairs. If you want to have any kind of negotiation with the foreigners, so you have to take consultation from Governor General. And particularly Britishers want to stop Indian states from having any kind of negotiation with Napoleon, who would become a foreigner to Indians. And non-interference in internal affairs as promised by Britishers. At the same time, they also said that one, while we have these troops, we will protect you from the third party attacks. We will protect you from third party attacks. And if any state violated this particular rules and regulation, there will be outright annexation. It means the rule will be taken over by the East India Company. It will come under the direct control of East India Company, and that is called as what? Subsidiary alliance system, which was brought by Richard Wellesley in 1798-99. And which are the states, which signed this particular treaty? Look at this one. All the lists are there. Hyderabad is the first state. Hyderabad Nizam is the first state to sign, 1798. Then Mysore, Tanjavur, Awadh, Peshwa, Sindhya, Gaikwad, Berar, Holkar. I think most of the Maratha states we can talk about: Sindhya, Gaikwad, Berar and Holkar. Like in Sindh province, 1839. And some of the Rajput states, like in Jaipur, Jodhpur, Macheri, Bandi. Then again, ruler of Bharatpur in 1818. These are all Rajput states. So you can ask for chronology also. You can ask for match the following also. So this are the states who signed subsidiary alliances system. Just go through that one for rapid revision. Hyderabad 1798, Mysore 1799, Tanjavur 1799, Awadh 1801, Peshwa 1802, Sindhya 1803 and 4, Gaikwad 1803, Berar 1803, Holkar 1818, Sindh 1839 and 1818, these Rajput states of Bharatpur, Bandi, Macheri, Jaipur and Jodhpur. So when you sign the subsidiary alliance system, there will be no self-respect, there is no independence, and that is the reason Tipu Sultan refused to sign this particular alliance system. Okay. But Mysore later, under Wadiyars, they signed this particular treaty. Then again, with reference to educational institutions, during the rule of Britishers, consider the following pairs. We are talking about British policy right now. Expansion is almost got over, and now we are coming into British policies. Okay. Now, institution and the founder. Sanskrit College at Banner, William Jones. We already talked about William Jones when we talked about ancient history. James Prinsep, William Jones, George Muller, Max Muller. We discussed about them. William Jones, founder editor of Asiatic Society of Bengal Journal. Okay. Then again, Calcutta Madrasa, Varanasi. This is true. The Sanskrit College at Banaras was established by Jonathan Duncan, not by William Jones. Fort William College was established by Richard Wellesley. Both are brothers. Okay, not Arthur Wellesley. Arthur Wellesley is the one who defeated Tipu Sultan in a battle, but the Governor General was Richard Wellesley, and the Arthur Wellesley is also the one who defeated Napoleon also later in Battle of Waterloo. So this is wrong. This is wrong. So 2018 again, 1 and 2. 2 only. 1 and 3. 3 only. So what should be the answer? Answer should be 2. Okay, answer is 2. This is British policy educational institution they are asking about. Now we will see which educational institution, what is Fort William College. Again, look at this Fort William College. This question was again repeated. So this is in 2018, right? I will come to that one. It was established by Richard Wellesley for training of civil servants. For training of civil servants in India, the British civil servants in India. But it was opposed by Court of Directors. They did not want to train British civil servants in India. So it was moved to England. This college was moved to England, the Fort William College. Okay, look at this one, Fort William College in 2020. Fort William College in 2020. Same. He was asked, what is the question? Wellesley established the Fort William College in Calcutta because he was asked by Board of Directors at London to do so. He wanted to revive interest in Oriental learning in India. He wanted to provide William Carey and his associates with employment. He wanted to train British civilians for administrative purpose in India. Yes. Answer is D. You want to train British civilians for administrative purpose in India. Okay. So Fort William College. So this is about educational institutions, we can say. So what is the educational institution, educational policy? But we talk about Macaulay's Minute and Charles Wood Dispatch, separate topic. But early educational institution about this William Jones and Asiatic Society of Bengal, Fort William College. We'll talk about everything. Now first and foremost, 1781 they established Calcutta Madrasa by Varanasi. So why he established Calcutta Madrasa? Because Britishers were turning themselves into administrators in India, and they had to provide justice in India, and they did not want to interfere too much in Indian society, and they want to administer Indian society on the basis of Indian principles and Indian laws and Indian traditions. So they want to learn about Indian laws, ancient Indian laws, and particularly during that point of time the major ruling family was Mughals. So to learn about the Islamic laws, they established Calcutta Madrasa, Islamic law as well as and related subjects. Okay, and then again in 1791-92 they established Sanskrit College by Jonathan Duncan at Varanasi. Okay, why? To study Hindu laws. By Jonathan Duncan, to study Hindu laws, because they required both the laws to administer this particular in country, because Hindu population was the majority population. And these two colleges, these two institutions were established for regular supply of certain Indian people who know these particular laws, and they could educate Britishers in this particular laws too. That is supply of qualified Indians to help the administration of law. And which administration of? British administration of law. So they were becoming administrated, particularly in Bengal. So these are all part of Bengal provinces only, Varanasi. Okay, so then again Calcutta Madrasa, Northwest province also. Okay, so that's 1791, 92, 1781, then in Calcutta Madrasa. Then again Asiatic Society of Bengal, William Jones. Okay, 1784. Okay, 1784. Then research on Indian and Oriental studies. Oriental means Eastern studies, Eastern philosophies, Eastern knowledge. Eastern means we can talk about India, Asia, Africa. So all these are together called as Oriental. Okay. Then again Literary Society of Bombay. It is called as 1804, and that is by James Mackintosh, another Liston Society, to promote research on India. Okay. At the same time renamed as the Asiatic Society of Mumbai. Okay, I think spelling is mistake. That is India. So in 2002, this society, Literary Society of Bombay, was named as the Asiatic Society of Mumbai. Okay, these are some of the early institutions that was established by Britishers to run smoothly their administration. And then again, civil services, 1800, Fort William College. It was established by Richard Wellesley to train young recruits into civil services, but Court of Directors opposed that one. Court of Directors is the body, okay, some kind of an executive body for East India Company. There was Board of Control, and then Court of Directors, then company officials. So there is a structure of East India Company. It was created in 1784 Pitt's India Act. 1784 Pitt's India Act. Okay, Court of Directors. So they had some privileges that they could able to nominate their favorite persons to Indian civil service, which was one of the highest paid. They opposed it having in India having any kind of training institution, because they want to train civil servants according to British principles, not according to Indian principles, so that they will serve the mother country rather than Indian interest. So COD opposed it, so moved to England. And then of course open competition was introduced in the 1853 Charter Act. Before that one, nomination by Court of Directors, nomination by Court of Directors, and before that nomination. Okay, so complete exclusion of Indians from the higher post, it is always there. And there are two kinds of posts were there. Okay, there are two kinds of posts, that is covenanted, okay, and uncovenanted. Okay, and this was created by Cornwallis. These are higher posts, higher salary, only Britishers will be there, only British personnel will be there. These are lower posts, lower salary, Indians will be there. Okay, just to facilitate the entry of Indians into civil services, these two kind of civil services was established, that is called as covenanted and uncovenanted. And who nominates that one? That is the Court of Directors nominate this one. Okay, these are kind of a covenanted means established by the law of the company. Established by the law of the company, and that is called as covenanted, and another civil service called as uncovenanted. Okay, and what is the salary but Indians could get maximum in a year? That is 500 pounds per year was the limit. If any post that is giving beyond 500 pounds per year, and that is always reserved for Europeans, or we can say Britishers. Indians, the maximum salary they could earn is 500 pounds per year, and that was applied in every other branch, in army also, in police also, in judiciary also, wherever you go. Army, police and judiciary, that is applied that in every branch. So exclusion of Indians from the higher post, one of the unique features of civil services. And some civil services committees were there. Okay, we can talk about Islington Committee. Okay, I can talk about Lee Committee. Okay, you can talk about Aicheson Committee. Some civil services commission. I guess one more civil services reform we can talk about, statutory civil services. Statutory civil services brought in 1878 by Lytton. And what is the statutory civil services? That is 1/6 of the covenanted posts will be reserved for Indians of I family, for I caste Indians, for I family Indians. So covenanted posts, Indians were completely excluded. To facilitate the Indians into this particular post, the 1/6 of this particular post, around we can say 16% of the 18% of the post will be given to Indians of higher family through nomination. And who nominate? The Viceroy himself will nominate with his approval. Okay, Lytton will nominate that one. Okay, so that is to covenanted, but it was abolished in 1892. It was abolished in 1892. Okay, so again one more time I will write it over here, statutory civil services. Okay, statutory civil service. So brought in 1878 by Lytton. Okay, to fill 1/6 of the post of covenanted post. And 1/6 of the post will reserved for whom? Indians of I standing, Indians of I families, and ultimately with the approval of Viceroy. Which was Lytton. But it was abolished in 1892. Because it goes against the open competition which was introduced in 1853. If the open competition is there, but why do you want to bring nomination system? And that is the reason the civil services was, this statutory civil services was abolished. Okay, one of the reactionary policies of Lytton. And now 2012, another British policy we can talk about, their land revenue policies. With reference to Rohitwari settlement, consider the following statement. 2012, the rent was paid directly by the peasants to the government. The government gave pattas to the Rohits. Then again, lands were surveyed and assessed before being taxed. So first and foremost, we need to understand what is Rohitwari settlement. Rohits means peasants. Okay, Rohits means peasants. Okay, Rohits means peasants. So before that, there was one policy called as Zamindari settlement, also called as permanent settlement. Okay, here peasants paid taxation to zamindars, zamindars paid taxation to East India Company. But in Rohitwari system, what happened? The peasants, that is Rohits, they directly pay tax to East India Company. Okay, so that directly paid tax to East India Company. That's a direct relation between Britishers as well as the peasants. And of course, to fix the taxation, they need to assess the land. They need to give patas. They need to, because here the owners of the land is Rohits only, but here the owners of the land was zamindars. But here the owners of the land was Rohits only. So that is the reason you have to recognize their ownership. For that, you need to survey and assess all these are concepts. Okay, so that is the concept of Rohitwari settlement. Which of the statements above is correct? One only, 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, and none. Answer should be C. All of them are correct. All of them are correct over there. Okay. Now we'll understand what is Rohitwari in detail. So before getting into that one, we'll understand 3 other settlements of Britishers. That is Ijardari settlement. Okay. In brief, 1772 by Warren Hastings. Okay. Then again, Zamindari settlement in 1793 by Cornwallis. Okay. And then again, Mahalwari settlement. So around 1830s by William Bentinck and Holt Mackenzie. Holt Mackenzie. Okay. Now here Ijardars are the one who got auction right. Okay, auctioned right of revenue collection. It means Ijardar got the right to collect the revenue through auctioning. And who conducted this auctioning of revenue collection right? East India Company. The highest bidder got the revenue collection right, and they would collect from the peasants whatever the auctioned amount. They say one person is auctioned for 500 rupees per annum, just hypothetically. That 500 rupees should be paid for East India Company, and the Ijardars were free to collect even 1000 rupees from the peasants, and that was a disaster for recipe, a recipe for disaster. So many peasants' livelihood lost. Okay, it's also called as revenue farming method. Revenue farming methods. Revenue farming method. Okay, but this auctioning amount used to change every year. What if the auctioners change the amount, intentionally kept it low? Because East India Company cannot ask beyond the auctioned amount. What if they bid only 100 rupees per annum? They will receive only 100 rupees, but these auctioners can get more. What if they bid too much of amount, which cannot be realized from the peasants? There was ruining of agriculture was happening. So they wanted to fix the revenue, and they brought the system called as Zamindari system. And this was, Ijardari was brought by Warren Hastings. This was brought by Cornwallis in 1793. So this was settlement with this zamindar. It means peasants will pay taxation to zamindars. Zamindars will become the owners of this peasants' land also. Previously, when we talked about Jagirdar system as well as Zamindar system, Zamindars were just a revenue collectors. They were not the owners of the land from which they were collecting the revenue. But right now, what Britishers did, they recognized the Zamindars as the owners of this peasants' land also. And how much revenue to be collected from peasants to Zamindars, that was not stated. Now, Zamindars exploited peasants. And also, what is the revenue paid by Zamindars to East India Company? And that was permanent. That was fixed. There is no changes. Every year they have to pay that revenue. That is the reason Zamindar system also called as permanent settlement. Even if the crops fail, they have to pay that revenue. Then Mahalwari system. Mahal means village. So Britishers collect revenue from village as a whole. The village head, Lambardar, he will collect land revenue from all the villagers. So entire village land was considered as kind of a community land. So all of them would together cultivate that one, and then they will pay the revenue to the head of the village. The head of the village will pay to East India Company. So it is a revenue settlement with the village. It's a revenue settlement with the zamindars. Now Rohitwari settlement is the settlement with the Rohits. with the Royals. Okay, and now Zamindari area was around 19% of British India, and Mahalwari area was under 30% of British India because it was abolished after Zamindari system came into being. Okay, so rest 51% of the area was under Royatwari. Rest 51% was under Royatwari. So the largest settlement area, largest land revenue settlement policy of Britishers was Royatwari settlement. Okay, so that is Izardari system, Zamindari system, and Mahalwari system. Okay, Izardari was auctioning of the revenue rate, that is fixing of the revenues with the Zamindar, that is Zamindari system. Zamindars would be recognized as owners of the land. All these peasants became tenants at will. They lost their land. And Mahalwaris, okay, that is revenue with the Mahal or settlement with the Mahal, but revenue rate was quite high, 80%, 90% of revenue was there. Okay. So now Royatwari settlement, we'll discuss that one. Now one more question was also asked, introduction of Royatwari settlement in India. Okay, introduction of, that is Thomas Munro and Alexander Reed. Cornwallis, we know, he introduced Zamindari settlement. Okay, Alexander Reed, then Thomas Munro, these are the two persons who are associated with Royatwari settlement. Okay, which should be the answer, 1 only, 1 and 3, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can easily eliminate first statement, even if you don't know. So which is left? 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is left. Alexander Reed and Thomas. If you know about only Zamindari settlement, who introduced that one, you could have easily eliminated A, B and D. 2017. 2012 it was asked about, 2017 it was asked about. Now, what is Royatwari settlement? In detail, 1820, Royat means peasants, Thomas Munro and Alexander Reed. Introduced in Madras, Assam, Coorg, Bombay, and Zamindari settlement was introduced in Bengal majorly. Then again Mahalwari settlement was introduced in northwest provinces, Agra, Punjab, this area. It's covering 51% of British India, Zamindari around 19% of British India. Okay, and again Mahalwari was under 30% of British India. Okay, so different rates in dry land around 50% and wetlands around 60% of the land revenue. And no Zamindars in between, directly with the Royals. In Zamindar, there is a middleman. Zamindars, you need to provide some kind of commissions. Okay, that is 10 by 11. Out of the 11 parts of revenue, 10 parts should be given to East India Company and 1 part would remain with the Zamindars. 1 by 11 will remain with the Zamindars. So they had to provide some kind of commissions to Zamindars, East India Company. So in Royatwari system, there will be no Zamindars in between. So directly with the Royats. And Royats sometimes also called as Miras. Okay, Miras also in local regions. And this system was influenced by one of the Scottish utilitarian ideas, Scottish Enlightenment. And this idea talks about there will be no middleman concept between government and the land, between government and the production function. That is, production function is agriculture, we can talk about. So this is influenced by this particular philosophical, or we can say some kind of intellectual revolt, or we can say intellectual idea which was there in Scotland, Scottish Enlightenment, which is also called as utilitarian ideas. Okay, then again Royats are the owners of the land. They were given patas, they can sell, mortgage their land. Okay, at the same time they will not be evicted of the land as long as they are paying the land revenue. Okay, high rates, but it led to Deccan riots in 1875 because it was led to a lot of livelihood losing of livelihood of peasants. Okay, this is Royatwari settlement, and that led to migration to other areas, non-Royatwari settlements. Okay, and now education, English education, we are coming into which of the following led to the introduction of English education in India? Charter Act of 1813, General Committee of Public Instruction, and Orientalist and Anglicist controversy. You know, Charter Act of 1813 provided 1 lakh rupees for education, which was introduced in 1823. Finally, English education was introduced in 1835. To introduce which kind of education, there was a controversy. To settle this controversy, this committee was established. And this committee had 2 kind of members, that is Orientalist and Anglicist. And the head of this committee was Macaulay. Of course, all these 3 definitely played a role. 1 and 2, 2 only, 1 and 3, and 1, 2, 3. Now the answer is D, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we'll talk about English education as a whole. We'll talk about Macaulay's committee. We'll talk about Charter Act of 1813. That all the acts questions are last over there. Okay, so that is all these 1773 Act, 1784 Act, 1773 Act. Okay, then again, sorry, 1813, 1833, 1853, 1861, 1892, then 1909, 1919, 1935, 1947. So all these acts I think we covered in last year rapid revision. You can just go and check with that one because it is very fairly easy to understand. Okay, so now we'll come to this particular one more question regarding Wood's dispatch. with respect to education only. Look at one more question, 2018. So the following statements are true. Grants in aid system was introduced. Establishment of universities was recommended. English as a medium of instruction at all levels of education was recommended. Not at all levels of education. This is absolute statement. Universities, yes. Early universities, we can talk about Bengal, Madras, okay, then again Bombay. Grants in aid, yes. If you look at the recommendation of Charles Wood, it will definitely be there. Okay. At to eliminate 3, that is whichever is left, A. Whichever is left is A, 1 and 2. Okay. And now look at introduction of English education. So that is rupees 1 lakh in 1813. It released in 1823, but there was a controversy on how to spend this money, whether to spend on English education, whether to spend on Indian education, whether it should be in vernacular medium or should be in Indian medium or in English medium. So there was committee was set up by Governor General Edward Hastings, not Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings was different, and that committee was called as Committee of Public Instruction 1823, and Thomas Macaulay was the chairman, and 10 members were there, and there was a members had different opinions about the type of education, and the formation of 2 groups in the committee. And what is a two groups? Anglicists as well as Orientalists. Anglicists as well as Orientalists. Now what is Anglicists? They believed in English education, in English medium, modern Western education, English type of education, English medium, okay, led by Charles Trevelyan and Elphinstone. Then Orientalists, they believed in traditional Indian learning in vernacular mediums. In vernacular language means local languages, led by S.T. Prinsep and Heman Wilson. Okay, so this is the 2 membership in the committee, Anglicists as well as Orientalists. Okay, and controversy held in 1835 because Macaulay's minute, the report given by the chairman Macaulay, and he said that when resources of 1 lakh rupees per year that should be sent on teaching Western sciences in English medium, in Western literature, okay, in English medium. Okay, so why? He argued that one, that is Indian languages are backward, not quite developed. Okay, and he also wanted to make Indians the consumers of British goods, and also wanted to make Indians loyal to British interests. How? By giving them English education, making them acquire Western taste, ultimately consume Western goods, because Industrial Revolution was happening in Britain from the middle of the 18th century itself only, and now we are in 19th century beginning. So they wanted to make Indians the more consumers of British goods. We want to create a pool of Indians who would be able to serve British interests and be loyal to them. And this famous statement, you want to create a class of Indians that is Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, opinion, morals and intellect. Okay, so that is the statement made by Macaulay. And in this theory, this kind of Macaulay's minute also called as downward infiltration theory. So according to this theory, they are not going to open up schools for mass education, not for all the people. They are going to open up schools only for upper classes, and they believe that when the upper classes is going to teach these Western sciences to the local people. Okay, so that is open few schools for upper and middle classes, and they expected they will expand among the masses. They expected that these upper classes are going to teach English language as well as the Western sciences to local people. So that was downward infiltration theory. Now schools education started, but there was one more committee, that is Wood's Dispatch 1854. Charles Wood, he was the president of the Board of Control, which was established in 1794 Act. Okay, he discarded downward infiltration theory, that he said that when government should take up the measures for mass education, that is, you have to establish primary schools for English education over there. Okay, and whereas vernacular education also. He gave new recommendations. What are the new recommendations? These new recommendations are called as Magna Carta of Indian Education. Okay, so what are these new education? Look at that one. They are relevant even today also. First and foremost, ask the government to assume responsibility, because Macaulay's committee said that one, that is people will assume responsibility, the upper caste will assume responsibility. He said that one, that is education department should be there in all provinces so that the local governments will have more role in establishing educational institution. And then he said that one, there should be a government school in every district also. Government school in every district. Then again, universities were established. He recommended universities should be established in Bengal, Bombay and Madras. Bengal, Bombay and Madras. Okay. Then again, women education should be given importance. Then vernacular languages at the lower levels, Anglo vernacular at the higher schools, and English education at the colleges. So transferring from one level to the other level. So all languages are getting equal respect and importance. So vernacular means local languages at primary level, at upper primary and higher schools, Anglo vernacular mix of English as well as vernacular language, and English, completely English in colleges. Fair enough. Then again, secular education, but what the statement had given, that's the committee has recommended, English education at all levels. And education should be secular, and at the same time, in this education, not just syllabus should be taught, but also vocational training should be given. The training for industry skills, agricultural skills and trade skills should be given for students too. Again, very good. And again, teachers training should be there, and there should be grants in aid for private efforts. If any private organization will come in, like kind of you can say NGO or private efforts, and these private efforts should be supported by the government by giving them grants and aid to open more and more schools. So these are the recommendations given by Charles Wood Dispatch. Okay, Charles Wood was of the president of Board of Control. Okay. And then what was the object or objects of Queen Victoria's proclamation? These are British policies which were asked. British policies question, we can say education policy asked, civil services policies, one question was asked. Educational policy, actually 3 questions were asked about the educational institution. Okay. Now Queen's proclamation 1858. Now to disclaim any intention to annex Indian states. Then again to place the Indian administration under the British Crown. To regulate East India Company's trade with India. And what is this Queen's proclamation? This Queen's proclamation happened in November 1858. November 1858. So before that, what happened? 1857 revolt, Sepoy mutiny according to some historians, War of Independence according to some historians. Of course, the British historians call it as Sepoy mutiny, Indian historians call it as War of Independence, first War of Independence also. And why this revolt happened? Because of Britishers' policy like subsidiary system, doctrine of lapse brought by Dalhousie in 1848. Many states got annexed, and we already seen subsidiary and doctrine of lapse. That is any state which was under the paramountcy of British and king of this particular state who do not have any male heir to succeed to the throne, and they cannot pass on the throne to the adopted son. So they took away the traditional rights of Indians to recognize the adopted sons as the kings, and many states were annexed like this: Jhansi, Satara, Udaipur, Sambalpur, Nagpur. So all these states, and that was detested by Indians. And of course, there was economic exploitation was going on due to land revenue policy of zamindari system, royatwari system. Then again, Britishers also had brought social and religious reforms. They had abolished sati. They allowed widow remarriage. Okay. They increased the age of child marriage, or we can say that is they increased the age of marriage rather. Okay. It means they went against child marriages. These are all progressive reforms, but not liked by orthodox section. Not liked by orthodox section. So they had disappointment with that one. And the major reason for revolt is the military causes. Again, militarily they mixed upper caste, lower caste, then all other religions into one. So that came into their caste prejudices. Their salary was very less. I told you maximum 500 pounds. And they were abused by their officers. No promotions. They had to remain as subedars only. Maximum they would give, maximum position they could able to attain. Okay. At the same time, they were not given any kind of incentives when they used to serve outside India. Like outside, even crossing the sea was also considered as giving up their caste and religion. But Britishers made them to cross the sea to occupy Burma, that is Myanmar. Okay. And now when they came back, they were boycotted out of their society. Now they are not finding respect within the military system also. And because Britishers were made to cross the sea, according to the British Indian belief system, they would be losing their caste and religion. So when they came back, they were boycotted out of their own villages. So they lost respect in villages also. They were boycotted out of villages also, and they were not finding any kind of good salary in military system also, and they were also disappointed. Okay. Then again, there was rumors, or immediate cause would be that is atta is being mixed with bone dust. Atta, that's flour which is used for making chapatis and rotis. The rumor that it is being mixed with bone dust. The vegetarian food is being mixed with non-vegetarian. That is again came in conflict with the Indian sentiments. Then again, royal, okay, say Enfield rifles were introduced. Okay, and the cartridge has to be bitten off before filling. But there was a rumor that the cartridge has been smeared with some kind of fat of cow and pig, and that violated sentiments of Hindus and Muslims. And now that led to revolt, and that revolt happened in Meerut. Started in Meerut in 1857. Okay, and it nearly shook the British Foundation. Other leaders were there, other places were there like Jhansi Rani Lakshmibai. Okay, we can talk about Kanpur, that is Nana Sahib. Bihar Kunwar Singh, Delhi General Bakht Khan fighting on behalf of Bahadur Shah Zafar, Faizabad Maulvi Ahmadullah, Tantia Tope. So all these are names you people already know. Now what happened? So now British government held East India Company policies, that's political policy, economic policy, religious policies, responsible for this 1857 revolt, which shook the British Empire in India. And after 1857 revolt, Queen made a proclamation, that is in 1858, that we are not going to annex Indian states, because annexing of Indian states through doctrine of lapse and subsidiary led to a 1857 revolt. So Queen proclaimed that we are not going to annex Indian states. To place the Indian administration under the British crown, now the British government made East India Company responsible, and now they shifted the administration of India directly to British crown or British Parliament. This is right, this is wrong. To regulate East India Company's trade with India, and that happened in 1813 Act, and also happened in 1833 Act. Okay, this is wrong. Okay, this is the entire concept behind this particular question. Okay, and now set this correct answer 1 and 2, 2 only, 1, 3 and 1, 2, 3. We know the answer is 1 and 2. That is Queen's proclamation. And who was the Queen? Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria. Okay. So now we are coming into new theme, that is social and religious reform movement. So far we discussed about coming of the Britishers, coming of Westerners, we can say Portuguese, Dutch. Then we talked about some of their policies like education policies, then again their land revenue policies, then effects of those policies led to 1857 revolt. Then some progressive aspect that Britishers introduced in India that led to social and religious reform movement. And that one particular question about the social religious reform movement is about Brahmo Samaj. Go back to 2012. Then it opposed idolatry. Then it denied the need for a priestly class for interpreting the religious texts. It popularized the doctrine that Vedas are infallible. Of course, Brahmo Samaj, we can talk about Rajaram Mohan Rai. It is by Rajaram Mohan Rai. It opposed the priestly classes, it opposed the idolatry, it opposed image worship. But did it say Vedas are infallible? Infallible means not, or we can say Vedas are supreme. In other words, they do not fail. They do not fail. No, he did not say that one. He says that one which is infallible. Reason is infallible. This, we can say human reason, we can say rationality, and that is infallible. Vedas can fail. According to Rajaram Mohan Rai, Vedas can fail. Okay, so because he gave more importance to rationality, humanism. Okay, so particularly rationalism is one of the major ideology which influenced the Indian social and religious reform movement. Okay, so third statement is wrong. Okay, so 1 only, 1 and 2, 3 only, and answer is B, 1 and 2. Okay, so we will understand Brahmo Samaj. We have to understand Rajaram Mohan Rai, 1770 to 1833. So he wrote some books which established his particular ideas. That is Giftum Monotheist, that is Tuhafat ul Muhawaiddin. It was written in Persia in 1809, and particularly in this particular book, he talked about monotheism, that is belief in one single God. Go back to Bhakti movement, monotheism, against belief in many gods and promoting single God. Then again, precepts of Jesus, that is in English, he wrote in 1820. That is, he separated the moral philosophical teachings of Jesus from his miracle teachings. So the moral and philosophical teachings from the miracle stories, because he believed only in the moral and philosophical teachings of Jesus, not in the miracle stories that Jesus came from dead, all these kind of things. He did not believe in that kind of irrationality, but he rather believed what are the moral and philosophical teachings, equality, everything that is propagated by Jesus, and that was there in precepts of Jesus. Okay, then his ideas. Then to spread these ideas, that 1814 and 1815 he started Atmiya Sabha to preach monotheism, that is belief in one single God. 1828 he established Brahmo Samaj, also called as Divine Society, and it's a kind of a cultural revolution in Bengal society. And most of the Bengal national movement leaders who came, most of them are associated with this Brahmo Samaj, and it produced so many leaders in future. Okay, and to institutionalize his ideas and mission, ultimately Rajaram Mohan Rai brought this particular Brahmo Samaj, and that is so ultimate goal is to purify Hinduism, because Hinduism was riddled with a lot of superstitions, a lot of social discrimination, a lot of hierarchical nature of the society. So he wanted to eliminate those things, and through his particular Samaj, that is Brahmo Samaj. Now what are the basic principles of this particular Brahmo Samaj? And the basic principles are prayers and meditation. Okay, then again reading Vedas and Upanishads. He was not against Vedas and Upanishads, but the blind belief in Vedas and Upanishads, that's what he opposed it. At the same time, he wanted people to apply Vedas and meditation in a real sense, in a rational sense. So question what that is written, whichever that is written, which is testing or which can be conciliated with rationality, you accept that one. If it is not conciliating with rationality, you have to oppose that one. Okay. Then again, no image and idol worship, a universal religion, that all religions are same. Okay. Much like Swami Vivekananda, then again Ramakrishna Paramahansa. Then again criticize social evils of Sati system. Okay. Then again against the priestly domination. Okay. Then again, of course, he incorporated teachings of other religion into Hinduism also. That is, he believed in universal religion concepts. So this is one of the basic principles of Brahmo Samaj, and supported David Hare, watchmaker. Some of his educational initiatives we can talk about, to establish Hindu College in 1817 in Calcutta. He was a Scottish watchmaker, David Hare. Okay, and then he established many schools, and also one Vedanta College he established in 1825, which propounded the theory of Voltaire, one of the French philosophers, the French thinkers, who contributed immensely to the outbreak of the French Revolution of 1789. Okay, that is criticism of the church. That's the grip of church over the French society, or the entire European society for that matter. And now the same thing that Rajaram Mohan also criticized in India. That's the priestly domination, the priestly control over the politics and secular aspects of the society. At the same time, attacking priestly domination, and that's what this particular course was offered in this particular Vedanta college. Okay, then again Ram Mohan Rai, its principles were based on two pillars. That is reason and Vedas and Upanishads. It was not against Vedas and Upanishads per se, but rather blind belief with Vedas and Upanishads. Of course, he played a role in abolition of sati in 1829. Okay, so famous fact. Sometimes, okay, so even if you know that, sometimes we have to say it. Okay, so reason, that rationality, that he said Vedas are not infallible. Vedas can fail. Okay, Vedas can fail, but reason is supreme. Ultimately, the reason is supreme, and theory of karma, if you want to believe, that is your choice. That is optional theory. Okay, so according to Rajaram Mohan Rai's Brahmo Samaj. Then again, is some more ideas, political ideas. He believed in freedom of press, sowed the seeds of nationalism, because he wanted Indians to first reform the society, reform the religion dogmas, and then prepare yourself for fighting for national upliftment. And that is nationalism through social reforms. Nationalism through social reforms. To bring unity first. Almost we can relate this to Gandhiji also, right? That is, Gandhiji also wanted to strengthen the society first, and then involving those people politically. Like some little bit, even though I'm going away from the topic. That is, we are discussing prelims PYQs, but we can connect with mains also. We can connect with mains also, right? Because look at the various personality based question that has been asked. Gandhiji, Subhash Chandra Bose, Gandhiji, Ambedkar, recently Gandhiji, Rabindranath Tagore. Now why can't be Gandhiji and Rajaram Mohan Rai? Ideas are similar. They can ask for that one. To bring unity first in the society and then launch the mass movement. That is what Gandhiji believed in. And now before embarking upon political upliftment, first we need to bring unity in the society and reform society and religion before embarking on political quest for freedom. And a man ahead of his times, because of his ideas are way ahead of his times. Okay. And his most popular journal was Sambad Kaumudi in Bengali. It was a weekly journal. It was brought by Rajaram Mohan Rai. Okay, so this is majorly about Rajaram Mohan Rai, and there was some opposition to Rajaram Mohan Rai. Okay, so his ideas got opposed strongly from the orthodox elements of the Indian society. To counter his ideas, they established one Sabha, that is called Dharma Sabha, in 1830, and it opposed the abolition of sati, because Rajaram Mohan Rai has worked for abolition of sati in 1829. It's Bengal regulation. Then again later expanded to Madras and Bombay also. Then promoted, but even though this society was against abolition of sati, but promoted Western education, and this society was established by Raja Radhakant, and he also founded Calcutta School Book Society. Okay, they want to bring some westernization among women, but they wanted women to follow Sade system. Okay, so that is Dharma Sabha by Raja Radhakant. Okay, so along with David Hare, he established Calcutta Book Society, School Book Society, and that is one of the contribution of Raja Radhakant. Because one question was asked about Raja Radhakant, I will come to that one. And Satyashodhak Samaj, that is Brahmo Samaj, one question we answered. In 2016, Satyashodhak Samaj organized a movement for upliftment of tribals in Bihar, a temple entry movement in Gujarat, then again anti-caste movement in Maharashtra, then again a peasant movement in Punjab. We know answer is anti-caste movement in Maharashtra, Satyashodhak Samaj. And of course, 1924 there was one temple entry movement happened. Okay, so led by K. Kelappan. Okay, Madhavan. and that happened in Vaikom in Kerala. Okay, in Kerala. So that happened in 924, 2024, some 100 years of this temple entry movement. So we can expect, or we can, again, probabilities. You always work on the probabilities. Everything is a calculated gambles, we can say. Okay, so now what is Satyashodhak Samaj? We can talk about, that is Truth Seeker Society by Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule. So that is 1873. It was in Maharashtra. Against the upper caste domination, again believed in social service, education among women and lower castes. Okay. Then again, they wanted to abolish the caste system. They want to make the society equal for everyone. Okay, and they established a girls' school at Puna, a girls' school and pioneers of widow remarriage in Maharashtra, and majorly widow remarriage led by Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar in Bengal region we can talk about, but in Maharashtra, the pioneers of widow remarriage was Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule. And some of the books written by Jyotiba Phule, that is Gulamagiri, Sarvajanik Satyadharma, and again Shetkaryacha Asud, books by Jyotiba Phule. Okay, and of course Pune University is also called as Savitribai Phule University. Savitribai Phule University. Okay, so this is Satyashodhak Samaj. It was against, it was an anti-caste movement, majorly in Maharashtra, region. Okay, and then consider the following: 2016 Calcutta Unitarian Committee, then Tabernacle of New Dispensation, again Indian Reform Association. So which of the associations established by Keshub Chandra Sen? Keshub Chandra Sen, Indian Reform Association, 1870 established that one to fight child marriage, but he violated the act by himself. We'll come to that one. Okay, so Calcutta Unitarian Committee, this was by Rajaram Mohan Rai. And Tabernacle New Dispensation, one of the kind of a new religious order that was established by Keshub Chandra Sen. Okay, so that is, answer should be 2 and 3. Answer is 2 and 3. So we'll discuss this one: Indian Reform Association, Keshub Chandra Sen, as well as Calcutta Unitarian Committee. Keshub Chandra Sen, 1838 to 1884, he joined the Samaj, that is Brahmo Samaj. Okay, because when you talk about Bengal personalities, that is initially, especially in 19th century, that is most of the persons were associated with Brahmo Samaj ideals in 1857-58, and he expanded Rajaram Mohan's ideals in not just in Bengal but also outside Bengal, that is Bombay and Madras, and he influenced the establishment of Prarthana Samaj in Bombay. Okay, and he advocated total abolition of caste system, slightly radical. Okay, he wanted faster reforms in the society. Okay, very radical ideas, and society was not ready to accept this kind of radical ideas. Okay, he supported intercaste marriages. Okay, wanted to totally abolish the caste system. Keshub Chandra Sen. And then ideas were too radical for Devendranath Tagore, who was also member of Brahmo Samaj, also father of Rabindranath Tagore. Okay, so that is the reason Devendranath Tagore dismissed Keshub Chandra Sen from Brahmo Samaj. Dismissed him from Keshub Chandra Sen. So that is the reason Keshub Chandra Sen followers, they formed Brahmo Samaj of India, and our Devendranath Tagore faction is came to be called as Adi Brahmo Samaj. Adi Brahmo Samaj, and the faction of Keshub Chandra Sen came to be called as Brahmo Samaj of India in 1860. I will come to the splits one more time. I will come to the splits. The faction of Devendranath Tagore are called as Adi Brahmo Samaj, and now he formed Indian Reform Association 1870, especially for deal with the social reforms, and particularly he influenced the Britishers to enact a Native Marriage Act of 1872 to increase the marriage age, and that is boys to 18 as well as from girls to 14. Okay, you want to bring social reforms, particularly in child marriage system too. Okay, and now Brahmo Samaj splitting, we can talk about Brahmo Samaj of India and Adi Brahmo Samaj. Again, the Brahmo Samaj of India, that is Keshub Chandra Sen faction, further split into, that is Sadharan Brahmo Samaj in 1878. And who are the followers? That is Anand Mohan Bose and Srinivasa Shastri. They came out of Brahmo Samaj of India of Keshub Chandra Sen. The reason is Keshub Chandra Sen violated the Native Marriage Act, because when he married his daughter to local Raja of Kuch Bihar, violating the native marriage by the man himself, and that is Keshub Chandra Sen. So he fought for increasing child marriage, but when the opportunity came, that is he let his minor daughter to get married to Kuch Bihar Raja. Okay, so that is the reason, that is people like Anand Mohan Bose and Srinivasa Shastri, they came out of Brahmo Samaj of India, which was led by Keshub Chandra Sen, and they formed a new Brahmo Samaj, that is called as Sadharan Brahmo Samaj in 1878. Okay, And Tabernacle of New Dispensation, that is a religious organization by Keshub Chandra Sen, established in 1866, again 66, based on the principle of Brahmoism, again influenced by Brahmo Samaj itself, and emphasized on one God, that is monotheism, and rejection of caste and idol worship. That's one God, you worship one God, but against caste system, against idol worship, and that is Tabernacle of New Dispensation. And Calcutta Unitarian Committee by Rajaram Mohan Rai and Dwaraknath Tagore. William Adam also played a role in this part. Okay, so William Adam, okay, so that is Adams report you must have heard about with respect to education, because before Macaulay's minute there was a Adams committee was also, but never implemented. That is the reason I did not say over there. So Adams report is also there in 1830s, but it was never implemented. Okay, so William Adam, Ram Mohan Rai, because William Adam was far more influenced by Ram Mohan Rai. That is in September 1821, 1823. Different dates have been presented for this particular committee, and to bring together the followers, or we can say those upper caste people that is particularly belong to Brahmins, who were friends of Roy's, that is Rajaram Mohan Rai, and supporter of his agenda. What is agenda? Brahmo Samaj agenda. Okay, that is abolition of caste system, that is purifying, not abolition of caste system per se, but is ending the discrimination, because Keshub Chandra Sen want to abolish the caste system incompletely, but Rajaram Mohan Rai want to bring kind of, we can say, reforms within the society. And then again he wanted the people to believe in rationality, and to bring their supporters together, he established Calcutta Unitarian Committee way back in 1821-23, okay, for the promotion of religious monotheism and social reforms. So these are factuals that I need to understand. And again, who among the following was associated as secretary with Hindu female school, which later came to be known as Bethune female school? Very simple, there is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, because he played a huge important role in women education field. We will discuss about Annie Besant and Sarojini Naidu. Okay, so that is Devendrath Tagore we will discuss. Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. So what is Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar? That is played a role in Widow Remarriage Act. Okay, 1856. Okay, and during the time of Dalhousie. Okay, Dalhousie. And Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar also helped many schools and colleges. And he also had one newspaper, that is he advised in the editorship of that newspaper, that is called as, we can say, Som Prakash Patrika, which was established by Dwaraknath Vidyabhushan, established in 1858. But in the editorship, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar advised Dwaraknath Vidyabhushan. Okay, so majorly an educationist, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, and fought through a movement for widow remarriage rights. We will talk about Annie Besant and Sarojini Naidu when we talk about one particular question was asked about their relationships, particularly with respect to INC. We will talk about then. But first we will talk about Debendranath Tagore, 1817-1905. Brahmo Samaj, he joined the Samaj in 1842 and remained its leader until 1866. What happened in 1866? Adi Brahmo Samaj, a Brahmo Samaj of India, Keshub Chandra Sen and Debendranath Tagore, they fell out. Then again he established Tattva Bodhini Sabha to propagate Ram Mohan Rai's ideals in Calcutta in 1839. To spread Rajaram Mohan Rai's ideals. That was the major intention with which Tattva Bodhini Sabha had been established. Okay, so it established in Calcutta in 1839, and to study India's past with a rational outlook. That is not accepting anything that was written, but rather you study the ancient past with some rationalism, questioning them. Okay, and through Tattva Bodhini Patrika, he wanted to spread the ideals of the Brahmo Samaj, ideals of Rajaram Mohan Rai, and Tattva Bodhini Sabha and Tattva Bodhini Patrika, and also magazine too. And he opposed Christian missionaries. The reason is that when Christian missionaries were with major intention they came to India is to convert Christian missionaries' efforts. Again, Devendranath Tagore continuing with that one, active in Brahmo Samaj, other Society of Brahma and Society of God, joined in 1842, like I already told you, studied in Hindu College of Ram Mohan Rai, with David Harry established, and he published a Bengali translation of Katha Upanishad, 1840. Okay, we discussed about Upanishads. 1859 established Brahma Vidyalaya, and Vedas were published in Tattva Bodhini magazine. Vedas, that is what? That is studying of the India's past. So through Tattva Bodhini magazine as well as Tattva Bodhini Patrika. Okay. Then again in 1867 he established an ashram. That ashram today is called as Shantiniketan. That Shantiniketan was made famous by Rabindranath Tagore. Okay, so that is also in news. So please go through that Shantiniketan, also World Heritage Site. Okay, so 1867 Birbhum established an ashram. Birbhum again in West Bengal. Okay, so ashram is today is famous as Shantiniketan. Also one of the founders of Bethune Society of Hindu Charitable Institution, and the secretary of that Bethune school was that we talked about, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. Okay, and he was also secretary of British India Association, one of the early pre-INC organization which spearheaded the Indian national movement. It's the beginning of Indian national movement, we can say. 1850s and 60s and 70s, and he was its secretary. We will talk about British Indian Association also. And he wrote some books, that is Brahma Dharma Grantho, Atmatya, okay, then Kalikata Brahma Samjir, Bhaktrita, okay, 51, 52 as well as 1862. So this is about Devendranath Tagore. And of course, we talked about the split in Brahmo Samaj, Adi Brahmo Samaj as well as Brahmo Samaj of India. Brahmo Samaj of India further split into Sadharan Brahmo Samaj by Anand Mohan Bose and Srinivasa Shastri. Now women education, because certain statements were there with respect to that one. Calcutta Female Juvenile Society, it was the first society established by Christian missionaries for women education, because Christian missionaries were first allowed in India after Charter Act of 1813. Before that they were not allowed, and after 1813 they came to India and they established many educational institutions, of course with the intention of conversions. But Calcutta Female Juvenile Society, that is one of the progressive efforts by Christian missionaries to provide education to women. Then Bethune School in 1849, that is J.E.D. Bethune, he was the president of Calcutta Education Council. It was one of the first achievement for women education in India, and now Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was associated with this particular school, the Bethune School, that is in 1849. Okay. So that is about that particular question. Look at that one. Economically, one of the results of British rule in India in 19th century was increase in export of Indian handicrafts. Never happened. Okay. Because Indian economy got exploited. If Indian export of Indian handicrafts had happened, okay, so India wouldn't have become a poor country in 1947. Growth in number of Indian owned factories, British controlled everything. Okay, so there was no way that Indian owned factories would be increasing. It is a British owned factories were increasing. Indians had to fight hard. Commercialization of Indian agriculture, rapid increase in urban population. India was deindustrialized, India was de-urbanized. Indian economy was called as ruralization of the Indian economy. That was the effect of British policies. But what Britishers want to make out of Indian economy is that one, to serve their interests. How to serve the interests? There was a lot of demand for commercial products across the world, particularly during the time period of, we can say, American Civil War in 1860s. So they made Indians to cultivate one of the commercial agriculture. We can talk about cotton. Okay, and we can also talk about one of the major effects of British rule in India is that one, that is famines. Okay, famines is one of the major effect of it. Why famines happened? Because less importance was given to food production, and food production was never supported through land revenue settlements. And instead of food products, they encouraged the commercialization of agriculture like cotton. We can talk about rubber, then again indigo, okay, jute. So this was given more importance, and that is the reason one of the effects of India, British rule in India in 19th century was, answer option is the commercialization of Indian agriculture. We can talk about indigo revolts because of commercialization, Deccan riots 1875. Okay, so this is one of the impacts too. Okay, so one more question was also asked, I guess, about the impact. Which of the following statement correctly explains the impact of Industrial Revolution on India during the first half of the 19th century? There are two questions. In 19th century, what is the impact of British rule? And of course, the impact of British rule directly comes out of the Industrial Revolution, that is directly linked to Industrial Revolution in England. I will explain that concept. So, Indian handicrafts were ruined. Machines were introduced in Indian textile industry in large numbers. Did India experience Industrial Revolution? Industrial Revolution was happening in Britain. India was used for its Industrial Revolution. Then again, railway lines were laid in many parts of the country. Okay. We're talking about impact. Then again, heavy duties were imposed on imports of British manufacturers. If they impose taxation on the import of British manufacturers, Britishers will lose the market. Britishers will lose the market. That is the reason answer option is A. Indian handicrafts were ruined. And how Indian handicrafts were ruined? Okay. To understand a concept called as one-way free trade. Understand the concept called as one-way free trade. And this concept became popular after 1813. In the name of free trade, it became one-way free trade. What is one-way free trade? We'll take it as England, India. Okay. And of course, England was experiencing Industrial Revolution since 1750. Okay. In the middle of the 18th century itself only. It means industrialized production. There was mass production and high volume production. Volume growth was happening. but the consumption couldn't be done in England because the population was very small and they wanted market for these products. Okay. Now what India did? India started exporting raw materials. They controlled Indian economy through East India Company. Okay. Now East India Company forced Indian merchants, Indian peasants to export raw materials for industries of England freely. Okay. So they are getting at low cost here, and that low cost raw material making the industrial revolution even faster. More production is happening because the raw material is available at a very cheaper cost. The cost of production was very less. This cost of production was very less. And now the same goods from England exported to India. Exported to India. Again, there was no taxation imposed over here. Now there is a more demand in India for these goods. Why? Because Indians were acquiring Western tastes. We talked about Macaulay, who wanted to create a pool of Indians only in blood and color, but Westerns in morals, intellect. Now Westernization was happening. They started consuming British goods, and they were not imposing any taxation on this British export into India. So Indians were consuming more and more British goods, and now Indians stopped consuming Indian made products. Indian made products. Which were Indian made products? That is handicrafts, textiles, Indian textiles, because these were costly, because there was no taxation, they were exported very cheaply into India. Now Indian handicrafts lost market within India. When Indian handicrafts were exported to England, they were heavily taxed. Now handicrafts were lost market in India, handicrafts lost market in England also, because there is a finished product. Handicraft is a finished product. When it was exported into England, it was taxed heavily. When India exported raw materials, it was imported freely. When a finished product from industrial revolution, for industrialized England, exported to India, it was imported cheaply. So that had a huge impact on handicrafts production. Sorry, handicrafts production also, as well as overall we can say the Indian economy. So handicrafts got ruined. Now the people who depended upon these handicrafts went to agriculture, but agriculture was burdened with Rohitwari settlement, Mahalwari settlement, Zamindari settlement. Now handicrafts were being produced at cities. Now the cities ruined. The deurbanization happened because the people reverse migrated to agriculture. That is the ruralization of Indian economy, we can say. That is called as ruralization of Indian economy, and that is the impact of industrial revolution on India, because industrial revolution led to production of finished products at a very low cost of production, and that low cost produced finished product was exported to India very cheaply, and that led to destruction of markets for Indian made goods. Now Indians became consumers of industrial products which are also very cheap. Okay, so this is the major concept behind this particular concept. Okay, so Indian handicrafts were ruined, machines were introduced in India. Okay, never introduced machines in India. Okay, railway lines were laid. Yes, it were laid, but only for the colonial purposes, and heavy duties were imposed on the import of British manufacturers. No, less duties were imposed upon, or even no duties were imposed upon manufacturing products from British when they were exported into India. Answer option is here. Okay, this is one thing. Now we have considered the following pairs. Radha Kandeb, first president of the British Indian Association. Again, Gajul Lakshmi Narasimha, founder of the Madras Mahajan Sabha. Suranath Banerjee, founder of the Indian Association. Which are the above pairs are correctly matched. Gajul Lakshmi Narasimha is associated with, not with Madras Mahajan Sabha. Not with Madras Mahajan Sabha. I will come to that one. Okay, so one only. 1 and 3. This is right. Founder of Indian Association. Radha Kandeb is also right. That is president of British Indian Association. That is, we can talk about. Answer option is B. 1 and 3. So we talked about Radha Kandeb. We'll talk about Suranath Banerjee and Gajul Lakshmi Narasimha, and we also will talk about these particular associations also. Okay, so British Indian Association. That is landowners. Before that one, there were 2 other societies were there. That is Zamindari Association, which is also called as Landholders Society, which was established in 1838. Then again, Bengal British India Society, established in 1843, and this one, that one, and both of them are combined or merged to form British Indian Association, of the earliest political associations in India. Okay, Zamindari Association, that is Zamindari, to serve the Zamindari interests, and Bengal British India, about discussion of the British policies. Now British Indian Association was established in 1851. Okay, Radhakant Deb was his first president. Then the first general secretary was Debandranath Tagore, like already mentioned, and he completely composed of Indians only for interests of the Indians. It's a political association, we can say. It's the beginning of the political undercurrents in Indian society. And it worked towards increasing the welfare of Indians, putting petitions, negotiating with the Britishers, and also asked for separation of powers, separation of executive from legislature. Lawmaking should be different, execution should be different. Okay, and at the same time, more political representation for Indians it demanded for. Include more Indians in lawmaking process, include more Indians in administration, more represented for in British India. And some other members, Krishnodas Pal, Peri Chand Mitra, then again Ram Gopal Ghosh, and these about British Indian Association. Before that, Landholder Society was there, also called as Zamindari Association, then Bengal British India Society, and both of them together made British India Society, British Indian Association. It continued until 1954 also. It continued until 1954. And then they asked about Indian Association of Calcutta, also called Indian National Association, in 1876 by Anand Mohan Bose and Surendranath Banerjee, again in Bengal. Okay, inspired from Mazzini. Mazzini was related to, we can say, Italian unification movement. Italian unity achieved in 1871. One of the prophets of Italian unification movement, Mazzini is called as. And unite Indians on common issues. That is the goal of this society or association, because they want to bring or make sure Indians are aware about what is happening in the society. Unite Indians on common issues. Common issues is exploitation, civil services. Okay, that is not finding representation in the legislature or in executive. Okay, at the same time, civil service agitation. Why? Because Indians are given very low salary. They were given low positions. So working for civil service agitation. So after 1857 revolt, British started divide and rule policy, that is Hindus and Muslims. Okay, that is the reason the society or association working for bringing is Hindu-Muslim unity, working for Hindu-Muslim unity. And later, Indian National Association was merged with INC in 1886. Merged with INC in 1886. Okay, so because there was no necessity of continuing the association, when in 1885 INC had been established and INC was spearheading the Indian national movement as an organization. So that is the reason Surendranath Banerjee felt it was redundant to have this association, and that is the reason he merged with that in INC. Okay, so then again, Shivanath Shastri was another member, Krishnodas Pal was another member, Dwaraknath Ganguly was also a member, and the first president was Krishna Mohan Banerjee, and the first secretary was Anand Mohan Bose. AMBB, that is Anand Mohan Bose. Shivanath Shastri, Krishnodas Pal, Dwaraknath Ganguly, okay, and the first president was Krishna Mohan Banerjee. And also Surendranath Banerjee, he edited one newspaper that is called as the Bengali. He edited a newspaper that is called as Bengali, and he cleared ICS twice, that is Indian Civil Services twice. Then he formed a Liberal Party, that is Indian Liberal Party in 1919, and contested 1920 elections. And why this party was formed, that one question was also asked. I'll come to that one. Okay, so the one question about the South All India Liberal Federation, Tej Bahadur Sapru, All India Untouchability League, we can say Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, so that question was also asked. And when he formed in 1919, why he formed in 1919, I'll come to that one when you take up that particular question. Okay, and he was the president of INC session of 1895, and then again 1902, that is 1895 session of Puna, and 1902 session of Ahmedabad. So he was the president of INC for two sessions, 1895 and 1902. And also is the first journalist to be arrested in India by British. To be arrested in India by the Britishers, Surendranath Banerjee. Okay, and he also wrote a book, that is Nation in the Making in 1925. That's Indian Nation in the Making in 1925. Okay, so he's the first journalist to be arrested because he criticized one of the judgments on contempt of court issue. That is, he criticized one of the judgments of Britishers, so he got arrested. So Nation in the Making, the book he wrote in 1925. Okay, a Madras Native Association, that is what Gajul Lakshmi Narasimha Chetty is associated with. It's a branch of British India Association. British India Association established in 1851, and its branch was also is in Bombay Association also, again 1850-51, sorry 51-52. Then again Madras Native Association is also a branch of it, but it did not last long because it lost ground to Madras Mahajan Sabha. Okay, so Gajul Lakshmi Narasimha Chetty associated with Madras Native Association, not with Madras Mahajan Sabha. Now Madras Mahajan Sabha 1884, and it was established by three persons, M. Veera Raghavacharya, then again G. Subramania Iyer, then again P. Anandacharlu, and that headquarters was the Hindu office in Chennai. Okay, we can say, and G. Subramania Iyer, he founder of the Hindu newspaper, and Swadesh Mitra, that is in Tamil, Hindu was in English. Okay, that is the founder of these two newspapers. Then again supported widow remarriage. WRM means widow remarriage. Then again PAC, that is P. Ananda Charlu. He was the president of INC in 1891 session in Nagpur. INC session of Nagpur in 1891. These are the early leaders of India. So early moderate leaders we can also talk about. So Sunat Banerjee, Anand Mohan Bose, then again Veera Raghvacharya, Subramanya Iyer, Ananda Charlu. Okay. So this is Madras Mahajan Sabha and the leaders of this particular association. Okay. And then one more question. The most effective contribution made by Dadabhai Naoroji to the cause of Indian national movement was that. Okay. He exposed the economic exploitation of India by the British. We're coming into next PYQ. Then again, interpret the ancient Indian texts and restore the self-confidence of Indians. Self-confidence of Indians. Stressed the need for eradication of all social evils before anything else. What is Dadabhai Naoroji associated with? Drain of wealth concept. Drain of wealth concept is about making Indians aware about how Britishers were exploiting Indian economy. So expose the exploitation of British by British of Indian economy. Okay. So 1 only, 2 and 3. 1, 2, 3. Answer is A. Okay. So it's nothing related to Indian culture and everything. Of course, great respect for Indian culture, but rather the major focus was on politics, about making Indian people aware about what is the evil, how the evil nature of British administration was existed in India. The solution was A. Now, one more question. Dadabhai Naoroji again in 2015. Who of the following were economic critic? Look at what is economic critic. That is economic exploitation. That is economic critic only. That is Dadabhai Naoroji, G. Subramanya Iyer, okay, R.C. Dutt. Select the correct answer using the codes given below. So who of them contributed for economic critic? That is drain of wealth theory. Drain of wealth theory. Economic critic is drain of wealth theory. So 1 only, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3. So answer option is all of them will understand drain of wealth theory. So how each of them contributed, particularly newspapers, their essays, their books, these showed how British economy was, or how Indian economy was being exploited by Britishers. Okay. Now look at, with reference to period of colonial rule in India, home charges formed an important part of drain of wealth. Look at it from this concept. That is 3 questions have been asked. 11, 12, 15. Which of the following funds constitute home charges? First, we need to understand what is home charges. Home charges means that kind of expenditure that happened in England for Indian purposes. Okay, that is called as home charges. Okay, now funds used to support the India Office in London, which was created in 1858, with Secretary of State as its chairman after the 1857 revolt. Funds used to pay salaries and pensions of British personnel engaged in India. Yes, of course, they are supporting the Indian administration from England. That is funds used for waging wars outside India by the British? No. Okay, that is not there. Okay, so answer is 1 and 2. Answer option is B. That is 1 and 2. That is from 2011. So from drain of wealth only, so many questions for us. And of course, the one personality who played a important role in drain of wealth is, that is, we talk about Dadabhai Naoroji. So first we'll understand the meaning of drain of wealth. Then we'll understand what is the constituents of drain of wealth, and the important personalities that contributed for the evolution of the drain of wealth theory. And this drain of wealth theory is one of the important plank of Indian nationalism in the second phase of Indian nationalism. In the first phase of Indian nationalism, Indians understood that Indian resources are being drained out in a very simple terms, and these great leaders made the Indian people understand that one. In the second phase of Indian nationalism, that is from 1905, that is the extremist phase, from 1905 to 1919, even in Gandhian phase also, the youth asked the Britishers to stop draining Indian wealth. So that is the awareness that created by this early nationalist leaders, who are also called as moderates, between 1885 to 1905. This is the first phase of Indian national movement. Now what is the meaning? Meaning is very simple. This drain theory was developed by the Indian nationalist thinkers because they want to analyze what is the reason for India's poverty. They want to analyze what is the reason for India's poverty, and the Indian poverty, that is ruralization of Indian economy because of British policies. First they need to understand that one. First they want to understand. And when they were understanding that, when they were analyzing this one, they came up with a theory that is called a theory of drain. And what is this theory of drain is that one? That is unrequited or unreciprocated surplus of export over imports. And that surplus of exports that transferred to England without getting anything in return. Without getting anything in return, and that is called as theory of drain. The drain referred to as the unrequited or unreciprocated surplus of exports over imports that was transferred to England and without getting anything, like one way free trade we talked about. Indian salaries going out of that one, high salaries, the British personnel, remittances, pensions for British officials who retired, investments, railway investments. So all these things were part of the drain of wealth theory. Okay, attention to this particular concept was brought out by Dadabhai Naoroji. That is showed to the Indians that look at here. So this is how the exploitation is happening. And particularly in his famous book written in 1901, and that is Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. Un-British Rule in India. And he called this drain as evil of all evils. Actually, he brought the attention in one of its meetings of in 1860s itself only. He established East India Association. I will come to that one. So in London itself only, in one of the meetings of East India Association, he brought that attention, but in very expansive manner, in a very understanding manner, he wrote that in Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. He called it as evil of all evils. Now what is the constituents of drain? Salaries, like I told you, pensions after retirement, remittances to their families, sending money from India, that is again Indian money is being sent. Okay. Then again company profits through dividends and interest. Company was trading in India, so shareholders were there, interest and dividend need to be paid out. Okay. Then again army expenditure to capture Asia and Africa, and interest and debt rise because Indian government raised the debt. But army expenditure was not part of home charges. Home charges I will come to that one. Okay. So interest and any debt rise that is paid out of Indian money. Returns on investment, they invested in plantation agriculture, they invested in railways, they invested in post offices, they invested in, we can say, modernization of some communication, that is we can talk about telegraphs also. And who invested? The British money was invested in India. Okay, and that was leading to they wanted profit whichever money that is invested in India, and that return again went back with the principal amount. And again something called as home charges, that is any expenditure in England, any government expenditure, Indian government expenses in England, that is store purchases of India offices, annuities, irrigation charges. Okay, so that again debt rise on annuities of railways and irrigation work that done, so that was charged in England and they are called as home charges. Okay, Indian government expenses in England, that store purchases, salaries, debt rise there. Then again annuities on account of railways and irrigation works, because that annuities means there is recurring charges that need to be paid in England, but that is being invested in India. So whatever that is happening in India with respect to England, from England, controlled from England, that money again paid out of India itself only. And the salaries of board of control, court of directors, everything was paid out of Indian money itself, and that was made as laws, not unofficially given, officially given through laws. That is home charge. That is the question that was asked. Now who are the personalities associated with drain of wealth? Like Naoroji, he published a paper in 1867, like I told you already, that is England's duties to India in London itself only. Then again Poverty and Un-British Rule in India in 1901, that is also contribution of Dadabhai Naoroji. R.P. Dutt, he wrote a India Today book. M.G. Ranade, he wrote Essay on Indian Economics in 1899. Then again G. Subramanya Iyer in his newspapers The Hindu, again Swadesh Mitram. Then R.C. Dutt, Economic History in India 1901. Then again Gopalakrishna Gokhale. Then again G.V. Joshi. Then again P.C. Ray, Prithvish Chandra Ray. Okay, Ganesh Vasudev Joshi. Okay, so all of these personalities played a huge important role in the expounding the theory of drain of wealth, which played a huge important role in the coming of extremism and revolutionaries, because revolutionaries got inspired from this. That is, they understood that India is being exploited, and that led to growth of extremist tendencies, that is militant nationalism, as well as revolutionary tendencies in Indian national movement as a new ideologies. Okay, so these are pioneers of drain of wealth. Okay, now Dadabhai Naoroji established East India Association 1866 in London. Dadabhai Naoroji, because the first president of the association was Lord Lyvedon, a British politician, and it was established in England to discuss Indian question, because leadership wanted to bring attention to British government and to British public about what was happening in India, So that is in England discussing the Indian question and demanded reforms in India. They wanted to bring reforms in India, and they were putting pressure on British politicians and British government to ask the British government in India to bring good reforms for India, to increase representation for India. It had branches in India also, in Calcutta, in Bombay, okay, everywhere it had branches. And Dadabhai Naoroji is also the first South Asian MP, or we can say first Asian MP itself only in British Parliament. That's MP of the Liberal Party between 1892 to 1895. And he established one newspaper, that is Anglo-Gujarati newspaper in 1854, which is called as Ras Goftar. Okay, and he president of INC 3 times in 1886 and 1906 in Calcutta, 1893 in Lahore. Both of them are in Calcutta. Okay, 1886 and 1906, both of them are in Calcutta. Because first session 1885, it was in Bombay, and 1886 session was in Calcutta, and that was headed by Dadabhai Naoroji. And 1906 again it's in Calcutta session, Dadabhai Naoroji. Okay, then 1893 session, Lahore session. So that was again headed by Dadabhai Naoroji. He became president of INC for 3 times. So this is about the contribution of Dadabhai Naoroji. Okay, and then Ilbert Bill controversy related to 2013 question. So we're coming towards 1880s, 1919. We will discuss 1885. Then again Indian National Congress. Then again Swadeshi movement, Home Rule League movement, non-cooperation movement. Then again civil disobedience movement, Quit India movement. Okay, imposition of restrictions on Indians and certain carry arms by Indians. Imposition of restrictions on newspapers and magazines published in Indian languages. Then again, removal of disqualification imposed on the Indian magistrate with regard to the trial of Europeans. Removal of a duty on imported cotton cloth. What is Ilbert Bill? So Ilbert, C.P. Ilbert, he was a judge. There was a commission was established to consider something. It was a committee established by Ripon. Okay, Lord Ripon. He was a viceroy between 1880 to 84. This Ilbert Bill controversy was in 1883. This committee was established in 1883 because there was rule in British India. That's particularly there was a rule for judges. That rule for judges, there are 2 types of judges for there. That is Indian judges and European judges, included British judges also. If the person is accused is European, if any European person in India committed any kind of crime, his case directly went to European judges and to British judges. Indian judges cannot preside over the cases of Europeans accused. Indian judges can try only Indians. They can deliver judgments only against Indians, but Europeans can deliver judgments against European accused also, as well as Indians also. This discrimination tendency was there. And Ripon wanted to remove this discrepancy, remove this discrimination, and that is the reason he established a committee, that is C.P. Ilbert Committee in 1883, and his committee recommended to remove this disqualification, to remove this discrimination, and make Europeans can also be tried by Indian judges. Europeans can also be, European accused can be tried by Indian judges. That's exactly the removal of disqualifications imposed on the Indian magistrates with regard to the trial of Europeans. Answer option is C. But it was never implemented because the European judges did not like that one, and the Europeans accused also did not like that one because they did not trust Indians would give honest judgments, and that is the reason there was a massive campaign against this particular bill. Massive campaign, and that is the reason this bill was passed in 1884 in a weakened form. And how the bill was weakened? The Europeans, if they are being tried by Indian judges, that was given in the bill, but there was one concept called as trial by jury. Okay, trial by jury, that is 12 people. Okay, trial by jury we can talk about. The trial by jury means that 12 people from civil society will hear the arguments of the prosecution and the defense. Then they will decide whether the accused is guilty or not guilty. Guilty or not guilty. And now in this bill, in 1884, the European accused were given power, are given right that they can choose this jury. They can choose this jury and make it as half of them would be Europeans. They have the right to make half of the jury would be Europeans. Now giving the right to accused whom the jury will be and whether they are going to give a honest judgments or not, that is subject to debate. But the accused can choose the jury who are going to decide whether the accused is guilty or not guilty. Okay, so that is how this bill was passed in weakened form. So accused can choose the jury who can decide the person is guilty or not guilty. So that is not a honest judicial process. The honest judicial process was not that. Okay, so even though Indian judges can try the Europeans accused, but European accused were given rights. They were committed crimes, but they were given rights. Okay, so answer option is C. We know that one. So then, what is Ilbert Bill? 1883, C.P. Ilbert Commission by Ripon to allow senior Indian magistrates to preside over the cases involving the Britishers. But it was passed in weakened form in 1884 that the accused can change the jury and half of the members must be European. Out of the 12, you can choose 6 of them can be Europeans. Okay, so now this made Indians understand that how the campaigning was done by the Europeans. How the campaigning was done by Europeans to make sure this law is not getting passed. And Indians understood that we also need to do such kind of organization, we also need to do such kind of movement. And for that they wanted an national organization, and that national organization ultimately became 1885, that is Indian National Congress. And before that the pre-ANC organization we discussed, that is the British Indian Association, Landlord Society, then again Bengal British India Society, Indian Association of Calcutta, then Madras Mahajan Sabha, Madras Native Association. So all of them were pre-ANC associations and they became part of INC, or we can say INC overshadowed all of them. Okay, and now we are coming into freedom movement questions. Now we can say, during the Indian freedom struggle, the National Social Conference was formed. What was the reason for its formation? This National Social Conference was formed by M.G. Ranade, okay, and then again Raghunath Rao. Okay, so in 1887 at Madras session of the Congress. See, INC, it was established to spearhead the political movement in India. The political movement about freedom, about legislative concept, all these things. But India was also grappled with social evils. They required reforms in the Indian society, reforms in the Indian religious system, reforms in Indian social systems. And for that, they did not want to involve INC. So the leaders felt like, the INC leaders themselves, that is Mahatma Govind Ranade as well as we can say Raghunath Rao, they wanted a separate conference or a separate institution, and that is Indian National Social Conference. Indian National Social Conference. Okay, so that was formed in 1887, and Indian National Social Conference used to meet along with INC sessions. Wherever INC sessions held, Indian National Social Conference as a subsidiary convention, as a subsidiary meeting used to be held. So that is Indian National Social Conference. It was asked in 2012. So don't worry about this lengthy statements, you just have to look for. Okay, answer option is B, because the Indian National Congress did not want to include social reforms in its deliberations and decided to form separate body for such purposes. Separate body for such purposes. Okay, and B.M. Malabari, and is very famous as a Parsi reformer in 1891. Through his efforts, age of consent bill was brought to increase the age of marriages. Okay, B.M. Malabari, okay, played an important role in widow remarriage role also, as well as in child marriages also. Okay, to increase the age of, to abolish the child marriage system. Now, Indian National Social Conference, M.G. Ranade, Raghunath Rao, INC Social Reform Cell first met in Madras session of 1887 and met annually as a subsidiary convention to INC. At the same meeting, it launched one movement called as Pledge Movement, asking Indians to take pledge against child marriage. Okay, to encourage people to take an oath to oppose child marriage. And Hindu Prakash, one of the newspapers run by M.G. Ranade, and this is a Bombay Anglo-Marathi daily paper. It's a daily newspaper in Anglo-Marathi newspaper, that is English and Marathi, by M.G. Ranade. And he also wrote a book, The Rise of Maratha Power. He wrote a book called as Rise of Maratha Power. Okay, and he was also a judge of Bombay High Court. Who? M.G. Ranade was also judge of Bombay High Court. Okay, and then one more question we can talk about, Annie Besant. Okay, we are talking about Annie Besant. This question was repeated a couple of times also. That answer options repeated. Responsible for studying the Home Rule movement. We will talk about Home Rule movement later. Okay, but here the concept we want to talk about is that one. That is with respect to Indian National Congress. Once the president of the Indian National Congress, yes, she was the president in 1917 Calcutta session. Okay, but Theosophical Society was not founded by Annie Besant. It was founded by Alcott and Madame Blavatsky. This is wrong. Responsible for starting Home Rule movement, yes, along with Tilak during the First World War, 1915-16. We'll come to that one. Okay, so which should be the answer over here? 1 only, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, 1 to 3. So we can eliminate 2, and that is 1 and 3. Answer option is C, Annie Besant. Okay, so one more question. Consider the following statements related to that one. We will combine these two questions. The first woman president of Indian National Congress was Sarojini Naidu. No, the first woman president was Annie Besant in 1917. Okay, Sarojini Naidu is the first Indian woman president. 1925 Kanpur session. The first Muslim president was Syed Badruddin Tyabji. That is true. Okay, that is which statement is correct? That is, there should be only 2. So asked in 2015, look at that one. How the themes are repeated. Okay, one Annie-Besant question was asked in 2013. The same concept in a different way that is asked in 2015. So personalities we can talk about. That is Syed Badruddin Tyabji. SBT means Syed Badruddin Tyabji. The first Indian to be judge of Chief Justice of High Court of Bombay. First Indian to become Chief Justice of High Court of Bombay. And again Sarojini Naidu. That is first Indian woman president of INC in 1925 Kanpur session. But the first woman president was Annie Besant in 1917 Calcutta session. But the first Indian woman, Sarojini Naidu. And if she was governor of Uttar Pradesh in 1947, United Province it was called as then. And literary work as a poet earned the nickname from Gandhiji and called her as Nightingale of India. Nightingale of India. At the same time, she wrote poems in 1912. So that is in the Bazaars of Hyderabad. Bazaars of Hyderabad. Okay, in that question, 2 personalities were there. The Theosophical Society inspired by Indian culture, established by H.P. Blavatsky, a Russian, and Alcott, American. It was established in 1875 in USA, not in India. It was established in USA. But headquarters were shifted to India in 1882. That is to Madras. In Madras, a place called as Adyar. And this society became very famous after Annie Besant became the president in 1893. Annie Besant was one of the presidents, that's it. But established by H.P. Blavatsky and H.S. Alcott. And they accepted Indian thought system, Indian thinking system. Indian thought system is included in theory of reincarnation, Dashavatara of Vishnu, 28 avatars of Shiva. Karma theory they believed in, Upanishads they believed in, Yoga they believed in, Bhakti, Vedanta philosophy we talked about, Badrayana, Brahma Sutra, Dvaita, Advaita, Visishtadvaita, we discussed in art and culture. So they believed in all the Indian thought system. And she also established Central Hindu College in Banaras 1898. Annie Besant, some educational contribution. Later this Central Hindu College became Banaras Hindu University, and it was made as Banaras Hindu University by Madan Mohan Malviya. Okay, so this is Theosophical Society and about Annie Besant. And she was the president of which session? 1917 Calcutta session. 1917 Calcutta session. Sarojini Naidu, 1925 Kanpur session. Okay. Now, what was the purpose with which Sir William Wedderburn and W.S. Kane had set up the Indian Parliamentary Committee in 1893? To agitate for Indian political reforms in the House of Commons, to campaign for the entry of Indians into imperial judiciary, to facilitate a discussion on India's independence in the British Parliament. 1893, India's independence in British Parliament, never heard of. To agitate for the entry of eminent Indians in the British Parliament. Should the answer? That is for political reforms, we can say. It's majorly for political reforms for India in the House of Commons in British Parliament. And these 3 people, William Wedderburn, W.S. Kane and Dadabhai Naoroji. So along with Dadabhai Naoroji, so they established Indian Parliamentary Committee to fight for India's political reform. That's what. Dadabhai Naoroji spent most of his time outside India, particularly in London, to agitate for India's reforms. To agitate for Indian reforms, to welfare of Indians. Okay, now we'll discuss these 2 personalities. William Wedderburn, he was a judge in India, various courts across India, one of the presidents of INC also in Bombay session 1889. Okay, then in Allahabad session 1910. Okay, Allahabad session 1910. So he was a judge and he fought for Indians' rights. So Bombay session president, then again Allahabad session president in 1910. Then William S. Kane, that is, he was a British politician. He wrote a book on India, that is Picturesque India in 1890. Okay, Picturesque India in 1890. So far we discussed from the beginning of the coming of the Europeans, and then we talked about certain policies of the British government, and then we talked about certain personalities, then socio-religious reform movement, certain themes we discussed, and then again 1857 revolt is a theme we discussed, occupation is a theme we discussed, and now we are coming into freedom movement after the establishment of Indian National Congress, and that is during freedom movement there is 5 mass movements for that. That is Swadeshi movement, Home Rule League movement, then again non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, and then again we will talk about Quit India movement. So all the 5 movements we are going to discuss, because either one, at least in one of the questions, in few of the questions, that is all of them were in some kind of answer options too. Okay, so first movement was the Swadeshi movement. Okay, so the Swadeshi movement, that question was asked, so many questions were asked from this particular theme. That is 2016 one question was asked. The Swadeshi and boycott were adopted as a methods of struggle from the first time during the agitation against the partition of Bengal. Home Rule movement, okay, non-cooperation movement, and then again visit of the Simon Commission to India. Okay, so this question is asked separately. Why Indians boycotted Simon Commission? That question repeated. Okay, non-cooperation movement. Not many questions have been asked about that one, but we'll see non-cooperation movement. We will see Home Rule movement. We will see partition of Bengal. Okay, that moment, that is a Swadeshi movement. So first and foremost, the answer option is A, because it is adopted during the time period of 1905 to 1919, or the second phase of the Indian national movement. That is the extremist phase, and that extremist phase coincided with the launch of Swadeshi movement. Okay, in 2023 also one Swadeshi question was also asked. We'll check whether I have added it or not. With reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following statement. 2019, it contributed to the revival of the indigenous artisan crafts industries. Swadeshi is all about make in India. Okay, so that is giving more preference to made in India products. During that point of time, that they want to boycott the British products and gave massive importance to Indian made goods. So that was there. National Council of Education was also established part of Swadeshi movement. Yes, with Aurobindo Ghosh and then again Subhash Chandra Bose. All these people were involved in establishment of National Council of Education. Then again, which of the following statement given above is correct? That's one only, two only, both 1 and 2. Okay, neither 1 nor 2. And answer is C. Okay, both 1 and 2. So indigenous, Swadeshi, it is indigenous industries and indigenous education system. So National Council of Education. Okay, then again one more. 2014 question. Partition of Bengal made by Curzon in 1905 lasted until the First World War, when Indian troops were needed by the British and the partition was ended. King George V abrogated Curzon's Act, the Royal Darbar in Delhi. Okay, there were 3 Royal Darbars for there, and that is in 1877 1. Okay, and then again 1905 1 and 1911 1 during Lytton, during Curzon, okay, during Ardinge. So all these are, so this is when that particularly ended. That is Bengal partition of Bengal made by Curzon ended in 1905. Okay, so Gandhiji launched his civil disobedience movement. Okay, then a partition of India in 1947. Okay, all these things nothing. Answer option is 2. Okay, and it's the only darbar where King George, monarch of England, visited India. Only darbar attended by monarch. Again, look at one more question. What was a major reason for a split in Indian National Congress at Surat? Because that is also related to Swadeshi movement itself in 1997. Then again, introduction of communalism into Indian politics by Minto. Extremist lack of faith in the capacity of moderates to negotiate with the British government. Foundation of the Muslim League, it was happened in 1906. Okay, then Aurobindo Ghosh's inability to be elected as a president of the Indian National Congress. So it's always the ideologies what we discussed about, and that is moderates, extremists, and Gandhian ideology. They are nothing but these are different ideologies which inspired Indian National Congress. There is a moderates ideology between 1885 to 1905. Then again, extremist ideology between 1905 to 1919, and then again lastly, Gandhian ideology between 1919 to 1947. So these are the ideologies that influence. This ideology is nothing but that particularly moderates and extremist ideology were in conflict with each other. So extremists suspected the ability of moderates, and that is one of the major reasons. We'll discuss that topic also, why that happened. Answer option is B, because extremists felt like moderates do not have any ability to negotiate with the Britishers, and they're not bringing any kind of reforms either. Okay, and now look at that one again. 2015, which one of the following movements has contributed to a split in Indian National Congress, resulting in the emergence of moderates and extremists? Same thing, that is Surat split, Swadeshi movement, Quit India movement, non-cooperation, civil disobedience movement. Like Surat split is major related to Swadeshi movement. Okay, answer option. Look at that one. How many times this particular theme has been repeated? Surat split, Swadeshi, boycott. Then again, when Swadeshi movement ended, or when the partition of Bengal ended. And again, one more related to this particular phase, that particularly the extremist phase. And this is kind of a little bit out of the blue question. That is, he wrote biographies of Mazzini, Garibaldi, Shivaji, and Sri Krishna. Stayed in America for some time, and was also elected to Central Assembly. He was Lajpat Rai, because he went to America to establish Indian Home Rule League Society in America. First he was deported to Burma in 1997, and then again he went to America. So he stayed there for a while. Then he came back. Then he elected through Swarajis to National Assembly, the Central Legislative Assembly. So that was because this phase we also talk about all these individuals also: Lajpat Rai, Bipin Chandra Pal, Aurobindo Ghosh, Motilal Nehru. We'll talk through Nehru Committee. That question is also asked. Nehru Committee question asked way back in again 2011 or 2012. We'll see that question. Now, this is the extremist phase that we're talking about, 1905. Okay, so 1905 to 1919. Because the moderate phase we discussed, that is the establishment of Indian National Congress, and then again William Wittenban, and then again we talked about Indian National Social Conference, Kane, and then again we also talked about Dadabhai Naoroji. So that formulated moderate phase. And now we are coming into extremist program. So what is extremist program? First we need to understand what is the moderates program. Moderates are very simple, that is prayer, petitions and protests, constitutional method, gradualism. They wanted to achieve Indian freedom gradually, belief in British, belief in British, then again no mass movement. In our extremist program is directly opposite to moderates. First time we can talk about bold speeches, but what they're talking about is petitions, bold speeches, and giving very bold speeches to inspire the people. Personal sacrifice, like Tilak went to jail, Arvind Ghosh went to jail, Lajpat Rai was deported out of the country, Arvind Ghosh had to go to Pondicherry to leave the British India. So personal sacrifice. Then self-salvation, they believed in the ability of Indians to achieve the goals. So because moderates believed in the belief system of the Britishers, but extremists believed in that self-salvation, we can bring our own reforms. Then again boycott. So why do we have to use British goods? So boycott the British goods, British schools and colleges. But they believed in British education system and everything. Then again they believed in Swadeshi. So use Swadeshi goods instead of the British goods. And then passive resistance system I will come to. So then again mass action, that is mass action not accepted by moderates, but mass action was accepted by extremists. What is passive resistance is that one? That is passive resistance is directly related to, that is complete non-cooperation with British. Complete non-cooperation. And this was majorly advocated by Bipin Chandrapal. And that is how complete non-cooperation through boycotts. And then again Swadeshi, use Indian goods. And boycott British schools, and then again colleges and their courts, their services, their industries and everything, and don't pay taxes. Boycott paying taxes, everything. So boycott everything British. So make the administration impossible, and that is the major concept of passive resistance, and that directly in conflict with the moderate methods of the petitions and negotiations having tea parties with Britishers. So that is the major differences, the major new undercurrents that came into Indian national movement from, we can say, 1905 onwards. And using religious symbols to attract masses. Tilak used Shivaji festival, Ganesha festival. So these kind of things were used during this point of time, that is extremist program. And lastly, using of vernacular and instead of English like used by moderates, because English was not available to the common people. And so extremists want to rely upon Indian strengths. The Indian strength is Indian national languages, vernacular languages we can say. And then again Swaraj or self-rule, as Tilak and Aurobindo has put it. So that is Aurobindo Ghosh, for Aurobindo Ghosh it's complete independence, and for Tilak it is some sort of greater independence within British. It's not complete independence. Again these extremist leaders like Lajpat Rai, Aurobindo Ghosh, then again Tilak, Bipin Chandrapal, they had their own variations of Swaraj definition. But what is the Swaraj for moderates is that one, they wanted to achieve independence within the British Empire, and Tilak wanted greater independence, but he never defined what that greater independence is. And Aurobindo Ghosh, complete independence. We never wanted to be in the clutches of the British Empire. So that's what advocated by Aurobindo Ghosh. So these are some of the extremist program. So on the basis of this program, we are going to understand Swadeshi movement. So Swadeshi movement is a new undercurrent. So that is bold speeches, personal sacrifice, self-salvation, boycott, Swadeshi, passive resistance, mass action, action of the people, religious symbols to attract masses, then again vernaculars versus English, that is vernacular languages, then again Swaraj, self-rule. So first we will see the individuals, the leaders of the extremist program, leaders of extremists, that is Lal Bal Pal. First Bala Gangadhar Tilak. Gandhiji called him as the maker of modern India, but one British journalist who used him in a derogatory sense, that is the father of Indian unrest, that is Valentin Chirol, to fight case against him. So Tilak went to Britain in 1917-18. Tilak went to Britain. He lost the case. So that is father of Indian unrest was called as such of Bala Gangadhar Tilak by a British journalist Valentin Chirol, and he wrote some books, that is Arctic Home in the Vedas. The Aryans came from Arctic, that is the belief system of Tilak. Then again Srimad Bhagavad Gita Rahasya in prison he wrote in, but he published in 1915, that is in Marathi language, and Arctic Home in the Vedas he wrote in English language. Then again Tilak, he started two weeklies very famous, Kesari, the Lion in Marathi, and Maharata in English. He established in 1880-1881, and the first editor of these papers was Gopala Ganesh Agarkar, G.G. Agarkar. And then again when Tilak arrested in 1897-1908, so he got arrested in 1897 because he wrote one poem called as Shivaji's Utterances. Shivaji's utterances. Shivaji killed Afzal Khan. Okay. Afzal Khan of one of the Bahmani kingdoms. Okay, so Afzal Khan belonged to we can say Bijapur kingdom, and now he equated Shivaji with Indians, then Afzal Khan with Britishers. So that led to murdering of we can say a plague commissioner in Maharashtra. Okay, so that is the reason Tilak was arrested on the ground of sedition. In 1998, he got arrested because he defended the actions of Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chakki, who tried to assassinate Judge Kingsford. Judge Kingsford. But instead of attacking Judge Kingsford, Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chakki, they attacked unknowingly some British ladies. So now Tilak defended the actions of Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chakki, and that is the reason he got arrested. And later he was released in 1914 for 6 years he was in jail. So he was arrested in 1897 and 1998 for 2 different reasons. And of course sedition reason we can say. And again when he was in jail, that is Narasimha Chintaman edited Kesari on both the occasion, because Tilak was editing, but when Tilak was in jail, Narasimha Chintaman edited that particular thing and founded the All India Home Rule League also along with Annie Besant. We will discuss a Home Rule movement too in 1916 and 1918, and with the help of G.S. Kapade and Annie Besant. Okay, and then Tilak started Ganesha festival to preach nationalism. He started Shivaji festival to attract the youth in 1895, and then again of course in Kesari paper he wrote a poem, Shivaji's utterances led to the plague commissioner Rand murder in 1897. That is the reason he was arrested in 1897, like I already explained. So he was arrested in 1897 because of this particular reason. Then founded Deccan Education Society, then again New English School, Ferguson College in Pune 1885, Deccan Education Society 1884, and New English School in 1880. So these are some of the contributions of Tilak, and again some conservative views of Tilak also. Okay, so opposed the girls' education and supported Hindu orthodox elements like child marriage, and at the same time he opposed intercaste marriages also. But one child marriage law he opposed is that Age of Consent Act. Age of Consent in 1891. Okay, and because he opposed this particular act, because this was brought with the efforts of B.M. Malabari, he said that one, that is Britishers should not involve in Indian matters. So who are Britishers to bring reforms in Indian society? So we will bring our own reforms. On that lines he opposed this one, and opposed intercaste marriages also. And these are some of the conservative views of Tilak. And lastly, that is he opposed age of consent. That's why I told you, that's opposed age of consent on a different ground. Then again Lajpat Rai, 1865-1928, Punjab Kesari, the Lion of Punjab. He wrote Story of My Deportation. Then England's Debt to India, and deported to Burma in 1997 after Swadeshi movement, during the time of Swadeshi movement, and without any trial, without any giving any kind of proper trial. In a democracy, Britishers called themselves that is we are ruling in a democratic manner, but without any trial, he was deported to Burma. Then he went to USA. Okay, to get the global support for the Indian freedom movement, he went to USA and established Home Rule League of America in New York City in 1916-17. Home Rule League of America in New York City in 1916 and 17. Okay, and then he president of the All India Trade Union Congress, founder of the editor and founder of Arya Gazette magazine. Then again president of Special Session of Calcutta in 1920, which approved the non-cooperation movement. NCM means non-cooperation movement. These are all factuals. Okay, so president of Special Session of Calcutta. Okay, and at the same time he was founder of Servants of People's Society in 1921. Then again he's also associated with the Punjab National Bank and its management in 1921. The present Punjab Bank, we can talk about Punjab National Bank. And deputy leader of the House Assembly in 1926. Elected deputy leader of Central Legislative Assembly in 1926. Then Bipin Chandra Pal, 58-32, known as the father of revolutionary thoughts in India, and Aurobindo referred to as the mightiest prophet of nationalism in India. Advocated passive race, like I told about, complete non-cooperation with the Britishers. And of course Gandhiji also carried forward the same ideal in a different way, that he organized the people better. There is the only difference between the ideals of extremism and Gandhiji, because he used the same techniques of extremism only, but the way he organized, how we channelize the energy of people was quite different. We'll see that one. And a progressive reformer, unlike Tilak, was conservative. As a journalist, he worked with several newspapers like Bengal Public Opinion, New India, the Tribune. So these are newspapers with which Bipin Chandra Pal worked with. Okay, and then we'll talk about some of the books he wrote: Nationality and Empire, Indian Nationalism, the Basis of Social Reform, and then again the Swaraj and the Present Situation. So all these are some of the factual details about Bipin Chandra Pal. And one more book also he wrote, that is we can talk about The Soul of India. The Soul of India. So this is Bipin Chandra Pal. Then Arvindo Ghosh, one more extremist ruler, and he was imprisoned in 1998 in Alipur bomb case, that is Kingsford case, like talked about, that is Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chaki, because they were inspired from Arvindo Ghosh. Okay, so Bengal revolutionaries. He was imprisoned in 1998. Okay, then again, he founded Sri Aurobindo Ashram 1926 in Pondicherry, because to escape from this particular case, that is Aurobindo Ghosh went to Pondicherry, because that was a French dominion. Then philosophy of divine life on earth through spiritual evolution, that is his philosophy, and he helped the establishment of Anushilan Samiti. Again, Ghosh, Khudiram Bose, Prafulla Chaki, they all belong to Anushilan Samiti. The activities of Anushilan Samiti, one of revolutionary societies in Calcutta in 1992. And Arvindo Ghosh and his brother Barinda Kumar Ghosh, and they played a huge important role in inculcating some kind of revolutionary thoughts in Bengali youth. Then again, not just perhaps Bengali, perhaps entire India also. And English newspapers called Bande Matram, established in 1905. Again, revolutionary thoughts over in this particular book, in this newspaper. And when magazine is started, there is a magazine is called as Arya, in French as well as in English, in partnership with one of the French national, and that is Paul Richard, established in 1914. And again, certain poems he wrote. Greatest literary achievement is epic poem in English, that is Savitri. Okay, and his parent developed one kind of spiritual yoga, that is also called as integral yoga. In the book, we can The Life Divine, that is written in English, The Life Divine. So in that particular book, he talked about that integral spiritual yoga. Okay, and now we'll come to the Swadeshi movement. Before understanding Swadeshi movement, we have to look at those individuals, that is extremist individuals, that their thought system influenced this particular movement, and many questions were also asked from this particular movement. That is the reason we will talk about this particular movement. So why the reason for Swadeshi movement or partition of anti-partition movement is partition of Bengal, and Bengal was partitioned into West Bengal as well as East Bengal. So West Bengal was Hindu majority and East Bengal was made as Muslim majority. So the two different governments will be there, so they can effective control over Hindus, effective control over Muslims. It was a part of divide and rule policy of the Britishers, and to stop the growing nationalism in Bengal, they divided on this particular basis. Okay, so after 1905, it's one of the reactionary policies of Curzon. One of the reactionary policies of Curzon was the Viceroy or Governor General, we can say. So on August 7th, anti-partition movement was started. Anti-partition, it means they want to reverse this partition. They want to reintegrate East Bengal and West Bengal. East Bengal and West Bengal, and declared 7th August Indian government as a National Handloom Day in July 2015. In July 2015, National Handloom Day. This is a question that was asked. I think I missed that putting that particular question in 2023 prelims that was asked. That is August 7th. One assertion and reasoning question was asked. So this is a date, that particularly important question that are linking with the present times. History question linking with the present times. And again, Indian National Congress in its Banaras session, headed by Gopalakrishna Gokhale, and they passed the resolution against partition of Bengal. And now in this movement, we talk about the presence of moderates and extremists together. Even though they were quite opposite to each other, they present together. But later moderates failed, then extremists took over. Extremists also failed, revolutionaries took over with their individual action. Okay, but we will majorly talk about the moderates as well as extremists over here. Okay, so now talking about the moderate phase first, leaders were Surendra Banerjee, Krishna Kumar Mitra, then again Narendra Kumar Sen. These are the leaders, and what they believed in: petition, protests, mild protests, demonstration, meetings, and spreading awareness within the Bengal. They want to make it a little bit mass orientation, but not the complete mass action, but they want to make the people aware about what is the ill action, what is the illness about this particular action of partition of Bengal. So they want to spread the awareness about this particular thing within the Bengal. Okay, and at the same time they tried convincing Britishers by having tea and coffees with them. Okay, and also through newspapers they ran certain kind of propaganda campaign. Okay, so like example, the Bengali of Surendra Banerjee, again Itabadi, Sanjeevani. Okay, and then again Indian Mirror. Okay, then again New India, Kesari, again Maratha. Okay, that is Amrut Bazar Patrika, ABPs. Okay, so Amrut Bazar Patrika. Okay, Amrut Bazar Patrika, and that was Shishir Kumar Ghose. So all these newspapers played a huge important role. Okay, so Kesari, Maratha, that is by Tilak, we know that one. Okay, so these are all newspapers that tried to during the moderate phase, that is they tried to create awareness among the people, but they were not working, where they were becoming very old, because when it was these methods were at work since 1885, but we are in 1905, See, new kind of undercurrents were there. Indian youth had been much more nationalized, much more patriotized, and they knew about the evils of the Britishers. They knew these methods are not going to work, and that is the reason extremists entered, because they understood these methods are not working, so boycott goods. So that is how that question was asked. Swadeshi and boycott came into the forefront during which of the following movement. And it was first advocated by Krishna Kumar Mitra, K.K. Mitra, in Sanjeevani newspaper way back in 1903. But that became creed of the masses during 1905 anti-partition movement. Then again, Swadeshi used Indian goods. Then passive resistance, like I already told you, boycott everything British and make governance impossible. So if you boycott everything, if you are not using any government services, the Britishers will leave. Britishers are ruling India because Indians are giving support. That's exactly what said by Gandhiji in his In Swaraj book. Okay, so passive resistance advocated by particularly Bipin Chandra Pal. And then again, of course, spread outside Bengal. Make it an all India movement, because they are trying to divide Hindus and Muslims, not just in Bengal but across India. This is part of the greater plan of Britishers to stay in India for a longer period of time by exploiting the Indian masses. So we want to make it an all India movement. Make all the people of India involved in this movement. Make it as an all India cause, not just the cause of Bengalis. So make it as an all India cause. Okay. Then again, it became Swadeshi movement right now. Previously anti-partition, but because of these undertones, like boycott of British goods and last start using of Indian goods, it became Swadeshi movement from here onwards. Now outside spread, who are the leaders who played a role? In Bombay province, spread by Tilak. Then again in Madras province by Chidambaram Pillai. And then again in Punjab, Lajpat Rai as well as Ajit Singh, uncle of Bhagat Singh. And then again Delhi, Syed Aidar Raza. These are leaders who played a role in spreading awareness about anti-partition as well as Swadeshi movement outside Bengal. But where moderates wanted? Within Bengal itself only. That is the first conflict. Again, one more conflict started between these two. Already ideological conflict is there, but right now the one more conflict with respect to the Swadeshi movement spread where it should be there. Again, 1906, 1905 Banaras session, we have seen Gopal Krishna Gokhale. INC gave official approval for anti-partition movement, and they also condemned the partition. Now 1906 Calcutta session, Dadabhai Naoroji. We already talked about Dadabhai Naoroji heading this particular session. When we talk about Dadabhai Naoroji, the 4 resolutions were passed, and these 4 resolutions are what ultimately led to conflict between moderates and extremists, which led to Surat split in 1907, right, expelling extremists out of Congress. So INC, that is 4 resolutions for Swadeshi. They approved Swadeshi. Boycott, they approved boycott. That moderates also approved, extremists also approved. National education was also approved, that instead of English education, that we will promote national education institution. They approved the Swaraj or self-government. And what is the Swaraj or self-government? According to moderate, Swaraj is like colonies within the British Empire, like other colonies like Australia and then again New Zealand, then Canada. But what Swaraj for extremists, particularly for Aurobindo Ghosh, that is complete independence. Bipin Chandra Pal, complete independence. And Tilak, there is greater independence. Okay, there is a lot of conflict between extremists as well as moderates ideology. Okay, and on social base of this particular movement, we talk about that students participated in this movement, traders and merchants participated, women of upper classes participated in this movement. Again, Hindu-Muslim unity was at its peak, tying of Rakhi to each other. So this was the major social base. Like we can talk about social base of Indian national movement was something like this. Okay, in the first phase, that is a moderate phase, that is 1885 to 1905. Upper classes, that is teacher. We can talk about businessmen, merchants. Okay, then we can talk about zamindars, upper caste people. Now the middle classes, like we can talk about the students, traders and merchants, women of upper classes, Hindu-Muslim unity. At the same time, lower classes. And the second phase, that is the 1919 to 1919, India achieved deepening of national movement to the middle classes and lower classes. This was achieved during the third phase, that is the Gandhian phase from 1905 to 1919, 1919 to 1947. That is the Gandhian phase. This is the extremist phase. So there is a deepening up of Indian national movement which was happening. Deepening up of Indian national movement. This is in the Muslim unity, that at its peak, women of upper class participated, but the real base of Indian national movement, or any society for that matter we can take, not just national movement, there are the peasants. They did not participate in this movement. But in this phase, that everything changed. Peasants participated in non-cooperation movement, participated in civil disobedience movement, participated in quit India movement. So that is a major difference. But same techniques, but deepening was quite different. Now what are some facts of Swadeshi with respect to prelims? Rabindranath Tagore, and we can talk about Ramendra Sundar Trivedi. They advocated, that is Raksha Bandhan, therefore tying of Rakhis between Hindus and Muslims. Okay, so you can just look at these particular facts. Okay, so Amar Sonar Bangla was written by Rabindranath Tagore during this point of time. Today it is the national anthem of Bangladesh. And Bande Matram, that became very popular, later became a theme song of the Indian national movement. Then Vande Mataram movement in Andhra Pradesh led by Bipin Chandra Pal in 1907. And then again Subramaniam Bharati wrote Swadesha Geetam, that is in Tamil Nadu. Swadesha Geetangal in Tamil. And Arvindo Ghosh gave a famous statement, that is political freedom is the life breath of a nation. Look at what is happening here is that one, instead of boycott and Swadeshi, that is now the people are talking about the freedom. The freedom, complete freedom from Britishers. And that is the major impact that happened on Indian psyche, particularly the anti-partition movement as well as Swadeshi movement. It played a huge important role in changing the thinking of Indians to think in terms of complete independence. But of course, that became an official policy from 1929 Lahore session onwards. But right now, the thinking is changing. Okay, now some more facts we can talk about. Swadeshi Bandhav Samitis. So very Samitis became quite important during this point of time. The Samitis were organizing the people. Okay, organizing peoples in Swadeshi and boycott in passive resistance. Like Swadesh Bandhav Samiti of Ashwin Kumar Datta, and then Satish Chandra Mukherjee Dance Society in 1902. Then Surid and Sadhana Samitis. Okay, so that is these are societies which played a role in Bengal anti-partition movement, in Swadeshi movement, and of course many people were participating, and many students, teachers, everybody was participating in this particular movement. And then Carlyle, one of the officers in Assam, that is he put out a circular, that is we will withdraw all the grants which is given to colleges as well as to students. And there was agitation against that one, anti-circular society against Carlyle circular. That's majorly happened in Assam. Assam was also part of Bengal province then. Carlyle circular. Okay, so because that circular banned students participating in political activity and withdraw their any kind of incentive that being given. Then again, Swadesh Sangam, look at other facts. In Tamil Nadu by Vivar Chidambaram Pillai and Subramanya Shiva. Then again, Vivar Chidambaram Pillai also started some kind of industry. And that, like I told you, that is indigenous industries were growing, and one such indigenous industry which was growing was Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company at Tuticorin. Tuticorin. So again, so many chemical factories, so many banking activities, so many educational institutions came into being during the time period of Swadeshi movement. Example, National Council of Education, and that was to promote national education because that was one of the resolutions of 1906 session in Calcutta, Dadabhai Naoroji, and particularly Satish Chandra Mukherjee. So Bengal National College was established with Arvind Ghosh as principal and Rasbihari Ghosh as the president. Okay, so this was established. Again, look at that one, how the thinking is changing. How the thinking is changing from thinking in terms of the westernization to Indianization. Okay, and then again, lastly, we can talk about the Bengal Technical Institute was also established. Because every college, every medical college and engineering college was led by Britishers. But now what Indians want to do is that one, they want to show an alternative to Britishers. So these are all alternative institutions, and also these societies played a huge important role in organizing people to come out to the front, and particularly students. All of this were organized by this particular society. They can ask for match the following. Then some more facts, you can go through that one. Some of the factories which was established: Bengal Chemicals, 1905, Praful Chandra Ray; Mohini Mills by Mohini Mohan Chakravarti, 1908, and again Bomkesh Chakravarti later taken over that Banga Lakshmi Cotton Mills by Upendranath Sen. Okay, then again National Tannery by Neil Ratan Sarkar, Bengal National Bank, I already mentioned, Insurance Company 1906, Bengal Steam Navigation Company 1905. So they can just put one statement that if which of the so and so organization or so and so event happened during so and so movement. So that is Swadeshi movement, because so many questions were asked from this particular angle. So I have given the minute facts also. You people can go through these particular facts later. Okay. And now cultural Swadeshi. Look at that one. That is Akshay Kumar Mitra wrote biographies of Siraj-ud-Dawla and Mir Qasim, because they were legends in Bengal, because those are the two who stood up against the British imperialism and British interference in their administration in 1757 Plassey, Mir Qasim 1764 Buxar, and he also founded one journal called as Aitihasik Charitra. And Rabindranath Tagore wrote one novel, but he wrote in 1916, but that is comparable to Swadeshi movement, because that is inspired by Swadeshi movement. Because that novel name was Gare Baire, okay, so probably pronunciation could be different, at home and outside to translate into, and it's about the character that comes out of patriarchy and become an independent woman, and that relating that with India becoming independent, that's how India should not be dependent upon the British might. Okay, so these are some cultural Swadeshi that happened during Swadeshi movement. Okay, so but it happened in 1916, this particular novel, but majorly that is inspired by Swadeshi movement. Okay, then again one more cultural Swadeshi we can talk about, Indian Society of Oriental Arts by Abanindranath Tagore and Gaganendranath Tagore in 1907, and to promote the Indian culture through exhibitions and promote nationalistic art and literature, and also these through their paintings, through their arts, they brought the concept of Mother India. The portrait of Mother India by Nandanlal Bose and Abanindranath Tagore, they became quite important. Today, we talk about India, we address India in terms of Mother India. So how that concept evolved? That Mother India concept evolved through this particular society, particularly due to the actions of Nandanlal Bose as well as Abanindranath Tagore. What we see the Mother India's picture today, and that is because of, that was the contribution of this particular society and the contribution of Abanindranath Tagore as well as Nandalal Bose. So it is greatly explained in one of the NCERT textbook. I forgot which year that, which class textbook that one. So that is how this pride of equating motherland, equating country with motherland and fatherlands. So that kind of concept started, particularly it also started happening in Germany during unification movement. Okay, sorry, Indian national movement, that is concept of Mother India concept evolved. So all these are contributions of the Swadeshi movement, the concept of Swadeshi, the concept of indigenousness, concept of our own society, concept of our nationalism, concept of our country, our territory. Okay, so that is what started to evolve from the Swadeshi movement. But of course, the leadership failed to carry forward this further because they couldn't able to utilize the energy of the people, and that was later done by Mahatma Gandhiji through his different action. The end of the Swadeshi, that extremists could not give positively. They know they want to utilize the masses, but they could not know how to organize the people better. Okay, and Surat split also happened. That led to conflict between extremists and moderates that came to the forefront, which was there at the academic level. And British divide and rule policy, that repressive policies like Carlisle Circular, and they established All India Muslim League in 1906. They gave support to All India Muslim League, and Tilak was arrested in 1998 for defending Prafulla Chakki and Khudiram Bose. Okay, and at the same time we can talk about Aurobindo Ghosh went to Pondicherry, then Bipin Chandra Pal retired out of active politics, then Lala Lajpat Rai, he was deported to Burma, then later he went to USA, and of course moderates were against any kind of mass movement, because the mass movement was started but the mass movement was ended because there was no proper direction to this particular mass movement. And now who took out matter into hands? The revolutionary took matter into their hands. So they felt like that is leadership failed. Now we will try to assassinate British individuals or British officers, who are not all the British individuals and officers who were infamous, like Judge Kingsford, who gave lashes to 15-year-old kid for protesting against Britishers. Okay, that is the reason they want to take revenge. Prafulla Chakki and Khudiram Bose. Then this was annulled. Which one? The Bengal partition by King George V in 1911 in Royal Darbar. So how it was annulled? Assam was separated from Bengal, West Bengal and East Bengal and merged, and then again later Bihar and Odisha merged as one province. Okay, in 1935 Bihar again separated. So this is what happened to Bengal provinces later times. So this is the end of the Swadeshi movement we can talk about. Okay, so what is this Surat split? Why Surat split happened? Surat session of Indian National Congress, Raj Bihari Ghosh. Okay, and was split over many issues. Like I told you, we talked about the 4 resolutions, and those 4 resolutions what contributed to the split between moderates and extremists. First and foremost, extension of boycott to all spheres. British moderates wanted to boycott only British goods, but extremists wanted to boycott everything British, schools, colleges, then again goods also, then again courts, legislative councils, contesting elections, everything, and spread outside Bengal. Moderates wanted within the Bengal, but extremists wanted outside Bengal. They wanted to make it an all India movement. This Swaraj definition, for moderates it is within the colony, like that of colonies within the British Empire, but for Aurobindo Ghosh and from other extremists it is outside the British Empire. And then again repression, conciliation and suppression of Britishers. And what is this repression? The repression of, we can say, extremists, repression of extremists with some mild action. Let's say for example taking away freedom of speech and expression. That's a Newspaper Act. Conciliation with the moderates, because they wanted constitutional reforms, promising them reforms that you should disassociate from extremists. Now they created wedge between extremists and moderates, and once they understood moderates are not coming to the help of extremists, and they took suppressive measures against extremists, because extremists were the real danger to British. And how they suppressed? Tilak was arrested in 1998. No moderates, they did not oppose arresting of Tilak. Then again Lajpat Rai, he was deported to Burma. Moderates did not say anything. Okay, Aurobindo Ghosh, he had to go to Pondicherry because of Britishers were chasing him. So again moderates did not come to support of the extremists, because the moderates were feeded with some kind of incentive which they wanted, and that incentive was also never given properly. Ultimately, what reforms moderates were given? 1909 Act, which riddled with Hindu-Muslim divide, which separate electorate. separate electorate. Okay, so that is the separation of extremists, repression of extremists also, and conciliation of moderates. So to create divide and rule, and it's a divide and rule of Britishers divide and rule within the leadership. They did not want united leadership of India. They want to divide the leadership also, and Indian leadership did not understand. And to have negotiation with the moderates about the reforms, one committee was established, and that committee was established by Minto, who was the Governor General Viceroy, and that Arundel Committee on Political Reforms. And moderates started negotiating with this political reforms committee, and that was opposed by extremists. Because extremists said that one, we are boycotting Britishers, why are we negotiating with Britishers with this committee? And of course, there was a split over one more issue, that extremists wanted to make Tilak as the president, but moderates never wanted to make Tilak as the president, because Tilak becomes president with an extremist leader. Indian National Congress, overall it becomes an extremist organization, or it comes under the influence of extremist ideologies, and moderates never wanted that one. Particularly Firoz Shah Mehta, Surnath Banerjee. Firoz Shah Mehta was too extreme, Firoz Shah Mehta was too moderate, and Arvindo Ghosh was too extreme. Okay, there were no reconciliation possible. So those were the questions that was asked. So which movement contributed for Surat split? Surat split over due to which movement? The Swadeshi movement. Extremists and moderates came into the forefront, that is in Surat split. Again, Surat split led to expulsion of extremists out of Congress. And again, when this was ended, then in 1916, Lucknow session, that is Ambika Charan Mazumdar, he was the president. Here, extremists and moderates reconciled. Now, extremists were welcomed back into INC, because after Surat split, moderates had lot of respect, because their methods were becoming old, and now extremist methods were becoming forefront. Now, extremists were welcomed back into INC in 1916 Lucknow session. Ambika Charan Mazumdar was the president of the session. And one more pact also happened over here, that is Lucknow Pact between INC and All India Muslim League, that is called Lucknow Pact, to joint representation between these two organizations to fight for India's cause. So that is also happened at 1916. Okay. Now Home Rule League, so another mass movement, that was one of the answer options. We will discuss that one. So what is the background for this Home Rule League is that one. And first we have to understand, there is no support given by INC for Home Rule League movement. INC supported only Swadeshi movement, Quit India movement, then again non-cooperation movement, and then again civil disobedience movement. There was no support for Home Rule League movement. What is the reason? The First World War is a major reason. What happened in the First World War is, the First World War started in 1914, when Austria declared war on Serbia, and when Germany declared war on Belgium, and then England declared war on Germany, then again Germany declared war on France, and then again Germany declared war on Russia. It became a world war. Okay, so 1914, and because of that one, the Indian resources, Indian food resources have been sent to Europe. So that led to inflation. So all the people were anti-British. Then Tilak had pledged support when he was released from jail, because he was arrested in 1908. He was released in 1914. Tilak had given support to Britishers. So he expected that if we give support, Britishers will give us some concessions, will give us some political reforms. But that was not given. The 1909 Act was disappointing. Why 1909 Act was disappointing? I told you, that is, they divided Hindu and Muslims on the basis of separate electorate, that is separate constituency for Muslim voters, with only Muslim voters being the sole voters without any other voters. And then again, Annie Besant entry into politics. We talked about Annie Besant one question. I told you we will discuss it right now. Annie Besant and Tilak together they started Home Rule League movement, but not together in the sense that not at the same time. Concept was similar, but at different time and scale. I will come to that one. And Tilak felt like that one, the popular pressure is needed to get concessions, to get more concession from the Britishers. What concessions? Political concessions. Okay. Now, what is the objective of Tilak? It's not the overthrow of the Britishers. It's not the complete overthrow of Britishers, but like the Irish Home Rulers. It was a concept inspired from Ireland. And what is that Irish Home Rulers? A reform of administration, not the complete overthrow of the government. Again, I told you that is Swaraj concept for Tilak is upon the greater independence for Indians within the British Empire, and that greater again never defined that one. And he also gave his famous slogan. Which is that famous slogan? That Swaraj is my birthright, and I shall have it. During this moment only, that is Home Rule League moment only, Tilak gave his statement. And there were two Home Rule Leagues. One is led by Tilak, other is led by Annie Besant. Tilak started in April 1916. So at headquarters was at Pune, and the first meeting of this Home Rule League held at Belgaum. and he concentrated efforts in certain areas to create awareness about home rule. That's Maharashtra, Karnataka, Berar as well as central provinces, and he got help from G.S. Kappade. Okay. Then again, Annie Besant started in September 1916, and she will concentrate on other than these areas, that is the rest of India, including Bombay City. Bombay City Tilak did not include because Bombay City was outbid of moderates, okay, and also Annie Besant already held one conference in Bombay with respect to home rule. So that is the reason he led Annie Besant to lead in this particular, because she was doing some political activity, so he led Annie Besant to lead over there. Okay, then George Arundel, then again organizing secretary of Annie Besant Home Rule Leagues, then BP Wadia, CP Ramaswamy Iyer. Okay, so then again Subramania Iyer was the honorary president, was also a member of Viceroy's Executive Committee twice. So what is this Viceroy Executive Committee? This was created, we can talk about way back in Regulating Act, further expanded, we can say further modification happened in Pitt's India Act. So it was the highest decision making body, Viceroy and his Executive Council. Viceroy plus Cabinet. So that's ultimately today we call it as President and the Prime Minister's Cabinet. Okay, so that is Viceroy's Executive Council. So he was a member of Viceroy Executive Council twice, that is S. Subramania Iyer. So why the different dates is that one? Annie Besant was waiting for the support of INC. But Tilak knew, because INC is under the control of moderates, they are not going to support, and that is the reason Tilak, without waiting for support of INC, he started in April 1916. But Annie Besant, she waited for help, but INC support did not come, and she started in September 1916. So this is Home Rule League. And what is the demands of Home Rule League? Of course, Swaraj and linguistic states. That is not the overthrow of the Britishers, but they can greater autonomy within the British Empire. Then Indian states should be organized on the basis of linguistic states. Education should be in vernacular, and some reform of the administration, the Indianization of civil services, more Indians in legislative assembly, more Indians in, we can say, even in executive council also. Okay, the Indianization of administration overall. And programs, we can say, it's creating awareness through meetings, through demonstration, and setting up of libraries and asking people to read. Okay, so building that habit of reading. Particularly certain newspapers played a role. The newspapers campaigns in Annie Besant newspapers like New India and Commonweal of Annie Besant, they played a huge important role during Home Rule League movement. So in creating awareness about these particular ideas. And these two leagues, they worked separately. They did not merge. The reason being because of certain differences between Annie Besant followers and Tilak followers. However, Annie Besant and Tilak did not have such kind of differences. They had great respect for each other. So they did not want any kind of problems within the movement to surface because of some silly actions of these followers. So that is the reason. So they tried to work separately rather than merging together. But the overall goal is similar. They had great respect for each other, but coordination between these two. And servants of India Society members also joined the league. And who established servants of India Society? That is Gopala Krishna Gokhale, to create a cadre of Indian youth who were ready for motherland service. Okay, so that was servants of India servants created by Gopala Krishna Gokhale. Now other features of this particular movement is that one, Tilak did not use religious symbols, even though I talked about he was being conservative, but he stayed away from religious symbols because he did not want to create any kind of problems within the society. And at the same time, because Britishers were using those religious symbols as to divide between Hindus and Muslims. And he supported abolition of untouchability and also entry of youth in large numbers So entry of youth in large numbers to Home Rule League, particularly one youth leader emerged right now, Jawaharlal Nehru. And again, Indian national movement reached smaller towns and villages. So before that is again, as the time progressing, national movement was becoming more and more deepening. It is becoming more and more deepened. And now the smaller towns and villages also experiencing this home rule tendencies and ideas about Indian freedom and Indian nationalism concept. Okay. Now the government action, of course, government can't take anything like this. They banned Tilak's entry into certain areas because he was traveling extensively in the areas what he intended to launch the Home Rule League movement. Okay, and now Tilak's case was defended by Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Okay, so Jinnah was a nationalist initially, later he became a communal or fundamentalist who again arrested Annie Besant and BP Wadia. Again, people started more intense protests against their arrest, and Subramania Iyer gave up his knighthood against the arrest of Annie Besant. Later she was released because of intense pressure. She was later released, that one. Okay, and then again end of the movement, then government repression. So then again carrot and stick policy. Now in August 1917 the reforms were announced. Same thing in 1906 what they did, Arundel Committee to negotiate with the moderates, and now reforms were announced, that we want reforms, that we are going to provide these reforms. The August 1917 declaration of Chelmsford. Okay, Chelmsford, who was Secretary of State. August 1917 declaration that our goal in India is to transfer to guide India towards responsible government, and there was a huge word to use, responsible government. Indians became happy, Annie Besant became happy, so she wanted to negotiate with the Britishers. Okay, so whether about what kind of reforms they have in basket. So that is carrot and stick policy, also divide and rule policy. And they brought franchisee committee, that is called a South Borough Committee. They want to increase, want to give voting rights. Franchisee means voting rights, and they announced that announcement of this particular committee. So Annie Besant vacillated about reforms, whether to negotiate with the Britishers about August 1917 declaration about the future reforms, which ultimately led to 1919 Act. Okay, again franchisee committee, some voting rights were included in 1919 Act. You can go and check this 1919 Acts. Annie Besant was vacillating, they confused whether to negotiate with the Britishers or not to negotiate, whether to boycott them. And Tilak, I told you that is one of the British journalists, in his book, that is Indian Unrest, Valentin Chirol, he called Tilak as the father of the Indian Unrest, in the book called as Indian Unrest. So Tilak wanted to fight a case against him. He went to London, but he lost the case. Okay, so that is called as libel case, the defamation case. Okay, so now the movement became leaderless. Why? That Annie Besant is either, sometimes she want to negotiate with the British, sometimes she want to continue with the movement. Tilak had to go to England, so the major leader, he became, ultimately the movement became leaderless. Home Rule League, 1920 accepted the presidentship, Gandhiji accepted his presidentship of All India Home Rule League, and then he changed the name into Swarajya Sabha. This question was asked, Swarajya Sabha, and later it merged with INC. And Lajpat Rai, Indian Home Rule League Society, Home Rule League in 1917 in America, we already talked about that one, that was also established. Okay, so look at this question, 1920, which of the following changed its name to Swarajya Sabha? All India Home Rule League, Hindu Mahasabha, South Indian Liberal Federation, and Servants of Indian Society. Okay, Servants of Indian Society, we'll discuss right now. Answer option is A, because All India Home Rule League. So look at all these organizations, Servants of India Society, Gopalakrishna Gokhale, considered M.G. Ranade as his guru, and Gandhiji considered Gokhale as his mentor. Okay, established in 1905 in Bombay, with the aim of training Indian youth who are ready to sacrifice for the country, who are ready for the service of the mother country, okay, and to create a cadre of Indians who would do some selfless working towards the nation, and that was established by Gopalakrishna Gokhale. And after his death, Gopalakrishna Gokhale's death, Srinivasa Shastri became the president of this society, the Servants of India Society. Then Justice Movement is also called as South India Liberal Federation. That was there in the answer options. The South India Liberal Federation, in 1917 it was established, later became Justice Party, that one, and became a political party, and that is called as Justice Party also. So established in South India, that is in Madras. Okay, the leaders were C.N. Mudaliar, then again T.M. Nair, okay, and then again P. Thiagaraya Chetty, okay, Almelu Mangai Tayarammatu. Okay, so these are some of the leaders who are associated with Justice Movement. Okay, and what is their goal? Goal is to secure jobs for representation of representation of non-Brahmins, because it is want to work for the amelioration of the condition of the lower caste. Okay, secure jobs for them, representation in civil services, representation in legislative assemblies, representation in we can say political bodies. They want to secure it for non-Brahmins. So that led to later, we can say, growth of we can say the backward classes movement also, where representation in legislature. And the same movement later led to Dravida movement too. That is C.N. Mudaliar, T.M. Nair, and Thiagaraya Chetty. Okay, and Hindu Mahasabha, 1915, it was initially called as Sarvadeshik Hindu Sabha. Okay, that is Pan-Country Hindu Assembly. It is a communal organization. Okay, so later supported Britishers during certain movements, especially Civil Disobedience movement, and later again during Quit India movement. Okay, so at Haridwar it was established, that one, by Madan Mohan Malviya, and present name, that is Hindu Mahasabha, acquired in 1927. Okay, 1921 rather, not 27, but in 1921. Okay, and then again coming into Gandhian phase, so that is in the second phase, that is 1919 to 1905 to 1919. Now we are coming into Gandhian phase. Certain questions for us, 2018, about Champaran Satyagraha. Active, which one of the following is a very significant aspect of Champaran Satyagraha? Okay, active All India participation, lawyers, students and women in the national movement. Active involvement of Dalit and tribal communities in India and in national movement. Joining of peasant unrest into India's national movement. Drastic decrease in cultivation of plantation crops and commercial crafts. We know Champaran is a peasant movement. Answer is C. Answer is C. It is related to Champaran Satyagraha. Okay. Then again, with respect to Gandhian movement, one more question was asked on Kheda Satyagraha. The three early movements of Gandhiji, Champaran, Kheda and Ahmedabad. We'll discuss all of them. What was the reason for Mahatma Gandhi to organize Satyagraha on behalf of peasants of Kheda? This is on 11. Administration did not suspend land revenue collection in spite of a drought. Yes. Administration proposed to introduce permanent settlement in Gujarat. No. Permanent settlement way back in 1793. Cornwallis. Which of the statements are correct? We know the answer should be one only. One only. Now we will come to Champaran Satyagraha in April 1917. We will discuss all the three Satyagrahas, early Satyagrahas of Gandhiji. So Gandhiji invited by Sant Raut and Rajkumar Shukla to visit Champaran, that is in Bihar. Okay, that is in there is a one system which was going on, that is Teen Katiya system. It means the farmers or the peasants were forced to grow indigo in 3/20th of their land. Okay, so that is Teen Kata out of the 20 Kata, that is the Teen Katiya system. So that to grow, the forcefully making European planters were making the peasants to forcefully grow indigo over there, and that system is called as Teen Katiya system. And why they were doing is that one, because German dye was replacing indigo. Okay, so German dye was replacing indigo, but Germany was busy in First World War. Okay, Germany was busy in First World War. So the new First World War was coming to an end, and once the World War ended, so Germany will restart producing these dyes, and these dyes is going to replace indigo. So before that could happen, these commercial planters, they want to make profit out of this indigo cultivation. That is the reason they forcefully making peasants to cultivate these particular products. Okay, so and also they extracted illegal rents from the peasants, and it's also called as first civil disobedience, because the Gandhiji was asked to leave this place, but he refused to leave the place. That is civil disobedience, means willful violation of the law, and asked people to resist unjust laws and demand their rights. This is an unjust law, so resist this particular thing and demand their rights. They demand the rights of cultivating their own products which they are willing to cultivate. Okay, so this is called as first civil disobedience. Civil disobedience means the willful disobeying of rules and regulations, and that is rule was made to and asked Gandhiji to leave this place, but Gandhiji refused to leave this place. Okay, so now Champaran, and he was accompanied with many individuals, Kruplani, Briskishwari Prasad, then again Narari Parikh, Rajendra Prasad, then Mazharul-Haq, and he stayed at the house of Sant Raut, who called him as Bapu, and Subhash Chandra Bose called him as father of the nation, and Rabindranath Tagore called him as Mahatma. That's Mahatma Gandhi was called as Mahatma by Rabindranath Tagore, father of the nation by Subhash Chandra Bose, and again Bapu by Sant Raut. Okay, and then again inquiry was established, and Mahatma Gandhiji was also member of that particular committee to inquire into what was happening in that particular place, and the committee recommended abolish the Teen Katiya system, and the planters had to pay back 25% of illegal dues collected from the peasants. It's a huge win for Gandhiji's non-violence technique, and the system was completely abolished, and one law was also passed, that is Champaran Agrarian Bill in 1918. Champaran Agrarian Bill in 1918. Okay, and also Mahatma Gandhiji established 3 primary schools in the area and certain some kind of social service in this area also. Okay, so established 3 basic schools, that is in this particular area. Okay, and then this question was asked, look at that one, 2020. Indigo cultivation in India declined by the beginning of 20th century because of, so on 20 question, because its unprofitability in the world market because of new invention. What is that new invention? That is German dye. The beginning of 20th century, that we can say 1910s, 1920s, Champaran Satyagraha, 1917, German dye was replacing it. That is the reason they were making forcefully cultivate these people. So 2 questions were asked about Champaran. The peasant activities were becoming part of national movement. It attracting people across the country. So that is big. That is unprofitability. Which one? Indigo cultivation unprofitability due to German dye, synthetic dye. Okay, then Ahmedabad mill strike in 1918. It was the first hunger strike of Gandhiji in India against discontinuing plague bonus. A plague had happened. The employers were giving bonus, but that was discontinued. Now the employees were organizing protests, and they invited Gandhiji. Okay, and this plague bonus was discontinued by mill owners, and Ansuya Sarabhai requested Gandhiji's help to help the employees over there. Okay, so and ultimately the employees demanding 50% bonus, but the employers were ready to give only we can say 30% bonus, and later both of them come to an agreement, and that is 35%. Both of them agreed. So again, Gandhiji asked employees to go on fast and to death. So that is Gandhiji took hunger strike. Now Ahmedabad mill strike ended in March 1918. Then later Anasuya Sarabhai, she formed Ahmedabad Textile Labour Association in 1920. Okay, Ahmedabad Textile Labour Association in 1920. Then in Kheda Satyagraha, 1918, there was a famine that was happening. Just 4 days after Ahmedabad strike, there's a drought. Because of famine, there was a drought, and at the same time, because of drought, there was a famine, and crops had failed. Okay, and now remission was not given. That is, reduction of taxation was not given. Instead, rather than reducing taxation, what Britishers did, they increased the taxation. At the same time, who couldn't pay taxation, their cattle were seized. Okay, and Gujarat Sabha was organizing protest against this particular system. Okay, and then again Gandhiji came and he asked peasants to withhold taxes. Gujarat Sabha invited Gandhiji to, okay, to ameliorate the conditions. Then considered demand. Okay, because British government considered demand and ultimately told people that who can pay, they can pay the taxation and they will also agree to return the cattle. Okay, so because every peasant had to withhold in taxation and administration couldn't do anything. That is a non-cooperation. That is the power of non-cooperation or passive resistance. And Sardar Patel and Indira Gandhi became the followers. It is the first non-cooperation, they say. It is the first non-cooperation as called for not to cooperate with the authorities by organizing protests. Okay, so now Champaran was the first civil disobedience. Then again Kheda was the first non-cooperation and Ahmedabad mill strike was first hunger strike. Okay, so these are all the early movements of Gandhiji we can talk about. So early movements of Gandhiji. And now Rowlatt Act in 1919 is aimed at 2012 compulsory economic support to war efforts, imprisonment without trial and summary procedure for trial, suppression of the Khilafat movement, we'll discuss Khilafat movement, imposition of restriction on the freedom of the press. Okay, it is majorly its imprisonment without any trial. That was Rowlatt Act. It was brought to deal with revolutionaries because they were becoming headache for Britishers. So to deal with the revolutionaries, and they brought this particular act. Okay, so what is this Rowlatt Act? Okay, and then one more question was also asked, I guess, with reference to Rowlatt Satyagraha, which of the following statement is correct? 2015. That is, Rowlatt Act was passed on the recommendation of Sedition Committee. Yes, Sydney Rowlatt Committee, which is also called a Sedition Committee. Gandhiji tried to utilize the Home Rule League. Yes, Gandhiji organized Satyagraha Sabha against Rowlatt Act, and he tried to utilize the Home Rule League members. Demonstration against the arrival of Simon Commission coincide with the Rowlatt Act. Rowlatt Act is in 1919, but Simon Commission was in 1927-28. So there is a huge distortion of timeline. So should be the answer 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Which one is? Answer should be, that is B, 1 and 2. Okay. So because the third statement is wrong. 1 and 2 is the answer. And now what is Rowlatt Act? We'll understand in 1919 on the basis of the Sedition Committee, that is Sydney Rowlatt Committee, to deal with the revolutionaries, like I told you, and to make the Wartime Defence of India Act. It was brought to deal with the Ghadar activities. It is a revolutionary activities. We'll discuss one question asked about Ghadar also. Look at how the questions are interrelated with one act. That act is related to one more revolutionary organization, that is Ghadar. That question is also asked twice, not once. And to make this act as a permanent, because it was a temporary act which was brought down to deal with Ghadar revolutions, and to make this as permanent to deal with more revolutionaries, they brought Rowlatt Act on the basis of Sedition Committee, which is also called a Sydney Rowlatt Committee. It's also called as Anarchical and Revolutionary Crimes Act in official parlance. And arrest without warrant, that is the provisions. Imprisonment without trial, and that is given by high courts, the trial at high courts. And possession of even seditious newspapers is also guilty. If you are in possession of any revolutionary newspaper also, and you will be considered as guilty of crimes. And then again, habeas corpus or suspend is the basic principles of any democratic society. And again, arrest without warrant is also basic. You require warrant to arrest any person. So that is again basic democratic rights for being taken away by Rowlatt Act. And that is the reason all over across India there was a massive protest against this particular act. And Gandhiji also jumped into the national level politics. Initially he was looking towards, initially participated in local level organization like Champaran, Satyagraha, and then again we talked about after Champaran that Kheda Satyagraha. Okay, so then again Rowlatt Satyagraha against Rowlatt, that Satyagraha Sabha was established. At the same time, no appeal against this particular act, no appeal against any of these actions by British government officials. Now what is the response of Indians? Every member of Indian Council opposed that one. Every Indian member of the council opposed it, voted against the bill, but they were in minority. Indian members were in minority in the Legislative Assembly, and that is the reason Britishers could able to pass this law easily and easily overruled by official nominees. That's the official nominees of the British government, and they voted in favor of this bill. And some of the Indian members like Muhammad Ali Jinnah, Madhav Malviya, and Mazharul Haq, they all resigned. The elected Indian members were resigned from the assembly in protest against this particular act. Then Gandhiji launched Satyagraha Sabha in 1919, Mahatma Gandhi, against this particular act. It was the first All India mass movement called by Mahatma Gandhiji, All India. The local level movement was Champaran, Kheda, and then again Ahmedabad to disobey the act. How to disobey the act? That is court arrest and imprisonment, because the acts talk about imprisonment and arresting people, but instead of police before do that one, you yourself go to police station and court your arrest. It's a novel method of protest. And fasting also, ask people to fast at home. He asks common people to protest against Britishers being at home only, just fast against this particular act. You don't have to come to the open ground, you don't have to face the lattes, just be at home, just fasting against this particular act. That will create spiritual awareness. Okay, then again prayers at home against this particular act. Hartal, that is strikes and demonstration. So he called for all these activities, courting arrest, fasting, prayers and hartals, and he tried to utilize the Home Rule League members, because they were already organized since 1916. We can talk about Home Rule Leaguers were there, so they could better organize the people with respect to courting arrest and fasting, creating awareness about fasting, prayers and hartals. So this is Satyagraha Sabha, but you withdraw it later. I will come to what led to withdrawal. But what happened is right now is that one. So before this particular act came into being, just look at this points over there: disobeying the act by courting arrest, fasting, prayers and hartals. So now what people got is a kind of a platform, and what is a kind of platform is that now the people are acting. So before that, moderates only at the academic level, extremists, they knew mass movement is necessary, but they did not know how to utilize the people, they did not know how to utilize the energy of the people, and now Gandhi is utilizing energy of the people in its own way, or in his own way. Being at home, all the people also participating in national movement just by being fasting and courting arrest. Then Khilafat non-cooperation movement, we'll come to that one. And why Gandhiji withdraw? Okay, we'll come to that one. So there was protest against this Rowlatt Act at Jallianwala Bagh. Okay, so Jallianwala Bagh tragedy happened. Okay, so April 1919. Okay, April 1919. So General Dayar, okay, ordered firing on common people, unarmed people, and this led to violence across the country because people reacted violently against the British actions. And Rabindranath Tagore gave up his knighthood, Gandhiji gave up his Kaisari Hind in protest against Jallianwala Bagh, and there was a martial law in Punjab. After this particular event, Jallianwala Bagh is in Punjab, Amritsar, in front of the Golden Temple. Okay. And now because the people are turning violence, because people got angry due to actions of Dayar, and this Satyagraha was withdrawn. This was withdrawn few days later in April 1919 only. In April 1919. Okay, so that is the reason Satyagraha was withdrawn. And later, Khilafat non-cooperation movement was launched very next year, the 1920, and the movement was between 1920 to 1922. What is the background for this Khilafat movement is that one? First and foremost, Rowlatt Act. People were unhappy with the Rowlatt Act provisions and unhappy with the Jallianwala Bagh also. And also for General Dayar, who was suspended from the services, he went back to England, and because he lost salary and pensions, so Morning Post, one newspaper, raised funds for Dayar. That again violated sentiments. Indians expected Dayar to be punished over there. And martial law was imposed in Punjab. That's a military rule over there, not the civilian government. We know military role is completely different from the civilian role. And again, Hunter Commission was established to inquire about Jallianwala Bagh and martial law. It's also called as Disorders Inquiry Committee. But no punishment was recommended to Dayar from this committee. So Indian people were unhappy. And no self-government was promised in 1917 August Declaration. Like I told you, that is Chelmsford, 1917 August Declaration. He promised that Indians would be given responsible government, and that responsible government was not given in 1919 Act. Your moderates were also unhappy. Okay, so and also World War I, it was going on. Inflation it led to, because all the Indian resources were transferred to England. That led to inflation. Okay, that led to inflation. Now the entire people were against the British sentiments. So our entire Indian sentiments were against Britishers. So now Gandhiji wanted to utilize those sentiments, and Tilak also wanted to utilize the sentiments to launch non-cooperation movement. And also one international event that influenced, that is Khilafat movement. What is that Khilafat issue is that one? Khilafat issue is, that is Turkey fought on the side of Germany in First World War, okay, against Britain. So Turkey was the enemy of Britain, but Germany and Turkey got defeated. Both of them got defeated. Now Britain was negotiating treaty with Turkey, but there was a talk that Turkey's power, or we can say Turkey was ruled by Sultan, who was also called as Khalifa, okay, was the spiritual leader of Islam and Muslims across the world. Okay, so taking away spiritual power as well as political power, his control over Mecca and Medina, and his colonies also, like Palestine was one of the colonies of Turkey, later was taken over by Britain after the First World War. Okay, so, but that violated sentiments, and to oppose this in India, Khilafat Committee was established in 1919 Bombay, because Indian leaders requested to Britishers, that is, do not take away spiritual powers. Even if you take away his political power, spiritual powers were also taken away. Okay, so now to oppose that one, there is Khilafat Committee in 1919 Bombay, okay, to negotiate with the Britishers. Now new young nationalist leadership had cropped up, that is Maulana Azad, he had a Urdu weekly called as Ali Lal in 1912. Then again Muhammad Ali, Comrade English weekly, we are talking about the Khilafat leadership. Okay, and then again Shaukat Ali, Hazrat Mohani, Hakim Ajmal Khan, Hassan Imam. So all these leaders, and along with, you can say, Mukhtar Ansari, that is many young nationalist leadership who oppose the policies of, you can say, All India Muslim League, okay, because it was becoming loyalist to Britishers, loyalist to Britishers. Okay, so now these young national leaders, they were anti-British, they were nationalist in tendencies, so they are the one who established Khilafat Committee. Now what is the progress of Khilafat Committee? In November 1919, there was an All India Khilafat Conference in Delhi. If British did not accept the demands, that is, if they don't respect the spiritual powers of Khalifa, we are going to launch non-cooperation movement, or we are going to launch boycott of British goods. And that speech was made by Dr. Hazrat Mohani. Okay, and they said that one, we are going to non-cooperate with the British government, which later came to be called as Khilafat non-cooperation movement. In 1920, they had an alliance with the Indian National Congress, and Gandhiji was also appointed as the president of the All India Khilafat Committee. So now the presidentship was also given to Gandhiji. Okay. But what happened? Britishers, after negotiation, they took over the spiritual powers of Khalifa in one of the Treaty of Sèvres in May 1920. Okay, so that is, we are talking about from November 1990 to May 1920. Treaty of Sèvres. Sèvres is a city in France. Okay. Sèvres is a city in France. Okay. Again, now in June 1920, now All India All Party Conference happened in Allahabad, and they took the decision for non-cooperation movement. They approved the resolution of non-cooperation movement. Okay, so now the official launch was 1st August 1920. Again, certain textbook says that is 31st August also. So two different dates are there. Okay, so we can stick to that one. So 1st August official launch, and there was a INC special session in September. Lala Lajpat Rai was the president in Calcutta. That is in September 1920, and this session gave approval for non-cooperation movement, because initially it was launched in August from Khilafat platform. The Khilafat leaders are the one who launched this non-cooperation movement first, and later it was launched by, later the support to it was given by Indian National Congress in a special session in September 1920 at Calcutta session, and there was, president was Lala Lajpat Rai. Okay, and what is the program of NCM? That is, Gandhiji wanted to launch it in two phases. The first phase of non-cooperation movement, second phase of civil disobedience. In the first phase, it will include boycott of British goods, boycott of British schools, colleges, then services, giving up practice, giving up jobs and everything. Then focusing on Khadi, Swadeshi, okay, giving up all the titles the government has given, all the awards the government has given, the British government has given. And in the second phase, it will involve, that is, civil disobedience, that is willful violation of laws. Willful violation of laws, and of course demonstration or hartals are part of this boycott and Swadeshi itself. But the second phase was never launched because of Chauri Chaura. We'll come to that one. We will see the progress, we will see the events of non-cooperation movement. The first phase, this is included. Gandhi said, if the first phase is successful, I will launch the civil disobedience movement. Okay, so now major events, that 1920 Nagpur session, the president was Vijaya Raghavacharya. Now, the constitution of INC was changed. Initially, Indian National Congress constitution from 1885 was believed in constitutional methods, but right now that was changed into extra constitutional and peaceful methods. What is that extra constitutional and peaceful methods? That is mass movement. Because INC as an official policy did not accept mass movement because of the grip of moderates, and extremists tried to change that, but that was not happened. But then moderates understood that the methods are becoming old, and that is the reason now INC as an organization came under the influence of Gandhian techniques, but Gandhian techniques depend upon mass movement. And now they agreed that we are going to achieve our goal, that is Swaraj goal, through extra constitutional and peaceful methods, and that is mass movement. And to organization of mass, you require local level leadership, because INC was a national level organization, there was no local organization was there. And to bring the local level organization, they established provincial INC committees. So today they called as Pradesh Congress committees. So provincial ANC committees was established. That is in Nagpur session. And to lead any movement of it, Congress established Congress Working Committee of 15 members to lead the INC in all the movements. So that was established at Nagpur session. And Chittaranjan Das was slightly skeptical about non-cooperation and Satyagraha as a technique, but he gave complete support to non-cooperation. Okay. So initially he was a moderate, so not ready to accept for this kind of extra constitutional methods which involves masses in this particular thing. So but he gave complete support over here. But some people who are not believing in this kind of methods, they left. Annie Besant, Bipin Chandrapal, Jinnah, G.S. Kapade, because they still started believing in constitutional methods instead of extra constitutional methods. So that is the reason they left INC. Okay, they left INC. Now Suranath Banerjee, we talked about one Suranath Banerjee, he had come out of INC. I told you he established Liberal Party because there was a dissidence, some kind of disappointment over acceptance of 1919 Act. Moderate leader Suranath Banerjee was okay with 1919 Act because he was okay with 1892 Act, 1909 Act, 1909 Act, 1919. But some leadership was against 1919 Act because it was disappointing, and that is the reason he had come out of INC and formed Indian Liberal Federation Party. Like I already mentioned this particular fact. Now again I am mentioning Indian Liberal Federation Party. That is Surendranath Banerjee. And some more events we can see. All these are factual, so you can just keep looking at this one. The national education, because we have to develop some kind of alternatives for Britishers. So many educational institutions were established. Like I told you, Subhash Chandra Bose, he became the principal of National College at Calcutta. These are all factuals. No need to understand. You can just go through these particular facts. Jamia Millia at Aligarh was established, and then later moved to Delhi in 1935. And again, Kashi Vidyapita was established. Later it was renamed as Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapita in 1995. It was established in 1921 by Shiva Prasad Gupta and Bhagwan Das. Gujarat Vidyapita, then Bihar Vidyapita was established. So these four, which one? Jamia Millia, Kashi Vidyapita, Gujarat Vidyapita, and then Bihar Vidyapita. So all of them were established during non-cooperation movement, because these are all alternatives for British educational institutions. Because boycott of British schools and colleges and Swadeshi, that is national education, went side by side. And then some more events you can look at that one. Tilak Swaraj Fund was established, and that fund was oversubscribed. 1 crore contribution was made. Okay. And then again, we can talk about Congress Volunteer Corps was established because it emerged as a parallel police force. So people stopped utilizing police service of Britishers, and now they emerge as a parallel police force to resolve the disputes in the society. A picketing of liquor shops started, particularly by women. Okay, what is picketing of liquor shops? That is, you stand outside the shop, and whoever coming to buy from that particular shops, that is, you stop them from buying. Very much legal. You are not breaking any law. You are just convincing one person not to buy from British shops, particularly which shops? Liquor shops, because it was providing one of the largest revenues to British government, and even today also it is one of the largest contributor of revenues to central and state, particularly to state governments. Okay. And July 1921, then again Ali brothers were asked. They gave a rapid speeches, or we can say some extremist speeches. They asked Muslim soldiers to resign on the ground of Islam. They said when it is un-Islamic to serve in the British army. And now Gandhiji asked to pass similar resolution from the INC platform to asking Hindu soldiers to resign from that one, because using religious sentiments, using religious symbols to fight for nationalism, but ultimately that led to communalization of Indian politics, and also that led to partition of the country. But again, they want to create awareness, they want to create sentimental, we can say, overtones among the people. So that is they use religious sentiments too. Okay. Then again, one more, no tax campaign already started, even though no tax campaign is a civil disobedience, it's a willful obedience. Gandhiji wanted to start in the second phase, but people are already started because the enthusiasm was quite high and people got inspired from that one. And in Midnapur and Guntur is Andhra Pradesh, Midnapur in Bengal, tea workers strike in Assam and steam workers strike in Bengal, led by J.M. Sengupta. In November 1921, the visit of Prince of Wales, Edward, he visited India. I was expecting a grand reception in India, but some people went and met him. But some people were against visit of Prince of Wales into India. Okay, he want to come to India for holidaying. So that invited strikes and demonstration. And the first violence of this movement happened over here, because some people went and supported, some people went to welcome him, and other people, the other section, opposed the people who went to welcome them. So okay, that is led to clash. That is the reason Gandhiji had to postpone civil disobedience. So it is the first violence instance, because Gandhiji's condition always in every movement is you have to remain peaceful. So he felt like if the movement is turning violence, I will withdraw the movement. Okay, but he wanted to launch civil disobedience, but it was violence clash happened, violence atmosphere was there, so he postponed that one. And again at local level, some movements happened. Look at this particular events of non-cooperation movement. So there was a Kisan movement in Uttar Pradesh led by Jawaharlal Nehru. JLN means Jawaharlal Nehru, and against Talukdar's exploitation. That is some kind of organization. That is the Kisan movement. It's majorly inspiration from, we can say, Russian Revolution also, 1917 Russian Revolution. Then one more event that was led by Baba Ramchandra and Jawaharlal Nehru. Then Eka movement. It's Madaripasi against higher rent collection. That is in UP again. Look at that one. How the peasants' issues are becoming national issues, because you can't able to distinguish between a national movement and a peasant movement, and that is what Champaran Satyagraha did. That is including peasant movement as the national issues. So Eka movement. Okay. Then again Mapilla revolt happened in Kerala, and that was made as a communal issue because their Muslim peasants were fighting against Hindu landlords. So that was used by Britishers to pit one community against the other, and that was led by Kunja Ahmad Haji. Sikh agitation against the removal of the corrupt mahants of this Gurudwara committees, because Gurudwara committees had some British interference, and because of British interference it had become corrupt, and most of the members of that committee were supporting the Britishers, and now that led to called as Akali movement to remove these corrupt mahants from that particular committee. But that is all these things involved anti-British overtones. Anti-British overtones. And tribal movements also during non-cooperation movement. Look at this particular thing. Santals led by Shailajananda Sen in Bengal. Gudey Mills in Andhra Pradesh led by Alluri Sitarama Raju. Again Badrinath Pandey led in Uttarakhand. UK means Uttarakhand. That is in Garhwal and Kumaon Hills. So all these are tribal movements. So that is in Andhra Pradesh, Bengal as well as Uttarakhand. So all of them are becoming part of Indian national issues. What is the social base? We looked at the social base in the Swadeshi movement. Students, teachers, middle class were there. And now look at when the same students are there. Lawyers, women, peasants. Like I told you, peasants did not participate in Swadeshi movement, but here peasants are participating very extensively. Look at all the movements we just gave the example of. And business class also, of course, business class is there since the beginning. Okay, business class was there since the beginning. And now in the Muslim unity to speak. Okay, because of Khilafat issue also, it is part of the movement. Okay. Now after this one, that is because of communalization, that unity started to break down. And in government response, of course, it is trying to have negotiation between Gandhiji and Reading. Reading was the viceroy. Okay, he was the viceroy. But the negotiation broke down. Okay, in May 1921, and he tried to divide Hindus and Muslim by asking Gandhiji to control the speeches of Ali brothers, because we talked about how Ali brothers were giving speeches using religion, asking Muslim soldiers to resign from the British Indian army. But Gandhiji was too smart to accept this particular, they understood how the Britishers are trying to come between leadership, how they are trying to come between the communities. Okay. And then British response was violence right now, repression, declared ANC as illegal, volunteer groups was as illegal, all the leaders were arrested without, except Gandhiji, because leaders are the one who was organizing Swadeshi boycott and everything, organizing civil disobedience movement, or we can say non-cooperation movement. So that is the reason, except Gandhiji, all leaders were arrested. They banned press and meetings, because people, if you ban the meeting, people cannot come to picketing, they cannot come out for demonstration. If you ban press, there is no awareness, okay, there is no mobilization. Okay. And last phase of NCM, now in Ahmedabad 1921 Congress session, the president was Chittaranjan Das, but I told you all the leaders were arrested. Chittaranjan Das was also arrested, he was in jail. So the acting president was Hakim Ajmal Khan. Now they passed a resolution asking Mahatma Gandhiji to start the second phase of the non-cooperation movement, which used to be called as civil disobedience movement. Now, willful violation of law should start. Okay, and that is happened in which session? That is Ahmedabad session 1921. So, asking Gandhiji to launch the civil disobedience movement, which is supposed to happen in the second phase. Now, Gandhiji decided on CDM. He gave a warning on February 1, 1922. He threatened to launch CDM if two conditions are not met from Bardoli or Gujarat. What's the two conditions? First one, if political prisoners are not released, you have arrested political prisoners who are just non-violent protesters, you release them and remove the press restrictions. Whatever the press restrictions are there, you have to remove them. If you don't remove them, I will launch civil disobedience movement from Bardoli, that is in Gujarat. That is non-payment of taxes. Even though some people already started that one. But Chauri Chaura incident happened in 5th February 1922, 4 days later, where the police assaulted some volunteer groups who were picketing on liquor shops, and that led to clashes between these groups. They attacked the police station, and the police station was burnt and nearly led to violence, and many people got killed. And in this violence atmosphere, Gandhiji withdraw the non-cooperation movement. They withdraw the non-cooperation movement. Okay, so this is about the entire non-cooperation movement. They asked people to concentrate on constructive activity. He resolved stop all the political activity. Now, Congress Working Committee met at Bardoli at the same place which was supposed to start civil disobedience movement, and they approved to stop all the political activity, focus on constructive activity. What is this constructive activity? That is work for Hindu-Muslim unity, work for abolition of untouchability, then again work for temple entry movement, so work for building of schools and colleges, okay, and build INC as an organization through membership drive, okay, and prepare for the next round of struggle. Prepare for next round of struggle. So, by bringing unity in the society through constructive activity, that is also part of Gandhian Satyagraha. Gandhian Satyagraha is mass movement, non-violence mass movement, and constructive activity. Through this constructive activity, you prepare the masses so that their self-sacrifice ability will increase in future movements. Okay. Now, later he was arrested for 6 years in March 1922, but later he was released on health grounds. Later he was released. Now, other facts are part of non-cooperation movement. Certain parties did not support. The Justice Party did not support non-cooperation movement because they contested elections in Madras. The reason why Justice Party, we talked about South Indian Liberal Federation, they were anti-Brahmin, okay, and they were working for lower classes. Okay, they were working for lower classes. They felt like Indian National Congress under the control of upper caste, and that is the reason they supported Britishers in certain activities. So they felt like if Congress comes to power, that is, it will only in the hands of upper class only, and that is the reason they contested election, even though all other parties boycotted elections. And again, Maishia peasants against Union Board taxes in West Bengal, led by B.N. Sasmal. And again, Kanika in Odisha, peasant melis or anti-feudal demonstrations happened. And then again, Kunvarji Mehta in Bardoli led protests. Okay, and then again, Patidar peasants in Gujarat, they already started no revenue campaign without the formal INC approval, because they were waiting for INC's approval of civil disobedience movement, which was given in Ahmedabad session in 1921. But even before the approval was given, they already started civil disobedience movement. There is no revenue campaigns. And again, no revenue campaign in Andhra Pradesh also. No revenue campaign in Patidar peasants in Gujarat also. Okay, so this is about non-cooperation movement, home rule movement, Swadeshi movement, non-cooperation movement, every movement what we have seen. Okay, so now we can see one more question was asked, Gadar. Again, like talked about the Rowlatt Act. It was brought to deal with the Gadar activities. Now, Gadar was a question in 2014. If you had read about that one, this question would have been easy. A revolutionary association of Indians with headquarters at San Francisco. Nationalist organization operating from Singapore. Militant organization with headquarters of Berlin. Again, Communist Movement for India's Freedom with headquarters at Tashkent. Like I already told you, that is, it is a revolutionary organization in America, that is in San Francisco. Solution is A. Okay. Then again, one more question about the Gadar movement 2022. Consider the following freedom fighters: Barinder Kumar Ghosh, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Rasbihari Bose. Who of the above are associated with Gadar party? Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee is majorly associated with Kanpur revolutionaries, not Gadar, and that is Hindustan Republican Association. And Barinder Kumar Ghosh mainly associated with Anushilan Samiti. Barinder Kumar Ghosh, the brother of Arvind Ghosh. But Rasbihari Bose associated with Gadar movement because Gadar party wanted to bring revolt in India with the help of Rasbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal. Why Rasbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal? Because they tried to assassinate Viceroy Ardinge in 1912. in Chandni Chowk when capital was transferred from Calcutta to Delhi. Okay, so 1 and 2, 2 only, 1 and 3, and 3 only. Answer is D, that is 3 only. Rasbihari Bose. Answer is Rasbihari Bose. Okay, now look at this one. Ghadar party established in 1913 means revolt in Urdu and Punjabi language. The Ghadar is also one of the newspapers, and it was established in San Francisco. And who are the members of this particular movement is that one? The ex-soldiers and peasants from Punjab. Because they went out of India because lack of livelihood opportunities and also better freedom of speech and expression in America. So they could criticize British government extensively over there. And they wanted to take support of outside Indians, outside help to bring revolt in India too. Okay, so supported Germany in First World War. Okay, because enemy is my friend, because Germany was fighting against Britishers, and that led to something called as Indo-German conspiracy trial in San Francisco, because British government asked the USA government to take action against Ghadars because they were supporting Germany. Okay, because USA also became part of First World War later, but due to lack of evidences, and this trial did not go through. Okay, Indo-German conspiracy trial in San Francisco in 1917. The pre-Ghadar activities before Ghadar party was established, certain local level organization were there. Swadeshi Sevak Home at Vancouver by Gurundit Kumar. The United India was at Seattle. Okay, that is Seattle. Vancouver is in Canada. Okay, and Seattle is in USA West Coast, by G.D. Kumar. Okay, and then again Taraknath Das. So these activities were going on, and later all of them were combined to form what? The Ghadar movement. What is the program of Ghadar? Assassination of British officers, revolt in all British colonies. So they had the broader aim, the bigger aim, not just bringing revolution in India, but bringing revolution across all the British colonies. Okay, and it was also anti-imperialist in nature. And they wanted to bring anti-imperialist literature. They had a newspaper, that is Ghadar, and its tagline was Angrezi Raj Ka Dushman. Okay, Angrezi Raj Ka Dushman, that was their tagline. That is the Ghadar newspapers. Okay, and again, over the leaders, many individuals, you can look at these names. Okay, Barkatullah, then again Kartar Singh Sarabha, Bhagwan Singh Ramchandra, then Lala Ardayal, and Bhai Parmanand. Okay, so all these are the leaders of, and most of them are coming from Punjabi background. And then again, Komak Tamaru incident is a very infamous incident. It was a ship. It was a ship. It was a ship going from Singapore to Vancouver, carrying Punjabi peasants, and most of the people were from Punjab, from India. Okay, but this ship was going to Vancouver, but Vancouver, that is Canada, it was under the British influence. So now the Britishers pressurized Canadian government not to allow these Punjabis to disembark at Vancouver, not to settle at Vancouver, and this was sent back to India. It came back to Calcutta in 1914, Budge port. Their conflict happened. 22 persons got killed because police tried to send Punjabis back to Punjab state, because Punjabis had the right to go away from the country to look for better livelihood. They had their right. Okay, but that was denied to them because Britishers knew if they are going outside India, they are trying to organize against the Britishers through Ghadar activities. Okay, and that created anger among the Ghadar activities, or among the Ghadar members. So the First World War was going on. Britishers were also busy in First World War because all of their efforts were being concentrated in Europe. So they felt like there is a right time to bring revolt in the country. Okay, to right time to bring the revolt in the country, and also to work for the passengers' rights. What are the passenger rights to go to Vancouver? And one committee was established, that's called Shore Committee. It was led by Hussain Rahim, Sohanlal Pathak, and Balwant Singh. Okay, so now they want to utilize this particular opportunity of First World War. They want to bring the revolt. Now all the Ghadar leaders had to come to India, and they want to organize revolt. They decided the date, and they wanted leaders to lead this revolt. So they asked for leadership of Rasbihari Bose, and then again Sachin Sanyal. Okay, that's what happened. And now the revolt day, that is February 21st, 1915, was fixed as the day, and revolt will be organized in Lahore and Rawalpindi. Okay, and they wanted Rasbihari Bose leadership, but later this was discovered by the Britishers because they had excellent intelligence network, and then Rasbihari Bose escaped to Japan. Again, Sachin Sanyal, he was sent to lifetime imprisonment, but later he was released, and later he started associating with HRE also. Okay, so because treason among the members only, and they gave information to Britishers. because the nationalism was not completely deepened in India. There were certain people who were still supporting the Britishers. Because they were supporting the Britishers could able to remain in India for a very longer period of time. And to deal with these revolutionaries only, particularly the Ghadar revolutionaries, they brought Defense of India Act of 1915. And to replace this act, they brought Rowlatt Act of 1919. So that is how chronology should have been, but that we included in Gandhiji. Okay, so this brought Defense of India Act, and to replace that, Rowlatt Act of 1919 was brought. Okay. And then look at people of India agitated against the arrival of Simon Commission in 2013 question. So now we are shifting into another theme over here. Okay. So why people agitated arrival of Simon Commission? Because that was there in one of the answer options. Indians never wanted review of the working of the Act of 1919. Simon Commission recommended the abolition of diarchy in the provinces. There was no Indian member in the Simon Commission. The Simon Commission suggested the partition of the country. What is a partition? Simon Commission came in 1927-28. Okay. And what is the intention with which this commission was established? What? There was a promise in 1919 Act that they are going to establish a committee after 10 years. Okay. That should have been in 1929. That they are going to establish a committee to look for future constitutional reforms in the country. Okay. That is to review the working of 1919 Act. But the why people boycotted it? Because there was no Indian member in the Simon Commission. So Indians felt like, how could Britishers could decide the destiny of India? How could Britishers could decide the future constitutional reforms of India? And that is the reason Indians were against Simon Commission. Okay. So Simon Commission, November 1927. Indian Statutory Commission, it was called as 7 members were there. All of them were Britishers. Chairman was John Simon, and members were the British Parliament members Clement Attlee, then again Henry Levy Lawson, Edward Cadogan, Vernon Hudson, George Lanefax. Okay, so these are all members. Again, Donald Howard. Total 7 members. Okay, along with member chairman was Sir John Simon. Okay, and then again, what is the aim? To inquire into working of the Government of India Act of 1919 and suggest fresh political reforms. Fresh political reforms. It was also called as White Commission by Indians because only Britishers were there. There were no Indian representation in this particular commission. This was Simon Commission, November 1927. Okay. Now, what is the response of Indians when Simon Commission visited? INC decided to boycott the commission. Okay. Then again, Madras Congress session happened in 1927. Mukhtar Ahmad Ansari was the president, and there was one snap resolution on complete independence by Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose, and their concept was Swaraj was Puna Swaraj. They wanted complete independence. That concept was quite revolutionary during that point of time, and now they convinced the Indian National Congress to pass a little bit of revolution, kind of a snap resolution towards complete independence in future. Okay, and after Delhi proposals by Jinnah, okay, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and the Delhi proposals included that is, instead of separate electorate for Muslims, he was ready for reservation, because Muhammad Ali Jinnah was a leader of All India Muslim League. They also wanted to boycott British, even Simon Commission also, but only one faction of All India Muslim League. The other faction of All India Muslim League, they supported Simon Commission. So this particular Congress session, Madras Congress session, adopted Delhi proposals where Jinnah was ready for some kind of compromise. Instead of separate electorate for Muslims, he was ready for reservation. Okay, now when Indians asked why Indian members are not there in the commission, Birkenhead challenged the Indians that Indians do not have the acumen, do not have the skills, do not have the ability to draw up constitution. Now he challenged Indians to come up with their own constitution, and that is the reason there was a public response, and Indians also come up with certain committees also to come up with alternate constitution. I will come to that one. This is a response of the leadership. And what is the response of public with respect to Simon Commission? Simon Commission arrived in Bombay in February 1928, met with slogans, Simon go back. So according to certain sources, so who coined this particular term, either Lala Lajpat Rai or Yusuf Meher Ali. So either one of them. So generally it is ascribed to Lala Lajpat Rai only. Okay, so wherever Simon Commission went, so it met with this particular slogan, Simon go back. Okay, and countrywide hartals and strikes started to happen, and now entire mood of the country was shifting towards anti-British. And also in one of these particular events, Lala Lajpat Rai was died because of lathi charge in Punjab, or that is Pakistan Punjab region. That is we can talk about. That is majorly in Lahore region. Okay, so then again 2011, one more question associated with that one, with reference to the period of Indian freedom struggle, which of the following was recommended by the Nehru report? Complete independence for India, joint electorate for reservation of seats for minorities, provision of fundamental rights for the people of India in the constitution. Correct the following answer. So Nehru report that I told you, that is Birkanet challenged, he was Secretary of State. Now Indians established Nehru Committee, that is Motilal Nehru Committee. It gave report, and in that report, that is complete independence for India was never recommended. Fundamental rights were there and reservation were there instead of separate electorate, because Jinnah had already asked for reservation instead of separate electorate. Okay, so what should be the answer? Answer is B, that is 2 and 3, asked in 2011. Okay, now what is the background for Nehru report? Like I said, once Birkanet challenged, there was an all-party conference. So Birkanet challenged that one, that is Indians cannot draw up their own constitution. So as a challenge to that one, all-party conference in Delhi, February 928, under the chairmanship of Mukhtar Ahmad Ansari, to evolve an alternate constitution which would be given by Simon Commission, because Simon Commission was established to bring political reforms into India and alternative political reforms. To evolve an alternative constitution, the Indians come up with a committee, and that is subcommittee of this all-party conference, that is Motilal Nehru Committee in May 1928. Okay, May 1928. Now, what is this Nehru Committee comprised of? Members like Tej Bahadur Sapru, Subhash Chandra Bose, again Shoaib Qureshi, MS Sani, Mangal Singh, then again Ali Imam, and Jawaharlal Nehru, G.R. Pradhan. Jawaharlal Nehru was the secretary of this particular committee. Okay, now Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose, they wanted to make Nehru Committee to accept Purna Swaraj, complete independence, but Nehru Committee did not give recommendation for Purna Swaraj. They were okay with dominion status. What I mean dominion status? Equal respect for India as well as the British government. Within the British Empire itself only, Indians would be treated in accordance with the British citizens, and Indian political autonomy will be their political autonomy, greater political autonomy within the British Empire itself. That's the equal status with British government. Okay. So now what is the Nehru report gave in 1928 August? Unitary government, fundamental rights, bicameralism, the two houses, reservation of seats instead of separate electorate, linguistic provinces, and today of course Indian states are organized on the basis of linguistic provinces, hierarchy of courts like Supreme Court, High Court and district and local courts, then again dominion status, like I explained the concept of dominion status, that is Indians should be equal, treated equal with the British government and the British citizens also. And this report is applicable only to British Indian provinces, not to princely states, because during that point of time there are two kinds of territories. One is the British Indian provinces where direct British rule was there, and princely states where monarchical form of governments were there, like Mysore, okay, J&K. So many, more than 550 princely states were there. So this report applicable only to British India, because there was no concept of national movement was going on in princely states. But of course later princely states also imbibed with the concept of nationalism in India. Concept of India was started to grow, and then after 1930s onwards, so there was a massive movement in princely states also too. Okay. And now Indian leadership asked the Britishers to accept these reforms that you challenged us for accepting, or to evolve an alternate constitution. We have come up with the alternate constitution, accept these reforms, but Britishers refused to accept that one, and that is the reason there was Lahore session, 1929 session of the Indian National Congress, significance in the history of freedom movement, because Indians asked for dominion status, but Britishers were not ready to give the dominion status. Now Indians were fighting for what? Purna Swaraj. So that is what happened in 1929 Lahore session. So attainment of self-government was declared as the objective of the Congress, 2014 question. Attainment of Purna Swaraj was adopted as the goal of the Congress. Non-cooperation movement was launched. Again also decision to participate in the round table conference in London was taken. That is later. I will come to RTCs later. Answer is B. The reason is Indians gave a chance to accept dominion status, but Britishers rejected that one, because the Britishers rejected even the dominion status. Now Indians felt like we should fight for complete independence, because we cannot expect any kind of equal treatment along with the British government. So we will fight for our own rights. We will attain complete independence. So that is Lahore session, 1929 session, Lahore session. And also this session also took the decision to launch civil disobedience movement. So this is a background for civil disobedience movement too. Okay, Lahore session, look at that one. Jawaharlal Nehru, tricolor was hoisted, and Purna Swaraj as the aim was declared. At the same time, decided to celebrate the first Independence Day on the last Sunday of January 1930, because it is happening in 1929 December. So they wanted to make the preparation, and that last Sunday of January happened to be on 26 January 1930. Today we recognize it as the constitution which came into force on that particular day, and Republic Day. Okay, they announce launch of the civil disobedience movement and making Gandhiji as the leader of this particular movement. Okay, asking him, Mahatma Gandhiji, to lead the movement. And this was Lahore session of 1929. Hopefully you are getting better chronology. So in modern history, that is from the beginning of coming of the Europeans until the freedom movement. And now we are coming into civil disobedience movement. Okay, so civil disobedience movement, that is Gandhiji put 11 demands in January 1930 to Irwin, and his 11 demands were rejected, and now Gandhiji started civil disobedience movement. And where Gandhiji was authorized to start this particular civil disobedience movement? In Lahore session of 1929. So we carefully look at these 11 demands, and these 11 demands were carefully drawn up. I will just slide over. So to include all the sections of society, the peasant interests were included, general interests were included, and bourgeois demand was also included. That is the middle class, we can say merchant sections. So abolition of salt tax, reduction of land revenue, catering to the peasant interest. Again, total prohibition, that is alcohol prohibition. Then again, release of political prisoners and CID reforms, reducing army and civil service expenditure. Then again, changing Arms Act. Then again, accepting postal reservation bill to reduce postage stamps cost. So all these things for general interest. Then again, reducing rupee sterling ratio, that is pound ratio. Protection of Indian industries with particular tariffs. Then again, reservation of coastal shipping for the Indian companies, all demands of the Indian business classes. So they were also involved. So that Gandhiji wanted to make it an all India movement. It will become all India movement when peasants are also participating, general common people also participating, and bourgeois, or we can say business class, also participating. And these demands were rejected, and that is the reason Gandhiji started the civil disobedience movement. Okay, so to unite all these people, so these demands were put forth by Gandhiji. Okay, Dandi March, of course, is at 12th March, 6th April 1930, and that is from Sabarmati Ashram to Dandi. So now with chosen followers. Okay, so hundreds of miles. So he started building up the tempo for his particular movement, and then after reaching Dandi, so he violated Salt law, and that is civil disobedience. That is violation of laws, willful violation of laws. The laws which are considered unjust, laws which are considered as, we can say, that is against the public interest, and thus kind of laws were violated. Then what is the program? Again, willful violation of laws. That's a taxation law. Don't pay taxation. If they put restriction on the entry of forest, enter the forest. Then again, manufacturing salt was banned. Again, you manufacture salt, it is a basic commodity. And same time, boycott everything but is same thing as non-cooperation movement. Swadeshi, that is always included since the Swadeshi movement. Then again, same time, ask women to play a role massively. It's called as a liberating experience for women for the first time in Indian history, because women came out of the closet and started participating in public meetings, then in public picketing as well as hartals and demonstrations. That is programs. Again, look at the events in the same way as we can talk about non-cooperation movement. So Gandhiji was leading movement from Dandi to, Sabarmati Ashram to Dandi. Now Rajgopalachari, he was having his own Dandi march, that is on Tanjavur coast. That is Tiruchinnappalli to Vedaranyam, inspiration from Gandhiji. Okay, so on the Tanjavur coast in Tamil Nadu, and that is Tiruchinnappalli to Vedaranyam. Okay, then in K. Kelappan in Calicut, or we can Kozhikode to Pioneer on the Malabar coast. So one more on the lines of Dandi march. So after reaching coastal areas, that is, they are going to manufacture salt, they are going to violate the salt laws. Then again, Sylhet to Naukale, some volunteers, they were marching, that is creating awareness. Okay, so that was happening. And then again, we talk about view of the following organized march on the Tanjavur coast to break the salt law in April 1930, 2015 question. Chidambaram Pillai, C. Rajgopalachari, K. Kamraj, and Annie Besant. Look at how many times Annie Besant question is popping up, and answer options also popping up. Okay, Rajgopalachari, we talked about that one, and also Indian last Governor General. Okay, we go Chidambaram Pillai, we talked about in particularly in Swadeshi movement. Okay, so answer is B, that is C. Rajgopalachari on the Tanjavur coast. Then events, other events we can talk about in Karnataka and Maharashtra, particularly in the interior parts of Karnataka and Maharashtra. Which laws were violated? Forest laws were violated, because there was, in interior part, there is no manufacturing of salt. Manufacturing of salt was limited to coastal areas, and in forest laws were violated over there. Okay, then other events, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan in Peshawar region, that is northwest frontier provinces, and he was leading a movement as non-violence movement called as Red Shirts movement, also called as Kudai Khidmatkars, it means servants of God. and it's also had some social reforms connotation too. Had a monthly called as Pakhtun, so had the first Pakhtun political monthly, and non-violently mobilize all these red shirts movement and to oppose the British rule in northwest frontier provinces, that is in Sindh, in present Pakistan region. And the main goal was to India's independence, of course, and that is non-violent movement against the Britishers. Okay, and social reforms too. Social reform of this particular community, that is Pashtun community. And Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan was also awarded with Bharat Ratna too. So events, other Darsana raid. In May 1930, Mahatma Gandhi wanted to raid this depot. It's a salt depot, it's a warehouse. So where salt packets were kept, because the people believed that one salt is a basic commodity, that is everybody should have access to that one, but Britishers had kept in a warehouse. Now wanted to raid that particular storehouse, but Gandhiji was arrested. And then in Gujarat, the Darsana is that one. Then Abbas Tyabji and Kasturba Gandhi, they also wanted to raid, they want to take away salt from this storehouse, but they also arrested, but later led by Sarojini Naidu and Abul Kalam. Okay, Abul Kalam Azad. And it was non-violently, people would go to take salt packets from this warehouse, but police guards were there, they used to hit them with their lathis, and 2 persons died. And there is a non-violent struggle, that people did not raise any arms against the police, even though they were brutally behaving against non-violent protesters. And this particular event got worldwide attention, and they showed the power of non-violence, because when you attack non-violent protesters, the government becomes the victim. Government becomes the aggressor, and the people who got attacked, they become the victim. So, and the sympathy lies with the victim. And Webb Miller, one of the USA journalists, he brought this incident to across the world through his newspaper, through his writings, and Indian freedom movement got worldwide attention in a greater sense. Of course, already knew that is what was going on, but the power of non-violence, the power of, we can say, the mass movement, they got worldwide attention due to his efforts, that is Webb Miller, USA journalist. And then again, Sanikatta salt raid, on the basis of, we can talk about Darsana salt raid, that is in Karnataka, because they want to take salt packets from Sanikatta, that is in Karnataka, coastal area of Karnataka, and they auctioned these salt packets after raiding this godown. Then in Odisha, Gopal Bandhu Chowdhury, so he organized in Balasore, Calcutta, a salt Satyagraha, so preparing salt and then again auctioning of it. And then again, other events we can talk about. Peshawar Army Regiment refused to shoot at unarmed people, because army was the pillar of administration, along with civil services and police. Now, army is the one who helped Britishers to sustain its rule in India, and now the army people, the army soldiers are refusing to shoot on the orders of the government, even despite the orders of the government. So that shows that one, that is Indian national movement is spreading to deep within in government circles also, particularly in institutions like army too. So that shows that more and more freedom movement ideals, patriotism is going into deepening into Indian society and British government institution. Then again, anti-Chowkidar attacks. Chowkidars means guards. In Bihar and Bengal, they were government servants. So people refused to pay Chowkidar attacks. Again, civil disobedience, willful violation. And then again, Sholapur in Maharashtra, there was a parallel government was run by attacking government symbols by textile workers. Textile workers, they attacked the government symbols and they established their own parallel government. And that shows the ability of these people to run their own government. So that was in Sholapur, Maharashtra. That is one of the features of civil disobedience movement, is establishing parallel government. But the major feature or the major events of parallel governments happened during Quit India movement, where many people established many parallel governments. Will come to that one. Other events, we'll talk about flag satyagraha, because Britishers had banned hoisting flags, hoisting Indian flag, hoisting tricolor. And though that is again, that is a law, you have to violate that law, because hoisting a flag is a basic right, basic patriotic right, that was denied. But people started hoisting Indian flag, particularly that flag satyagraha was known, particularly one person who led this flag satyagraha, Tota Narsaya Naidu in AP, Andhra Pradesh, and in Kerala, there is Krishna Pillai. So all these people led flag satyagrahas. And then again, Manipur and Nagaland, one kid, that is we can say Rani Gedinliu, at the age of 13 years, she revolted against the British, and also there was a local movement which was going on, that is called Yaraka movement, which had both political undertones as well as spiritual undertones. She was arrested because she revolted against the British, and she spent in jail until 1947. Rani was the title given to her by Jawaharlal Nehru when he met her in jail, and he also wrote to British MPs to release Rani Gedinliu, but later she was released in 1947. Later she was released in 1947 after India achieving Indian independence. Okay, so that Rani Gedinliu, that's Manipur and Nagaland. Some other events, Vanar Senas and Manjari Senas. Vanar Senas by, we can say, talk about kids, we can talk about boys. Manjari Senas by girls. Okay, so they were singing songs, then again hoisting flags, wearing khadi, Okay, so that is also a kind of a protest against, because Britishers used to snatch the flags from their hands, and that is the reason they made khadi dresses which are having Indian flag. So that led to again kind of a flag satyagraha by kids. Okay, Vanar Sena and Manjari Senas. Events, Prabhat Peris. Okay, so that is Prabhat means dawn, and Peri means processions. Okay, singing by men and women, band of men and women singing nationalistic songs at local levels. Okay, so that is showing patriotism. Okay, so that is again going against the rules and regulation of the British government, which banned hoisting of flags, singing nationalistic songs. Okay, so that is Prabhat Peri, Prabhat dawn, and Peri is procession. And then again Cunningham Circular. Okay, so Cunningham is the director of public information in Assam. Okay, so he prohibited students from participating in political activities. Prohibited students and sent them agitation against it. And again, we talked about Carlyle also. That is Carlyle Circular, Chief Secretary of Bengal. Again, we talked about Carlyle Circular during Swadeshi movement. Okay, that is during 1905 October. So if any college violates a government order, students quit the college, and no assistance would be given to them. I think we discussed this in Swadeshi movement. Again, I have added over here also, because that's some certain kind of we can say symbolisms at the same time, interrelation. Cunningham Circular as well as Carlyle Circular. Cunningham Circular during civil disobedience movement, and Carlyle Circular during, we can say, Swadeshi movement. Okay, Swadeshi movement. Okay, then first RTC, in 1930 November, Chairman Ramsay MacDonald. Okay, so he was the chairman of all the 3 RTCs. What is RTC? RTCs was proposed by Britishers to have discussions on Indian future reforms, but India boycotted it. INC boycotted it. Okay, so no leaders from nationalistic leaders went and attended. Only communal leaders went and attended. Only princely states went and attended. Okay, so that is Gandhiji said that you are organizing Ram Leela without Rama. Okay, so that is the term that is used by Gandhiji with respect to first RTC, because all 3 round table conference was attended by, we can talk about persons like P.R. Ambedkar, Tej Bahadur Sapru, and M.R. Jaikar. Okay, then again N.M. Joshi. So these are all the persons who attended all the 3 round table conferences. Again, some more persons also. We can talk about C.N. Mudaliar. Okay, so from Justice Party they are representing. Okay, so they want to secure the interests of the community they represents with the Britishers itself only. Okay, first round table conference during non-cooperation movement. Now, what is the government response? January 1931, Mahatma Gandhiji was released because talks started, because the movement was spreading like a wildfire. So everywhere the people are participating in civil disobedience, and first RTC failed. They felt like they could go ahead with the political reforms without the representation of INC, but here they accepted a defeat and they started negotiation, and that negotiation led to Gandhi-Irwin Pact, also called as Delhi Pact. In March 1931, Gandhiji agreed, or INC agreed, to suspend civil disobedience. We will participate in the second RTC for India's future political reforms, and Britishers recognize the Indians' right to make salt and release political prisoners who are non-violent. They deliberately put this condition that we are going to release political prisoners who are non-violent to escape the clause of, that is, demand of releasing political prisoners, because that would have led to release of Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev and Rajguru. So that is the reason they put this condition, that is non-violent prisoners, and they agreed to return the seized materials, and lastly, withdrawal of draconian ordinances. Withdrawal of draconian ordinances. Okay, so this is the first time Indians were recognized as equals with the Britishers. First time was recognized Indians with equals. Okay, so that is in March 1931. That is Gandhi-Irwin Pact. To ratify this particular pact, there was a session. There is a Karachi Congress session. We'll solve this question first. 2020, Gandhi-Irwin Pact included which of the following? Invitation of the Congress to participate in a roundtable conference. Yes. Withdrawal of ordinances promulgated in connection with the civil disobedience movement. Yes. Acceptance of Gandhiji's suggestion to inquire into police excesses. I don't think Britishers are ever going to accept to inquire into their own officers. Release of only those prisoners who are not charged with violence. Exactly. That is there. They put that deliberately, that condition. 1 only, 1, 2, 4, 3 only, and 2, 3, 4. No, the answer is B. That is 1, 2, and 4. Okay, so this was police excess, because police committed a lot of atrocities. Gandhiji demanded that you have to inquire into police excesses, and that demand was not accepted. Okay, and to ratify Gandhi-Irwin Pact, there was a session, there is a special session of INC in March 1931, presidentship of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, that is SVP, that is Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Now ratified the Delhi Pact, and they passed some resolutions. The resolution included fundamental rights in future and national economic program. And the national economic program included protection of the rights of peasants, protection of rights of laborers, Okay, so improving the Indian economic conditions. Okay, that is National Economic Program, Fundamental Rights, that was passed in Karachi session 1931 during after suspension of civil disobedience movement. Second RTC, Gandhiji went in November 1931. Okay, so but it also failed because British government just wanted a certain kind of way out. Because the movement was spreading very quickly, so they want to take a breather. That is the reason they made a ploy of having negotiation with Gandhiji and let Gandhiji go to England to negotiate with that one. They knew negotiation is going to be failed because why? Because British government made sure that RTC is filled with fully communalist parties. So Congress or INC was in minority over there. Okay, these communalists were in majority and British government officials were in majority. So whatever the decision that was taken, that is only their viewpoint was considered, INC viewpoint was not considered, and that is the hard stand of British government. Gandhiji disappointed and he had the right to reserve that one. He had the right to restart the civil disobedience movement because civil disobedience movement was not withdrawn but rather suspended. Okay, so now communal forces were in majority like I told you. So like how repressed classes wanted separate electorate, Christians and Europeans, Anglo-Indians all wanted separate electorate, but Gandhiji was adamant against separate electorate because already separate electorate had been given to Muslims in 1909 Act. Okay, so Gandhiji was disappointed. Okay, so now he came back in January 1932. He wanted to resume civil disobedience movement, but by that point of time, Britishers were ready. As soon as Gandhiji came, he was arrested. Other leaders were also arrested. They were taken to unknown places. Wellington was the new viceroy. Before that one, Irvine was the viceroy. Now Wellington took preemptive measures, arresting all the leaders because he knew that is as soon as Gandhiji came, he is going to launch civil disobedience movement again. So that is the reason he was arrested and preemptive arrest and martial law was proclaimed across the country. And finally withdrawn the civil disobedience movement in 1934 April because the movement lost vigor. What was the vigor enthusiasm which was there in the first phase, it was not there in the second phase. Okay, then third RTC again boycotted by INC, November 1932. Nobody attended from INC because most of the leaders were in jail, and white paper was published on the basis of the discussions happened at RTC plus Simon Commission report, and at the same time Nehru report. All of them were considered in this white paper in 1933, and that led to ultimately 1935 Act. Okay, so discussions of RTC, Simon Commission report, Nehru report, all of the other political undercurrents which was there, that led to establishment of or passing of 1935 Act. Okay, so on the basis of this act, what happened? 1937 elections happened. So before that, Communal award was given in 1932 when Gandhiji was in jail. What is this Communal award? By Ramsay MacDonald, giving separate electorate to depressed classes. So they will have separate constituency. Only depressed classes voters will out to the depressed classes candidate. But this was opposed by Gandhiji. He went on to first unto death in jail. But Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar supported this Communal award. Okay, so because he wanted to uplift the lower strata depressed classes, but Gandhiji wanted to uplift this lower strata also, but not through separate electorate. But if you give a separate electorate to them, that will continue forever, because that is what ultimately led to partition in 1947. So that would have led to division within the Hindu society itself, because Britishers divided Hindus and Muslims. Right now they want to divide within the Hindu society by pitting lower castes against upper castes. So finally, Puna Pact happened between Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhiji in 1932. So reservation instead of separate electorate was agreed. So compromise happened. So instead of separate electorate would be given, instead of separate electorate, reservation would be given. Okay, that is one of the genesis of reservation policies. And now Mahatma Gandhi undertook fast unto death 1932, mainly because 2012 question, round table conference failed to satisfy Indian political aspirations. Congress and Muslim League had differences of opinion. Ramsay MacDonald announced a Communal award. None of the statements are correct. Answer option is C, because against the Communal award. Communal award of, that is separate electorate for depressed classes. Okay. And now some INC session, important INC sessions. Jawaharlal Nehru was the president of 1936 Lucknow session, declared socialism as the goal. Then 1936, again Jawaharlal Nehru is the president. It was the first village session of INC in Faizpur, in village that is Maharashtra. Haripura session, Gujarat, Subhash Chandra Bose was the president, and here National Planning Committee was established. Chairman was Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru was chairman of National Planning Committee. Subhash Chandra Bose also one of the members. And Subhash Chandra Bose was the president of Haripura session, is in Gujarat. And again Tripuri session in Madhya Pradesh, 1939. And two candidates, Bose versus Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. And Subhash Chandra Bose won, but Pattabhi Sitaramaiah was getting support from Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, but because Subhash Chandra Bose won, Mahatma Gandhi, it became, he felt like that is, it took loss of Pattabhi Sitaramaiah as his personal loss and not toward Gandhi's sentiment. Subhash Chandra Bose resigned, and then Rajendra Prasad took over. Rajendra Prasad took over as the president because Subhash Chandra Bose, he resigned from the presidentship because Gandhiji, that is, he felt like the loss of Sitaramaiah was his personal loss. So, did not want to hurt Gandhiji's sentiments. So that is the reason Subhash Chandra Bose resigned. Okay, it was not a personal conflict between Gandhiji and Bose. We will talk about INA, we will talk about Subhash Chandra Bose because one INA question was asked. So then we will better understand the relationship between Gandhiji and Subhash Chandra Bose over there. Okay, so because they had great respect for each other, they had immense respect for each other. Don't believe in this WhatsApp stories and everything. So we will see the realistic what happened. Okay. Then 1936-37 elections on the basis of 1935 Act. Okay, on the basis of 1935 Act. Okay, so INC won in most of provinces. Okay, most of provinces formed the government in first time in provinces that are called as Congress ministries. The Congress government called as Congress ministries. It is the first taste of power. The first taste of power being ministers and control over the British bureaucracy. Being a ministers, being minister, they had control over British officials. Okay, so that happened in 1936-37 elections. So look at in where they formed the government. Okay, so out of 11 provinces, 5 provinces they got complete majority. Okay, that is Madras, Bihar, Odisha, central province as well as united provinces. Okay, then again near majority in Bombay, not complete majority. Then again single largest party in Bengal, and formed government in 5 provinces on their own. In 3 provinces, that is Bombay, Assam and Northwest provinces, total 8 provinces as coalition governments. Okay, in Assam with Assam Valley Muslim Party. Okay, that is Muhammad Sadullah was the leader. Then again Bombay with small pro-Congress groups. Then again Bengal, who had formed the government, and that is Krishak Praja Party, Fazlul Haq with All India Muslim League. Then again in Punjab Unionist Party with the leadership of Sikandar Ayat Khan. Okay, and then later Sindh by Sindh United Party. Okay, so they had formed the government. Okay, and it is the first taste of power, like I already mentioned, it's the first taste of power for Indian political parties during that point in time. On the basis of which elections? On the basis of 1936 election, which was based on 1935 Act. Okay, and these elections were the first in which the larger number of Indians, so nearly more than nearly 10% of Indians were eligible to vote, because the voting rights were started to be expanded from 1892, 1909, 1919 as well as 1935. Even though it was not universal franchisee, but certain section of the society who had educational rights, who had educational qualifications as well as property qualifications, taxation qualification, they had given right to vote, and all of them voted for most of the provinces. That is INC 1, that is near all the full majority in these 5 provinces, that is Bihar, Odisha, CP United provinces, Bihar and Madras, and coalition governments in Bombay, Assam and Northwest Frontier province. Okay, and All India Muslim League, which claimed it is a representative of all the Muslims, it never could able to gain full majority even in Muslim majority provinces also. So that shows that one, that is people are not siding with the communal politics of All India Muslim League and some other communal organization from the majority side also. So that is, they couldn't able to form any government, and even though they could able to form some coalition government, but later that was also fell out. Okay, and these Congress ministries, they resigned because India was included in Second World War in 1939 without any consultation. So that is the reason INC again decided to boycott it. Okay, so because India was joined with Britain, and then again with, we can talk about France and later USA and later USSR, against Germany, Japan as well as Italy, who were fascist powers. Of course, Indians had sympathy against fascist powers. Indians wanted to support the democratic powers of USA, France and England, but Indians were included in Second War without consultation, and that is the reason they signed. Okay, look at that, resigned. So 2012 again question, Congress ministers resigned in 7 provinces in 1939. The Congress could not form ministries in other 4 provinces. Emergence of left wing in the Congress made the working of the ministries impossible. There was a widespread communal disturbances in their provinces, and none of the above. Answer should be none of the above, because it is due to that is involvement of Indians in Second World War without any consultation. without any consultation. Now, what is the INC stand on the Second World War in 1939? The INC said that we are going to support. We'll support against fascism, because fascism is a bad ideology led by Hitler, Mussolini and Japanese monarchical government then. Okay, so if complete independence after the war would be given to Indians, at the same time interim government would be given during the war. If you fulfill these conditions, that we are going to support the war. We are going to support the war, and that is the stand taken by Indian National Congress. Okay, so after the INC stand on Second World War, and to have the future viewpoint about how INC should go about, there was a session, there is a Ramgarh session. Ramgarh is in Jharkhand in 1940, and the president was Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. And now they agreed that a battle must be waged for independence. Okay, but there was a disagreement over the form. So whether we should launch the mass movement, whether we should go with a limited Satyagraha, okay, whether it should be individual movement, whether it should be a mass movement, because we need to keep on fighting for our independence. But as of now, the time is not ripening because the Second World War is going on. Okay, and finally it decided at the session that the people of India would accept nothing short of complete independence, because we passed the resolution way back in 1929 that we want complete independence. We are definitely going to agree for that one. And civil disobedience we will launch if they don't agree to this particular demand, and as soon as the Congress organization is considered fit enough and if circumstances warrant. And they said that one, that is, presently we are not going to disturb the Second World War efforts of British, because they are fighting against fascism. We also have issues with fascism. So at the same time, it is not the right time to launch civil disobedience movement, as the Congress organization is filled with corrupt practices after 1937 elections, because they had the taste of power, they had accepted power, they were in powerful positions. So that led to corruption creeping into them. Okay, so then if he felt like that one, that is, we need to strengthen the organization, and Hindu-Muslim conflicts were going on during that point of because of the communalization of British divide and rule policies. Okay, so now he felt like that is, when the circumstances warrant, we will launch civil disobedience, and the circumstances ultimately came in 1942 for Quit India movement with the failure of Cripps mission. We'll come to that one. Okay, so that was the resolution that was passed over there. Yes, we will wage a war, we will fight for our rights, but not with mass movement as of now, because circumstances are not necessary. When circumstances come, we will fight for our rights. And when government said, or sorry, rather INC said that we are going to support the war efforts if the complete independence is given, if interim government is given during a time of war, British government came up with some offer that is called as August offer of 1940. We will expand the executive council, that is Viceroy's executive council, which is the highest decision making body with cabinet. So they said that is, we are going to expand with some Indians over there. Then again, we will give dominion status, and we will provide constituent assembly after the war, so you can draw up your own constitution. Then we will have war advisory council. But Indians wanted Puna Swaraj. So Jawaharlal Nehru said that one, it is dead as a doornail. And they also tried to encourage the Pakistan movement, which was gaining traction during that point of time. They said that one, we are going to protect the rights of minorities in the constitution. Again, extension of the divide and rule policy rejected by ANC, and Jawaharlal Nehru said it's dead as doornail. So we are not going to accept these offers, because we want independence after the war. We want transition government right now, or interim government right now. Okay, so we are not going to accept nothing short of independence, because you are providing us dominion status, which is thing of the past. So that is the reason against August offer. So Indian leaders decided that one, we should launch certain movement. If we don't launch certain movement, so Britishers will take us as granted. That is the reason limited Satyagraha was launched, also called as individual Satyagraha, instead of mass Satyagraha. Okay, that is against August offer. In October 1940, only selected individuals will give speeches against the Britishers. They will, before giving speech also, they are going to take the permission from the local authorities, and they give speeches against the war, because India was involved in the war without consultation. Okay, and it is also kind of a chance for the government to accept the demand. If they don't accept this, then we are going to launch mass action. Just to show that one, Indians are not cowards. Indians are not bogging down from their demand. So we will ask for our demand through individual Satyagrahas. And the program was seeking independence. Then again, the right to freedom of expression, because freedom of expression was taken away during the times of wars. There were different archaic laws were being imposed, and criticism of those laws. And Satyagraha's demand would be to use the freedom of speech to oppose the war. Even though Indians had sympathies with the democracy, but Indians were involved without consultation. And that is the reason we are going to oppose the war also. And of course, if the Satyagraha is not arrested, they are going to go to Delhi. It is called Delhi Chalo movement, march towards Delhi by Satyagrahis, but this never culminated. This was never culminated. So this is limited Satyagraha against August offer, to show that Indians have the ability to fight for their rights even if there is no mass movement. So who participated in the Hindu Satyagraha? Vinoba Bhave was the first one. Second was offered by Jawaharlal Nehru, and then again Sarojini Naidu. So all these individuals offered individual Satyagraha. Okay. Then March 1942, what happened? Japan was gaining victory because Japan was winning, because Japan was fighting with Germany and Italy against British, and Japan was occupying Koreas, then again Indonesia, then again Malaya, then again Manchuria, then moving towards India, Southeast Asia and India. So Japan was defeating Britishers handsomely. So now USA pressurized to get the support of Indians, because if you want to defeat Japan in Asia, we require the support of Indians. It's not the Indians army support or something like that one, because army is part of British Empire itself only, but the Indians people support. There's a difference between army going against Japanese as well as the entire Indian people going against the Japanese invasion. So to get the Indian support, USA pressurized UK to grant what Indians are demanding, that is responsible government as well as independence for India, and to negotiate for that one, they sent Cripps mission. Who sent? UK, because UK was already coming under the influence of USA, because UK was getting defeated all across European continent also by Hitler. Then so Cripps mission was sent. Stafford Cripps was the chairman. Privy Seal was there. Then again other members of House of Commons were there. Now negotiations started between Cripps mission and Indian leadership. Now, and again Nehru and Maulana Azad were the official negotiators for INC. Okay. Now what Cripps proposals? It said dominion status, but Indians wanted Puna Swaraj. Then again it said Constituent Assembly after the war, but Indians wanted already an interim government, then Constituent Assembly after the war. And they say that when the nominated members from princely states will be there in this Constituent Assembly, and elected members from provincial councils. But what Indian National Congress wanted, that one from princely states also it should be elected. If princely states nominated members will come, they will demand the rights of princes to be protected, not the rights of the people. That is not a real democracy. And defense portfolio will still be under Britishers. And what kind of a government is that one? If the defense is still under Britishers, what kind of power Indians will be having? And they encouraged Pakistan movement again. They said that one, if any of the provinces, they knew that is, we can say the Muslim majority provinces of Bengal and Punjab, particularly Pakistan Punjab region presently, they are not going to agree to the constitution prepared by Indians, constitution prepared by Indian National Congress and other leaders. So they divided, again they started divide and rule policy. They said that one, if any provinces do not agree, they can have a separate agreement with Britishers, that encouraging Pakistan again. So this is how Pakistan movement was culminating. They are trying to pit one community against the other, one country against the other. They are already giving indirect support to Muslim League Pakistan movement. Okay, they already these kind of things were going on. So this is what Cripps proposals, and now Indians agreed that one, that is, this is enough. So we are no longer to accept this kind of slavery situation under the Britishers. Now it is time to launch mass movement. And now what Gandhiji said, that is rejected by Mahatma Gandhiji. He said that one, post-dated check of a crushing bank. So Jawaharlal Nehru called August offer as a dead as doornail. Mahatma Gandhiji called Cripps proposals as post-dated check of a crushing bank. Post-dated check of a crushing bank. Okay. And now plan of Stafford Cripps envisages that after the Second World War, that is in 2016, India should be granted complete independence. No. Dominion status. Again, India should be partitioned into two before granting independence. That is not there. India should be made a republic with a condition that she will join the Commonwealth. Okay, that is not there. India should be given dominion status. That is the answer. Okay. When Cripps proposals failed to satisfy the Indian needs, and now Indians launched Quit India movement. Okay. With reference to Cripps proposals, 2022, Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by the provincial assemblies as well as the princely state. No. Princely states will be nominated. Provincial assemblies will be elected. So this is wrong. Okay. Any province which is not prepared to accept the new constitution would have the right to sign a separate agreement with the Britain regarding the future status and encouraging partition. Okay. So answer option would be only 2. Answer option would be only 2. Okay, this last point we talked about that one. So any province which is not in agreement with the new constitution, they can have a separate agreement with the British. Okay, so this one asked in 2022. And a Warda resolution against the Cripps proposals in July 1942 in Bombay, Warda. And that resolution is called as Quit India resolution. It's asking the Britishers to quit India. Okay, and then look at that one. Quit India movement was launched in response to cabinet mission, Cripps proposals, Simon Commission report, or Wavell plan. Wavell plan will come to, that is, it is against Cripps proposals. Okay, 1942. Cabinet mission was in 1946. Simon Commission was in 1927, but the report was in 1930. Then Wavell plan is in 1945. We'll come to Wavell plan when we talk about cabinet mission plan. So look at this. 2013, cabinet mission was in answer option. Cabinet mission question was asked. We'll come to that one. Okay. Now 8th August 1942, met at Gowalia Tank Maidan, again in Bombay, approved the Quit India resolution, and Gandhiji gave the mantra, that is do or die, to the people of India. Okay, so do or die, an effort to take independence from the British Empire. Okay, and All India Muslim League gave the slogan divide and quit, because they were asking for separate nation in March, because way back in March 1940, the Lahore session of the All India Muslim League, the Pakistan resolution had been passed. The Pakistan resolution had been passed in March 1940, Lahore. Okay, and now look at this question. With reference to 8th August 1942, 2021, that particular date was asked in Indian history, which one of the following statement is correct? The Quit India resolution was adopted by the All India Congress Committee. Viceroy's Executive Council was expanded to include more Indians. The Congress ministers resigned in 7 provinces. Again, look at this. This was also a question. Why Congress ministers resigned in 7 provinces? Cripps proposed an Indian union with full dominant status. Again, this was also a question. Once the Second World War is over. This statement was also a question. This statement was also a question. We know the answer is A. Because 8th August 1942, the resolution was given was what? That is Quit India resolution. Quit India resolution. And now Quit India movement will come to. All leaders were arrested because Britishers knew that every Indian is going to participate, because the deepening up of national movement was happening, and they knew that if leaders are there, they are going to organize with Swadeshi and boycott and passive resistance, and that is the reason all leaders were arrested, taken to unknown destination, and the movement became leaderless. And finally, people had spontaneous response, because in non-cooperation movement, in civil disobedience movement, people were organized to do certain activities. But right now there are no leaders. The movement is leaderless. A spontaneous response that led to a lot of violence, attacking Britishers, killing even British officials also by common people. Okay, so blowing up railway bridges, attacking British symbols, then again their buildings also. Events that attack and vandalize government officers and symbols, cut telegraph lines, and then again destroy railway bridges, destroy roads also. Okay, because all of them are symbolize the British, all of them, and hoisting flags of India, flags of tricolor on government buildings, the killing officers and Europeans, even Europeans also, and forcefully hoisting flag, because Britishers had banned hoisting flag. Now the violence meet violence. So that is the power of non-violence. When the non-violent protesters are attacked by the government, the sympathy lies with the victims and the criticism goes to the attacker. But here, now the people are responding in violence, and now the government has every right to respond with law and order. To protect the law and order, they can respond with violence. So severe repression, machine guns were used, firing and machine guns on people. Okay, so because of that one, people lost vigor. And I was scared to come to the open, because they had to face not lathis, but rather they have to face machine guns. Okay, that is the reason movement went underground. The secret activity started. So one of the features of Quit India movement is underground movement. Okay, that is mass participation is not possible, and that is the reason leaders are organizing certain activities secretly. So what is underground movement? That is again Achyut Patwardhan, some of the leaders, Aruna Asaf Ali, Ram Manohar Lohia, Sucheta Kruplani. Okay, and then again J.P. Narayan. Then again we can talk about Usha Mehta. She ran Congress radio in Bombay secretly for many months without detection. Okay, these are leaders of underground movement: Achyut Patwardhan, Aruna Asaf Ali, Ram Manohar Lohia, Sucheta Kruplani, J.P. Narayan, and Usha Mehta. Again, this question was asked, I guess, 2011. With reference to Indian freedom struggle, Usha Mehta is known for running the secret Congress radio in the wake of Quit India movement. Participating in second round table conference, we discussed leading a contingent of Indian National Army. We'll come to that one, because Indian National Army question was asked later. We'll come to that one. Assisting the formation of interim government under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay, now Answer is A, because secret Congress radio in the wake of Quit India movement. That is Usha Mehta. Okay. I think one more question was asked with respect to which of the following statement was not correct with respect to Quit India movement. It was non-violent, it was spontaneous, led by Gandhiji. Labor class did not participate. So it's kind of one question was also asked again in 2012, I guess. So please go and check that question also. So activities of underground movement, same. That is disrupt communication, blow bridges, they can derail trains, attack officials. Okay, so everybody will be attacked. So that is again a kind of a violence movement too. Kind of a violence movement, but secretly. In 1943, what happened? 3 members of Viceroy Security Council resigned. Why they resigned? Because Gandhiji was going fast unto death. Okay, so asking release of Gandhiji, who was fasting, against the violence atmosphere. And who are his 3 members? And that is HP Modi, NR Sarkar as well as MS Ani. So 3 Viceroy Executive Council members, they were resigned. And other features of Quit India movement is parallel governments. So people started establishing their simultaneous government, their own parallel governments at the local level. Like in Balia, in Uttar Pradesh, Chittu Pandey established one government in August 1942. Then again Tamluk in Bengal, called as Jatiya Sarkar, December 1942 to 1944, this government was in existence. Then again in Maharashtra, Satara, YB Chavan and Nana Patil, called as Prati Sarkar, in mid 1943 to 1945, and they were giving services to people, these governments. Okay, flood reliefs. Okay, during that point in time, some floods happened in certain areas. Okay, and they were addressing the grievances of people. Okay, because they are providing alternative government, which can be called as the parallel government. Because the British government was broke down. Because everywhere people was up in arms against Britishers. So one parallel government was there in Sholapur. Okay, and that is during civil disobedience movement. That is during civil disobedience movement. Okay, and no support to Quit India movement by communists who want to support Britain and Russia against the Nazis. Because communists, their sympathy was with Russia. Because Nazis had attacked Russia. So Russia was in support of Britain, and that is the reason communists supported Britain. They did not give support to Quit India movement. Then in communist section, the Muslim League feared if British left India, minorities will be oppressed by the majority, so they did not give support. And then again, Hindu Mahasabha boycotted the movement, like I already mentioned about that one. Okay, and even certain sections of certain other communalist leaders, they also gave support to Britishers. Now entire India was up in arms, but these certain sections, they were supporting Britishers. Okay, or rather boycott, kind of a cold neutral. Now release of leaders happened by 1944-1945 because war was ending. It was inevitable for allies to win because they had new kind of weapons, like nuclear weapons. We can talk about bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and then again Hitler committed suicide. And now British economy had been shattered because of Second World War. Now they want to negotiate a transfer of power, and for negotiation of transfer of power, all the leaders who got arrested in 1942 now being released in 45-44. As the war was nearing end, for transfer of power negotiation began. Okay, transfer of power negotiation. And now post-war national upsurge. That is, post-war means we are talking about what happened after 1945. It is a post-war national upsurge. Okay, post-war means Second World War. That is prelude to INA. We have to talk about INA movement over here. One question was asked about INA. In 1942, there was a conference of Indians in Tokyo, that is in Japan, and that is, they formed one organization called as Indian Independence League with the help of, we can say, Rajbihari Bose, because Rajbihari Bose went to Japan. We talked about when the revolution failed in 1915 with the help of Gadars. That did not fructify, later went to Japan, and these are leaders who are organizing conferences. Then one more conference in Bangkok in June 1942. Rajbihari Bose elected as the president of Indian Independence League, and there the decision was taken to raise an Indian National Army, and this Indian National Army will be composed of prisoners of war of India or British India still captured by Japan. So they want to take the help of Japan to raise an Indian army to invade India, okay, and to free India from the clutches of the Britishers. Okay, that is to raise the Indian National Army. That is the background for INA. Now Indian National Army, Azad Hind Fauj, August or September 1952, different dates have been presented, and collaboration of the Indian soldiers, expatriates who were there already, there Indians, and prisoners of war also, and women members were also there, and help from Japan, because Japan wanted to utilize Indians to defeat Britishers in India itself. And Mohan Singh was the commander, and he was arrested by Japanese later because Mohan Singh was against Japanese treatment of Indians, because Japan is for treating Indians in a lowly manner, in a menial manner. Because Japan wanted to utilize Indians for its selfish goals, because Japan was also an fascist power during that point of time, and they committed a lot of atrocities in Korea as well as in China during that point of time. So that is the reason people, you must have talked about you must have seen in newspapers, that is Japan wants to forget its war past. Okay, so it was not great. Okay, so Mohan Singh, so he resisted, or he was against the Japanese treatment of Indians. That is the reason he was arrested. And later Rajbihari Bose looking after Indian National Army, and later he handed it over to Subhash Chandra Bose. Subhash Chandra Bose, he was in India. We'll talk about Subhash Chandra Bose separately. And then he went to Afghanistan, later Soviet Union, later to Germany, then he came to Indonesia, then he came to Singapore, and then again we came to Japan also. Now Indian National Army was taken over by Subhash Chandra Bose, and this Indian National Army was revived by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose in July-October 1943, because it was established way back in 1942. And the motto of this particular organization is, that is unity, faith and sacrifice, which translates into Ittefaq, Itmad, and then again Qurbani. Qurbani means sacrifice. And now provincial government was established in October 21, 1943, the provincial government of Free India. Okay, at Singapore it was established, and again the finance portfolio was held by H.C. Chatterjee, and the prime minister of this particular government was declared as Subhash Chandra Bose. Then again women minister was also there, and again broadcasting minister was M.A. Iyer, and women department was headed by Lakshmi Swaminathan. Okay, this is the provisional government of India, recognized by Japan, recognized by Germany and Italy. Okay, so because INA and Subhash Chandra Bose had already met Hitler, okay, to take their help to free India from the clutches of British. So enemy is enemy, my friend. That is a very simple formula with which Indian leader was working with. Then headquarters were shifted to Rangoon in January 1944. This provisional governments as well as INA's headquarters. Okay, and the army recruits were to march to India with the cry, that is Chalo Delhi. Delhi Chalo movement was individual Satyagraha. This Chalo Delhi was a war cry of Indian National Army. Okay, and then regiments were named after Gandhi, Nehru, Maulana Azad and Subhash Chandra Bose. Indian National Army, and one women regiment was also there, that is named after Rani Jhansi. Women regiment after Rani Jhansi. Okay, so people say that is so different things about the relationship between Gandhiji, Nehru and Subhash, but they had great respect for each other, and INA army had regiments named after Gandhi, Nehru, Azad as well as Subhash. Okay, so the Battle of Imphal, that is one invasion of INA with the help of Japanese soldiers, happened in March-July 1944, and INA and Japan versus British Indian Army, and tricolor was hoisted at Moirang in Manipur. Okay, but heavy rains and due to Japan's reverses in the Second World War, and that halted the INA's march towards India to free India from the British clutches, and retreated to Burma. They had to go back to Burma because monsoons were quite heavy. Early monsoons were quite heavy, and then again Japan reverses halted in INA. Japan reverses in Second World War stopped it from giving any support to INA. So that is the reason INA had to retreat to Burma, because that was their headquarters was there in Rangoon. And that is about INA. And now we will talk about Subhash Chandra Bose. Last time we talked about Subhash Chandra Bose, that is about 1939 session. That is Tripuri session. Some conflict happened with Patabi Sitaramaya. Subhash Chandra Bose resigned, then Rajendra Prasad took over. So Subhash Chandra Bose, why he resigned is that one, he did not want to hurt Gandhiji. So Subhash Chandra Bose, so he wanted to take advantage of Second World War in 1939. He wanted to launch mass movement, but Gandhiji, he was against mass movement at that point of time because of communal tendencies, because of corrupt tendencies in the Indian National Congress. So he wanted to strengthen it, and he wanted to support democratic forces, that is Britain, against fascism. But Subhash Chandra Bose wanted to take the help of fascists against not against democracy, but against British colonialism, against British imperialism. So that is a major debate. And then he called for mass movement, and that is when he was expelled out of Indian National Congress. Okay, and then he formed his own party, that is within the National Congress, that is called as Forward Bloc. That was launched. Okay. Later, what happened to Subhash Chandra Bose? Forward Bloc established in June 1939 as a faction within the ANC. And organized protest in Calcutta and jailed. Okay. Then Later he was house arrested because his health was deteriorating. House arrests, put under house arrest by Britishers in 1940, and January 1941 escaped to Afghanistan first, then again Soviet Union, because he wanted to take the help of Soviet Union against British, because Soviet Union had ideological conflict with Britishers. Britishers were capitalism and imperialists, and Soviet Union was socialist or communist, we can say, who was against capitalism, who were against imperialism. And that is the reason I want to take Soviet Union help. But what happened? Nazis, that is Hitler Germany, they invaded Soviet Union. Soviet Union went into became ally of Britishers as well as USA. So that is the reason Subhash Chandra Bose went to Nazis. Subhash Chandra Bose went to Germany. In 1941, he reached Berlin, that is Germany, and then again founded the Free India Center in Berlin, November 1941. Then again, and created the Indian Legion, and this Indian Legion soldiers gave him the title Netaji. In January 1942, he started broadcasting from German-sponsored radio called as Azad Hind Radio. Then he started one newspaper and one magazine also, and asked Indians to support Gandhiji in Quit India movement in August 1942. Okay, so people say that when they were not liking each other, all these kind of things. Okay, so made up things, but from the broadcasting radio, that he asked all the Indians to support Gandhiji in Quit India movement. Okay, so Azad Hind magazine was started in March 1942. There is a chronology of Subhash Chandra Bose we can talk about. Okay, and then again 31st August 1942 radio address to communalist leaders like Jinnah and Vidyasagar, who were supporting Britishers. Both of them were supporting Britishers. Okay, so in Quit India movement, and he gave this particular speech to both these particular individuals, Jinnah and Savarkar. So what is the speech he gave? That is, realize that in the world of tomorrow that there will be no British Empire, and you are siding with the British Empire. That British Empire will not be there tomorrow. Okay, so support Indians, support the Quit India movement, but they were giving support to Britishers. Okay, realize that in the world of tomorrow that there will be no British Empire, and that happened because British Empire crumbled after Second World War. And he last met Gandhiji in 1940. Okay, and he himself written in his own book, The Indian Struggle, Gandhiji had acknowledged Bose's Subhash Chandra Bose efforts towards freedom, because that is written by Bose himself in his book, The Indian Struggle, written by Bose himself. Because Gandhiji acknowledged that one, that is, if India achieves independence through the ways of Subhash Chandra Bose, Gandhiji will be the first person to give appreciation to Subhash Chandra Bose, and that is advocate, that is written by Subhash Chandra Bose himself in his book, The Indian Struggle. So that is should be done and dusted about all the rumors about these two great individuals. Again, Subhash Chandra Bose in February 1943 left for Japan via submarine. Okay, then at the same time he reached Indonesia, and later from there he went to Tokyo in May 1943. Then he took over INA. Okay, Japanese gave him Andaman Nicobar Islands and established government in December 1943, and tricolor was also hoisted at Port Blair. Okay, and on July 6, 1944, in a speech from Singapore, he gave that famous speech, that is the Father of the Nation speech, that he gave the speech, that is India's holy war of independence had begun, Father of the Nation, that is addressing Gandhiji, we seek your blessing. So he is the first person to call Gandhiji as Father of the Nation, and of course that is carried forward. And today also we recognize Mahatma Gandhiji as Father of the Nation, and what Gandhiji has given title to Subhash Chandra Bose, the patriot among patriots. Different connotations are used, different meanings are used, but all of them are meaning the same. That is, no one can beat Subhash Chandra Bose in his patriotism. That is Prince of Patriot, or we can say a King of Patriots, or Patriot among Patriots, and Gandhiji gave it in 1943. Okay, and July 6, 1944, in a speech of Singapore, so he called Mahatma Gandhiji as Father of the Nation. But unfortunately, he died in a plane crash in Taiwan in 18th August 1945. Okay, so this is about Subhash Chandra Bose in Indian national movement. Then INA trials happened because INA got defeated. That we talked about Manipur, that is tried to invade, but they got defeated. Japan also got defeated. They were brought to India as traitors. INA soldiers captured, brought to India as traitors by British Indian government, or the British government. Okay, so by the British government. Okay. So this is called as INA trials, happened in November 1945 to May 1946. It's also called Red Fort trials. The three Red Fort trials are there. The first Red Fort trial we can talk about Bahadur Shah Zafar after 1857. The second Red Fort trial, that's INA trials. And the third Red Fort trial about Gandhiji's assassination, after Gandhiji's assassination. Okay, then joint trial of 3 persons we can talk about: Shah Nawaz Khan, then Prem Sehgal and Gurbakh Singh Dhillon, representing 3 religions of India, showing the unity of India. Okay, then again there was a popular pressure on British government to release the INA soldiers, because Britishers are treating these INA soldiers as what? Traitors. But what Indians told Britishers, that is, they are not traitors, they are fighting for their country against imperialism and colonialism. So you cannot treat them as traitors. And to give relief to INA soldiers, because there are thousands of soldiers were there, thousands of soldiers, now INC organized a defense committee to give them finance support, to raise funds for them, and to give them legal support. As well as defense of INA in the trials, as well as to relief for the troops. And who are the members of this defense committee? Bhulabhai Desai, Asaf Ali, Tej Bahadur Shapru. Okay, then again Kailash Nath Kadju, Jawaharlal Nehru, Sarash Chandra Bose, then again Shiv Kumar Shastri, Ranbir Chand Soni. Okay, so many people. Okay, so then again Rajendra Narayan, and lastly we talk about Sultan Yar Khan. So all of them gave support to these INA soldiers, defended them, claiming that they are real patriots who fought for their country, not against the country. You cannot treat them as traitors. And release all of them. Britishers had to release them because of a lot of public pressure. And that is the post-war movement we talk about. So now Britishers are understanding that we no longer can remain in India because Indian support is waning away. Because Britishers could able to remain in India because of Indian support. So now the Indian support is waning away. Okay. Now this question was asked. It's in the context of colonial India. Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sehgal and Gurbakh Singh Dhillon are remembered as leaders of Swadeshi and boycott movement, members of the interim government in 1946, members of the drafting committee in the Constituent Assembly, and officers of the Indian National Army. We know the officers of Indian National Army. Know about drafting committee members in Constituent Assembly. Chairman is Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar. Okay, so interim government. Then after cabinet mission, we talk about that one. Swadeshi and boycott, we already talked about that one. So know about the members of interim government, slightly politically related. You can, okay, when it was after the cabinet mission, it was established. Again, Royal Indian Navy, Royal Air Force mutiny happened, because this question is also asked. I will come to that one. Royal Indian Navy. So why this revolution or why this revolt happened in Bombay in 1946? Because there was a lot of demands of Indian Navy officials, that is Indian Navy officials in Royal Indian Navy, that is British Indian Navy, that is demand for better food. There was discrimination with the white people, because there was a lot of racial discrimination. Food was not given properly, and at the same time there was discrimination among the officers class also. They were not promoted properly, and at the same time nationalism too. And INA trials was going on at that point of time, because it has happened in 1946. From November 1945 to 1946, INA trials were going on, and a lot of public mass movements were going on against treating INA soldiers as traitors. And now that also leading to Royal Indian Navy and Royal Air Force mutiny, and that is because nationalism was reaching. Peshawar Army Regiment, Civil Disobedience Movement, and right now the pillars of strength of British Indian government in India, Navy and Air Force, they were going against the Britishers. Okay, and then again Balai Chandra Dutt, BC Dutt, was arrested for writing Quit India, because Quit India influences was also going into this particular Royal Indian Navy sailors. Okay, on ship called as HMIS Talwar. HMIS means His Majesty India Service. Okay, on that particular ship name, so a ship, so wrote Quit India, that showing, asking Britishers to quit India. Okay, and there was one committee was organized to fight for their rights. Okay, that committee was led by MS Khan, he was the president, and Madan Singh was the vice president. And now British Indian government brought Royal Air Force to deal with this Royal Indian Navy. They refused to shoot. They brought Gurkhas, they also refused to shoot. They brought army, they also refused to shoot. They're showing that one, there is a power, the support for British Indian government is waning away completely. Now Royal Indian Navy mutiny turned into an open revolt, spread to Vizag, Madras, which is side in Bombay. Then again RAF and Gurkhas, they refused to shoot on their fellow brothers. Then Sardar Patel intervened and asked them to surrender. Because why? Because the transfer of power negotiation was going on. Now at that point of time, there already a lot of communal riots were going on. They did not want any kind of other problems in terms of when India was attaining independence. They did not want any kind of we can say some kind of open revolt to be there in India. Okay, so cause power transfer was going on. Okay, so RAF mutiny also in January 1946. Again, same issues. Payment was not there. Rations, food issues was there. It began in Karachi and spread to other players also. Now RAF soldiers or fighters, they refused to shoot on Royal Indian Navy. Okay, so now nowhere the support is there for British government, and the Viceroy's Executive Council top members, the top 3 members, they also resigned. Asking Gandhiji's release during Quit India movement. Okay, and now others points with respect to Royal Indian Navy. The Communist Party supported the mutiny, but all other parties did not support due to violent in nature, because it turned into open revolt, and that is the reason not many parties supported that one, but communists supported, because the reason is that one, they want to go against the Britishers. Okay, now with reference to Indian freedom struggle, consider the following events. 2017, mutiny in Royal Indian Navy, okay, that is 1946. Okay, then again Quit India movement, 1942. Okay, then again second round table conference, 1931. Okay, can talk about that one. 1931, yes, 1931. So now what is the correct chronological sequence of the above events? 1 2 3, 2 1 3, 3 2 1, 3 1. So which was the first event? Current sequence is RTC, that is second round table conference, Quit India movement, and mutiny in Royal Indian Navy, and that should be C, 3 2 1. Okay, that is 3 2 and 1. Simple chronology base. Again, we also talked about this kind of chronological base questions in ancient and medieval India also, linking early medieval India and ancient and medieval India. So we can just make sure that you have the basics clear. You should be having basics pretty much clear over here. Okay, and then with reference to cabinet mission, last time we are coming into which of the following statements are correct in 2015. It recommended federal government for India. It entered the power of Indian courts, nothing related to Indian courts, it's about the transfer of power. Again, it provided more Indians in ICS, it was not a civil services committee per se. Okay, select the answers using code below. One only, like I told you, it was there in one of the answer options. So then again, 1 only, 2 only, sorry, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, then again, none. Answer should be A. It recommended federal form of government. It rejected division, recommended federal form of government. Okay, so that is cabinet mission. So before cabinet mission, there was one answer option was there, that is Wavell plan. So Wavell plan in 1945 and associated Shimla conference the same year. So Wavell plan, it wanted to expand the Viceroy's Council. Okay, Viceroy's Council, and it said that one there will be 14 members in the Viceroy's Council, and out of the 14 members, 6 would be Muslims. Okay, 6 would be Muslims, but it was opposed by ANC, because Muslims as a percentage of population is less than 20%, but how could they have nearly 50% representation in that particular committee? And Jinnah supported this one. Okay, and to have negotiation with INC and Jinnah, and Shimla conference was held, but this was broke down because Jinnah was not ready to accept a proper kind of negotiation over there. Okay, so INC was completely against that one, because INC claimed that one, and Jinnah claimed firstly that is only All India Muslim League should nominate all the Muslim members, but INC said All India Muslim League is not the sole representative of Muslims over here. Okay, because All India Muslim League should understand that it didn't even get the majority in Muslim majority provinces in 1936-37 elections itself. So to break down this one, to break down this deadlock, there was a conference in Shimla. That conference again did not come through, and this conference also failed. That is the reason Wavell plan is also called as breakdown plan. Also called as breakdown plan. Okay. Then later, cabinet mission after Royal Indian Navy mutiny. Okay, then again Britishers understood that we have to transfer the power. So Wavell was the viceroy. So cabinet mission headed by A.V. Alexander, Pethick Lawrence, and Stafford Cripps. Okay, and then again what they recommended: federal government. They rejected division. There will be interim government will be there, and a constituent assembly would be there. Okay, at the same time federation of Indian states will be there. So when the division was rejected, that led to communal riots from 1946 August 2 until 1947, until the acceptance of division. Okay, and now what happened? Direct action day called by Jinnah on 16th August 1946, that is to get Pakistan. That led to communal riots. Okay, so even though Indian freedom movement was non-violent, but India got independence in a violence atmosphere because of a lot of communal riots that happened. Now, Attlee announced in February 1947 that we will leave India by June 1948. Okay, and to appointed Mountbatten to transfer the power. Okay, so that is to transfer the power. We appointed whom? We appointed Mountbatten. Attlee, who was Attlee? Attlee was the Prime Minister of UK after Churchill, after Second World War. So Attlee was the Prime Minister. Okay, so he said we will leave by June 1940. That was the timeline that was set, and he appointed Mountbatten for transfer of power. But because of there was no cooperation between All India Muslim League and INC, so about the territorial integrity of the country, he came up with a plan which is called as Plan Balkan. So balkanization in the sense that one, that is giving independence to all the princely states of India and their provinces. That is, India would have been torn into different pieces, so many pieces. Okay, so that is in March and May of 1947 Shimla, it was proposed by Mountbatten on the premise that cabinet mission had become untenable because two organizations are not agreeing. Okay, so provinces would be declared independent and with the option of joining Constituent Assembly or not. And Jawaharlal Nehru reacted very violently when this plan was presented. He tore off the letters. And so that is the reason they came up with alternative plan. So if this plan had been implemented, so understand the definition of balkanization, the fragmentation of a larger region or state into smaller regions or states which may be hostile or uncooperative with each other. Because there was a conflict which was going on between majority and minority provinces, and that is balkanization. Okay, that would have led to fragmentation of India as a whole. So alternative plan was Mountbatten plan. 3rd June plan, also called as in 1947, his political advisor, that's Mountbatten political advisor VP Menon, draw up this plan. So according to this plan, and he was the political advisor for last 3 governor generals, that is Linlithgow, Wavell, and then again Mountbatten. So Linlithgow, Wavell, then again Mountbatten, VP Menon. Okay, and power would be transferred to 2 unions, he said. So what is the 2 unions? That is India and Pakistan. So then 15th August 1947, so India achieved independence and set up a boundary commission which is called as Ratcliffe Committee. It would demarcate the boundary between India and Pakistan. So this is how India achieved independence. Okay, that is Mountbatten plan. So report was, Ratcliffe Committee was given on 17th August 1947. Okay, Ratcliffe Committee was appointed to 2014, solve the problem of minorities in India, to give effect to the Independence Bill, delimit the boundaries between India and Pakistan, then inquire into riots in East Bengal. So we know the answer is delimit the boundaries between India and Pakistan. So this is Ratcliffe Committee. So this is about the entire chronology of Indian national movement from the beginning. We started with that Gajapati rulers question. Then I will coming ending a Ratcliffe Committee question. So some more not theme-wise question, but again some standalone questions were asked. We will discuss those questions also. Okay, so we finished up with the chronological order from the beginning of the modern history to until the independence, and now certain standalone questions which cannot be categorized into any particular themes. A few questions for us about from the British Acts, okay, like Trade Disputes Act 1929 provided for. Okay, so 2017 this was asked. The participation of workers in the management of industries. Okay, then again arbitrary powers of the management to quell industrial disputes, an intervention by the British court in the event of a trade dispute, and system of tribunals, and a ban on strikes. So it was when this act was being passed itself only. So Bhagat Singh and Bhatukeshwar, that is, they went and throw the bomb. Okay, so through Central Legislative Assembly, that is armless bomb. So that is actually, this act was brought to deal with the growing left wing as well as socialism influence in India. The answer option is actually D, the system of tribunals and to ban strikes, because labor movement was going on. They wanted to stop the labor unrest which was going on in India, and that is to make provisions for establishment of courts of inquiry and board of conciliation with a view to investigate and settle trade disputes. So rest what we are going to discuss, all of them are quietly we can say slightly factuals in nature. Okay, so all the conceptual part we have discussed. Some of the questions which are standalone in nature, studies around, we can say around 30 to 40 slides are there. So we are going to answer those questions over here. Okay, and related concepts too. And Act prohibited strikes and lockouts without notice in public utility services, like public utility, that is public sector units we can talk about. And this was Trade Disputes Act 1929. Okay, and then again, these are all one slide. Consider the following statements. Factories Act 1881 was passed with a view to fix the wages of industrial workers and to allow the workers to form trade unions. M. Lokhande was a pioneer in organizing labor movement in British India. This is fine, but trade unions was not recognized over there. Factories Act. Okay, so that is answer option is only 2 over here, only 2. So we'll discuss Factories Act, then again we'll come to M. Lokande also. So Factories Act of 1881, RIPN, okay, the good British they say, and to improve the working conditions of labor, it was brought out, and 1 hour rest during the work. These are all factuals again, nothing to understand over there. And no children below the age of 7 should be employed in this particular factories. Again, restrictions on the working hours for children below the age of 12. 1 hour rest should be there, and hazardous, dangerous machinery should be fenced off. Okay, that is Factories Act 1881. Then we talked about Trade Disputes Act of 1929. Then again, N.M. Lokande is one of the pioneers in labor movement in India, a trade union movement in India. He was a member of Satyashodhak Samaj, he was a close associate of Jyotiba Phule, and one of the founders of Bombay Mill Lands Association in 1890. All these factuals. Okay, involved in the formation of Indian Federation of Labour in 1920 and served as its president. Okay, so one of the pioneers of trade union movement, and took over the management of Dinabandhu, one of the newspapers in Marathi. Okay, that was N.M. Lokande. Okay, and the first newspaper in India to explicitly cater to laboring people. Which one? That is Dinabandhu. First newspaper in India to cater explicitly to laboring people over there. Okay, and founded by Krishnarao Pandurang Balekar. Which one? This newspaper. That was founded by Krishnarao Balekar, but it was taken over by N.M. Lokande. Okay, it was the first labor organization, that is Working Men's Club in 1870 Calcutta by actually Shashipada Banerjee. So he is also one of the contributors to labor movement in India, and N.M. Lokande also contributed for the labor movements in India too. Okay, the first working men's club in Calcutta, that is first labor organization ever. Okay, in 1920 also Madras Labor Union was also established. Okay, so then again one more question, we talk about the object of Butler Committee of 1927, self standalone. So hopefully you people got the value out of all these things, the PYQ's way of learning. Okay, so we know I know that is you people have learnt history. Okay, so many people have discussed PYQs. I try to bring a different approach over there, try to bring in all the themes over there. Again, look at most of this, I think is few of the questions in ancient history and medieval history as well as modern history, they came out of current affairs base itself only. Okay, so many of them were in current affairs, and also the related themes, different themes getting repeated. So now all the themes I have discussed. Probably I missed a few of the questions. It is not like I have completed all the questions. It's quite impossible to complete. There will be certain questions that you cannot answer. So don't worry about such kind of questions. Okay, don't worry about such kind of questions which you cannot answer. So focus on the basic part of the questions. Basic questions that you can really, where everybody answers. You shouldn't miss out on such kind of answer. That is the reason the basic understanding of history is important. Basic chronology is important. So basic chronology is important. I think I have already mentioned about my Telegram channel, okay, so that you can look it over there. That is, I'm trying to bring the chronology based flowcharts in one everyday one theme. I will be keep sharing over there. So started with the prehistory. I think now in Indus Valley Civilization, that History Chronicles. History Chronicles. Okay, so by Guru. So you can check this Telegram channel. So you can join this channel. That is, I will bring that basic conceptual clarities. So in everyday one flowchart will be shared. So it is not like content wise, but content will be converted into some kind of infographics as well as flowcharts. So you can just check out this channel, History Chronicles by Guru. So there I will try to bring some kind of chronological way of understanding history. That is aside from ancient, medieval, then again modern history. Okay, so because thing is that one basic understanding of history is quite important. Basic understanding of history is quite important. Again, same thing for polity also, same thing for economy also, same thing for geography also. Focus on the basics. So don't worry about this kind of bouncers and Yarkar question that is nobody can answer. So in running, don't run behind these questions because everybody runs behind that question. So always stick to the basics, and that will play a hugely important role, especially that is the game changer in prelims. And also in the same group, I will try to bring current affairs also. Every day I will share from the Bangalore edition of Hindu, that is which topics to read, which topic to write down, which topics are prelims oriented, which topics are mains oriented. So everything I am trying to bring in that channel. So please, you can go and check that channel. Okay, so object of Butler Committee of 2017 again. Define the jurisdiction of central and provincial governments. That is in 1919 Act actually. 1919 Act. Define the powers of Secretary of State for India. That was 1858 Act actually. And then again, impose censorship on national press. Various acts were passed: Newspapers Act, Official Secrets Act, Rowlatt Act. Okay, then Defense of India Act. Then lastly, improve relationship between Government of India and Indian state, that is princely states we are talking about. There is Butler Committee of 1927. Answer option is D, and that is some other members were also there, and that is William Cyril Wordsworth as well as Sidney Peel. Okay, so they're trying to define what is paramountcy is. What is a British paramountcy over Indian states? What is a British paramountcy over Indian states? So that is Butler Committee to bring greater cooperation between British government as well as the Indian princely states. Okay, then again look at this, some revolutions, or we can say tribal revolts question were asked. So after the Santhal uprising subsided, what were the measures taken by colonial government in 2018? The territorial called Santhal Paraganas was created. It became illegal for a Santhal to transfer land to a non-Santhal, because that was a major issue, because they disrupted the entire agrarian order, the entire tribal culture, the British policies, and that is the reason that is tribals majorly revolted against losing of their identity, losing of their culture, losing of their lands also. So answer option is both, that's 1 and 2. So tribal revolts is one aspect we will cover over here. Then again Ulgulan, the great tumult is the description of which of the following events, that is not the revolt of 1857, the Mappila revolt we talked about in non-cooperation movement, again Indigo revolt of 1859-60. So again we talk about Neel Darpan. Okay, this question is also asked. Okay, so Neel Darpan, okay, so that is one act, that is one book, play, Neel Darpan play, that bring out Indigo revolt of 1859-60. Again it is Birsa Munda's revolt. We will discuss Birsa Munda revolt, we will discuss Santhal revolt. Mappila, it just gave a brief idea about that one. And Indigo revolt 1859-60, forceful cultivation of indigo in Bengal province. Okay, that happened over there. So 1857 revolt, I have given brief overview about that one. And to this Indigo revolt got support from all the intellectuals of Bengal during that point of time. And this Indigo revolt has majorly showcased in this Neel Darpan play. Okay, and look at the Santhal rebellion 55-56. Lived in the eastern part of the country, that is in Bhagalpur, known as Damaniko, their area is called as, and they want to expel the outsiders. The outsiders were given a term, and that is called as the Daikus. And the principal leaders of this particular movement were Sido, Kanhu, and then again Chand, and then again Bhairav. What is the major causes? The major cause, that is extortion by the police and courts, disposition of the property, that is complete disruption of the tribal order, and abuse and personal violences by British officials against tribals. Then again, particularly the moneylenders entry into into tribal areas with the support of Britishers, they led to charging of interest rate from 50 to 500%. 50 to 500%. Okay, so that led to Santhal revolt. Okay, so Santals in eastern part of the country. And then again, British mobilized the military. More than 15,000 Santals were killed. And what happened aftermath? That Santals inhabited areas were reconstituted into a different administrative unit called as Santhal Paraganas. Okay, and they recognized the distinctive culture of tribal culture through Santhal Paraganas Tenancy Act in 1876. So now they banned a transfer of land because the major issue was disposition of property as well as losing their land, losing their identity. Now the Britishers banned that one, that is Santals land could not be taken over by some other non-Santals. So that is Santals Tenancy Act 1876. So these are very simple. Okay, so just for factuals again, nothing to understand over there, because most of the tribal revolts arises from the same set of causes. Same set of causes. The coals of Chota Nagpur, look at that one. 1820 to 1837, it was a continuous rebellion. Again in the eastern part of the country, Ranchi, Singhbhum, Hazaribagh and Palamu. That's in again Jharkhand, Bihar region. Then causes transfer of lands, again disposition of property. And money lenders, there was also money lenders were there. Okay, operation actions of money lenders demanding heavy taxes. And again, British judicial and revenue policies badly affecting traditional and social conditions, disruption of the social order, that played a role. Okay, and under leadership of Buddha Bhagat, the major revolt happened in 1831, and they killed and burnt about 1,000 outsiders over there, because their major reaction was again that is outsiders shouldn't enter their lands. Only after large scale military actions and the order was restored. Okay, that is coals of Chota Nagpur between 1820 to 1837, but the major revolt in 1831 under leadership of Buddha Bhagat. And again Birsa Munda revolt. Okay, it's also called as Great Tumult, Ulgulan. Okay, 1890s again Chota Nagpur region, where most of the tribals are concentrated in Indian landmass, and they want to greater independence, establishing Munda Raj. So Birsa Munda, so he came as a kind of a messiah to these people, and again destruction of their system of common land holdings, intrusion of the outsiders like Jagirdars, Tikadars, the revenue farmers and merchant and money lenders. Again, look at that one. There are common causes. You have to identify this common causes. Encroaching on tribal lands. Okay. Again, dispersion of property, disruption of the tribal order. Again, conversions policies also. Christian missionaries activities. So what you have to do is that one, that is make certain columns, that is revolt, year, what is the cause, who is the leader, what happened later. So again, you can create for all the tribal revolts and peasant revolts. So, tribal revolt different column, peasant revolt different columns. So you can go through them. This is Birsa Munda revolt. Okay. Then what happened in this particular? He declared himself as the divine messenger and possessing miraculous power. That is the reason people rallied behind him. Thousands of people rallied behind him as a messiah, and he began to move from village to villages, creating awareness, organizing people, and he started rebellion on the eve of Christmas Eve, 1899, and he was captured and died in jail in June 9, the same year 1900. Okay, so this is what happened to Birsa Munda. 3 revolts, that is Santal, then again Coles, then again Birsa Munda revolt. Again, all these are majorly factual details about. Okay, so we are trying to know about them. Then again, who amongst the following provided a common factor for tribal insurrection in India? 2011. The common factor is very important. The disruption of the old agrarian order of the tribal communities. Disruption of old agrarian. Again, all the answers seem right over here. Introduction of new land revenue system, foreign religious missionaries only in few areas, not in all the tribal areas. Money lenders and traders and revenue farmers, yes, they are also one of the, they are called a triumvirate of exploiters in tribal areas. But what happened is that one, the complete disruption of the agrarian order happened. Tribal way of life got destroyed because of British interference. So this is also official answer, that is answer D that is given. So we can go with that one. Okay. And then again, look at this one more chronology based question. Which of the following events happened the earliest? Swami Dayananda established Arya Samaj. We'll talk about Arya Samaj, we'll come to that, is in 1875. Okay. And then again, Deenbandhu Mitra wrote Nil Darpan. Okay, that is in 1858-59 when Indigo revolt happened. Bankim Chatterjee wrote Anand Math, that is in 1882. Then again, Satyanath Tagore became first Indian to become civil servant, that is in 1860s. Okay, actually 1863-64. That is one. So which one happened earliest? Answer option is B, that is 1859. Okay, 1859. So very closed chronological question has been asked. So Nil Darpan, 1858-59 is a play on Indigo revolt, and Anandamath, which included this national song of India, the theme song of Indian national movement, that is Vande Mataram, and it's also about a background of Sannyasi rebellion that is happened in 1770s, way back in 1770s, due to the imposition of taxation on these sannyasis by Britishers. Okay. Satyanath Tagore, so 1840 to 1923, first Indian civil servant, 63-64. He wrote song, that is Unite India's Children Sing in Unison. So that is probably in Bengali. I don't want to mess up the language. Okay, and it translated Bala Gangadhar Tilak Gita Rasa into Bengali. Okay, he went to London to clear ICS. He was a member of Brahmo Samaj. Like I told you, most of the Bengali intellectuals came out of Brahmo Samaj. He went to UK with his friend, that is Manu Mohan Ghosh. He was also president of Bangiya Sahitya Parishad from 1900 to 1901. That is Satyendranath Tagore. Okay, and then again Arya Samaj 1875. They particularly established in Bombay but became famous in Punjab and UP region. And Dayanand Saraswati, whose birth name is Mool Shankar, and he's from Gujarat region. He said Vedas are infallible. Brahmo Samaj said Vedas are not infallible. That is the difference. Okay, go back to Vedas. That is a statement given by Arya Samaj, that Dayanand Saraswati, and also one political slogan given, India for Indians, first to give the idea of Swaraj, and against idolatry, that is Nirguna, like Bhakti movement, we can Nirguna Bhakti movement, against rituals and priesthood. Okay, and he said that only Brahman, no Maya. Okay, only Brahman is there. At the same time, attack child marriages and caste system based on birth, encourage intercaste marriages, then again widow remarriages. Okay, and then spread of Western sciences among Indians, organized social services during natural calamities, started Shuddhi movement. That is slightly controversial because that is involved conversion of people who converted into other religion from Hindu religion to convert back into Hindu religion. That led to a lot of social conflicts also. Okay, and he wrote Satyartha Prakash in Hindi and Veda Bhashya Bhumika in Hindi. 2 works of Arya Samaj, Dayanand Saraswati, Satyartha Prakash as well as Veda Bhashya Bhumika. Again, all these are factuals. Then again, split in 1992 over the type of education. One faction led by Lajpat Rai and other faction was led by Swami Shraddhananda. And we advocate adoption of ancient Hindu system of education only for boys, that is slightly discriminatory, and established institution only for boys. But other section which is called as Lajpat Rai section, and that is Ansraj also along with Lajpat Rai, they believed in liberal spread of English education and established Anglo-Vedic schools both for girls and boys. These are called as college section, and this section is called as Gurukula section. That is a old education system they wanted to propagate. So split in Brahmo Samaj also we have seen, Brahmo Samaj of India, Adi Brahmo Samaj, Sadharana Brahmo Samaj we have discussed. Then Arya Samaj split also happened. That is about the type of education. One section only for orthodox education system for boys only. Other section is for liberal education for boys and girls. They believed in Western education also. That is Lajpat Rai and Ansraj. And then again, demand for Tebaga movement in Bengal was for the reduction of the share of the landlords from one half of the crop to 1/3. Grant of ownership of land to peasants as they were the actual cultivators of the land. Uprooting of zamindari system and the end of serfdom. Rating of all peasant dead. Tebaga, that is 1/3. That is the basic meaning. So you know that is 1/3. That is the answer option is A. Okay, what is this Tebaga movement? Is that in 1946-47 it happened towards independence time. They demanded implementation of Flood Commission. That is a Bengal Revenue Commission it was called as. Led by Bargardars, the sharecroppers, and Kisan Sabha against landlords or jotedars, because they wanted half of the share, but Bargardars, sharecroppers were ready to pay only 1/3 of it. So reduction of it. This commission also recommended reduction of the share of jotedars to 1/3. That is 33%. Very simple. That is in 1946-47. Okay. And then again, consider the following pairs. 2019 movement and organization leader, All India Untouchability League Mahatma Gandhi. Then again, All India Kisan Sabha, Swami Shajananda Saraswati. And then again, self-respect movement, E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar. Which of the following pairs are correctly matched? One only, 1 and 2, 2 and 3, and 1, 2, 3. You know the answer is, that is D, 1, 2, 3. All of them are perfectly matched. So we'll see all this movement. Again, All India Untouchability League, it was called as Harijan Sevak Sangh, established by Gandhiji. It's a non-profit organization, and it was established in 1930s after Puna Pact between Gandhiji and Ambedkar. Except for reservation instead of separate electorate. So to eradicate untouchability was their major goal. And then again, working for Harijan and Dalit people for the upliftment of depressed class of India. Dalit people, because Gandhiji called Dalit people depressed class as Harijan. That is God, sons of God. Hari means representing Vishnu. Okay, it's headquartered at Kingsway Camp in Delhi. This particular organization, All India Untouchability League, also called as Harijan Sevak Sangh. And Ghanshyam Das Birla was the founding president. One of the industrialists of India, early industrialists of India, first generation industrialists in India. They supported these actions. And Amrutlal Thakkar as its secretary. Okay. And then talk about All India Kisan Sabha by Shajananda Saraswati in 1936 Lucknow, one of the wing of Communist Party of India. Because of Russian Revolution influences, organization of peasants, organization of laborers was gaining traction. So All India Kisan Sabha, so it played a role. And then again, secretary was N.C. Ranga. Secretary of what? N.C. Ranga. And Kisan Sabha movement started in Bihar in 1929, ultimately culminated into All India Kisan Sabha in 1936 in Lucknow. That is the genesis of this movement. Self-respect movement, that is founded in 1925 by Ramanathan, but he invited A.V. Ramaswamy Naikar Periyar to lead this particular movement. Rejected Brahminical religion and culture. At the same time, conducted weddings without the help of priests. Okay, without the help of priests, and undermining the supremacy. That is conducting rituals, conducting other activities without the help of priests, and that is self-respect movement. Okay, related to, we can say, justice movement also a little bit. And ultimately self-respect movement also led to temple entry movement, which led to Vaikom Satyagraha, we discussed already. Okay, Vaikom Satyagraha, we discussed already. Okay. And then again, look at this one. Vithal Vidvanshak, the first monthly journal to have the untouchable people as the target audience, was published by. So again, it's out of blue question. Not many people would have heard about this one. And answer option is, that is Gopala Baba Walankar, that is published in 1889. and one of the Dalit leaders, so inspired other Dalit leaders including B.R. Ambedkar, founded the Scheduled Caste Federation. Ambedkar established that one. So Jyotiba Phule we discuss, Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, Gandhiji we discuss extensively. Okay, this was published. Again, do not run behind these kind of questions, run behind the basic question. Look at how many basic questions could I able to answer with some basic knowledge. With some basic knowledge, we can definitely answer good questions. And now, which are the parties established by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar? 2012, the Peasants and Workers Party of India, All India Scheduled Caste Federation, the Independent Labour Party. Okay, answer option is B, and that is 2 and 3, because Peasants and Workers Party will come to. Now, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar established Scheduled Caste Federation in 1942. It is successor for Independent Labour Party in 1936. So, Independent Labour Party in 1936, the successor was All India Scheduled Caste Federation. But again, both of them were subsumed into Republican Party in 1956. So, there are 3 parties: Independent Labour Party, All India Scheduled Caste Federation, then again Republican Party. These were established by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And then Peasants and Worker Party 47-48 in Maharashtra by Keshub Chandra Sen of Pune, then again Shankar Rao More of Mumbai, Nana Patil of Satara, Tulsidas Jadhav of Sholapur, and Dajiba Desai of Belgaum from Karnataka. That is Bombay province, then it was called as. Okay, so these are all factuals only. Then again, with reference to Indian national movement, consider the following pairs. 2019, person and position held: Tej Bahadur Sapru, President of All India Liberal Federation. The same Liberal Federation we talked about, Surendra Banerjee, who came out of Congress in 1919 over acceptance of 1919 Act. K.C. Niyogi, member of the Constituent Assembly, is also the chairman of First Finance Commission. P.C. Joshi, General Secretary of Communist Party of India. We'll discuss Communist Party of India. Okay, so now what should be the answer? That is, answer is all of them. All of them are right. Tej Bahadur Sapru is also part of Nehru Report, Nehru Committee. We'll discuss these personalities now. Again, look at with reference to Congress Socialist Party, consider the following statement. It advocated boycott of British goods and evasion of taxes. It wanted to establish dictatorship of the proletariat, advocated separate electorate for minorities and oppressed classes. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3. Answer option is actually none. So did not support separate electorate. Dictatorship of proletariat was not there. And again, boycott of British goods, evasion of taxes was also not there. Okay, evasion of taxes was. Answer option is D, we can say. Okay, then All India Liberal Federation, I told you, I will come to Congress Socialist Party because related with, we can talk about P.C. Joshi, Communist Party, all of them are interconnected. Then look at that one. 1919 Act led to schism in the Congress. Moderate leaders forming Indian National Liberal Federation in 1919, Surendra Banerjee, Tej Bahadur Sapru, Srinivasa Shastri, as well as M.R. Jaikar. So all of them established All India Liberal Federation, or simply called as Liberal Party also. Simply it is called as Liberal Party too. So this question was asked. Okay, Liberal Party. Okay. So then again, we talk about leftists in India. So leftists played a huge important role with inspiration from Russian Revolution. And Communist Party of India was established at Tashkent in 1920. M.N. Roy, the first one to propose Constituent Assembly for India in 1934. Then some other leaders, Abani Mukherjee, Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Shafiq. Okay, so these are some of the leaders of Communist Party of India. And then again, M.N. Roy, a very famous person, that is journals he wrote, that is Vanguard of Indian Independence in Berlin, India in Transition. And then again, one English weekly was started by S.A. Dange in 1923, that is Socialist in Bombay. So all these are related to the left wing. And of course, Subhash Chandra Bose and Jawaharlal Nehru, they got more inspired from this Russian Revolution, and they are also represented the left wing ideology within Indian National Congress. All these are factuals again. All India Communist Conference 1925 Kanpur, Singaravelu was the president, Hasrat Mohani and Satya Bhakta. Okay, so this is All India Communist Conference in 1925. And then in Congress Socialist Party, that was the question asked. Within INC, Jai Prakash Narayan, Acharya Narendra Dev, Ram Manohar Lohia, Minu Masani, and they for abolition of capitalism and zamindari system and princely states, not evasion of taxes, not dictatorship of proletariat, that was not there. And what is the difference between communists and socialists is that Congress Socialist Party is alleged loyalty to INC, an Indian landmass. Communists were allegiance to, not against Indian landmass per se, but allegiance to Communist International. There is an organization which is represented communist parties across the country, across the world. That is the major differences. Okay, of course, communists also fought for Indian independence. So, but their major allegiance was to that particular organization. Organization-wise, CSP allegiance to Indian National Congress. It's a kind of a moderate path of communists, we can say. Because communists are slightly extremes with respect to nationalization and no private ownership concept, but socialism is a moderate path of communism. And then cases against leftists, certain cases were put against them. Peshawar, again, the Trade Disputes Act of 1929, that is to deal with leftists only, to deal with strikes, to deal with labor unions and everything. Peshawar Conspiracy Case 2223, Kanpur Bolshevik Conspiracy Case 1924, and in this particular case, these leaders were arrested. S.A. Dangi, Shaukat Usmani, Nalini Gupta, then again Muzaffar Ahmad, then again Meerut Conspiracy Case in 1929, like Maniktola Conspiracy Case, that is Arvind Ghosh and Barinder Kumar Ghosh, also called as we can say Alipur Conspiracy Case, both are same. Then again Delhi Conspiracy Case, Viceroy Ardeen's assassination against Rasbihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal. One more Delhi conspiration case, okay, against Bhagat Singh for bombing of Central Legislative Assembly in Delhi. Lahore Conspiracy Case, again against Chandrasekhar Azad, Rajguru Sukhdev and Bhagat Singh, against assassination of we can say Saunders murder case. It is also called as, they wanted to assassinate James Scott, but mistakenly they assassinated Saunders. Okay, and then K.C. Niyogi, that was their answer option. Keshub Chandra Niyogi, member of Constituent Assembly, member of the first cabinet, Minister for Relief and Rehabilitation, first chairman of Finance Commission, Article 280. Attended the round table conferences representing Odisha states. Was also member of United Nations Commission on Human Rights, UNH. Okay, so United Nations Commission on Human Rights, UNCHR. K.C. Niyogi. Okay, and then again, one question was asked, 2018, who among the following were the founders of Hindu Mazdoor Sabha? Okay, the answer option is Ashok Mehta, T.S. Ramanulam and G.G. Mehta. Okay, so then again you can go through these particular individuals. So here and then we have covered some of the personalities. Okay, like we covered like Jayaprakash Narayan in underground movement, and M.N. Roy in communist movement. Okay, so you can go through some other members also. Okay, so I have showed you the way. So we are coming into the fag end of this particular session. Okay, so in Mazdoor Sabha 48 in Aurang, Bengal is a trade union. Headquarters was in New Delhi. These are all the members: Ashok Mehta, Roykar, Mathur, G.G. Mehta. Okay, again Kedgikar, Baswant Singh. Okay, then again Shibnath Banerjee. So all these are persons of Hindu Mahasabha. Sorry, not Hindu Mahasabha, that is Ind Mazdoor Sabha. Hindu Mahasabha we talked about HMS, that is different. This is Ind Mazdoor Sabha. I know I'm mispronouncing. So it's been 3 days continuously I've been recording. Actually 4 days. That is art and culture, medieval India, then again ancient history, and then again medieval history, modern history. So I'm tired, honestly speaking. Okay, so pronunciation could be different. At the same time, I might be mispronouncing. Another 10 slides are there. I think around 977 slides. Yes, 10 slides are there. We're going to end it soon. So again, so this is one question. So then again, one chronological question again asked. That is first democratic elected communist government in India, and that is then again Imperial Bank of India. Then again All India, Air India was nationalized. Goa became part of independent India. Okay, so all these were 1957. Then again largest bank, that is Imperial Bank of India, today State Bank of India 55. Air India nationalized 53, and Goa became part of 61. If you had known only Goa, okay, that is B, that is answer option is 4. Again third one is, that is Air India nationalized in 53. Okay, again very close dates for us. Close date for us. Okay, so Air India again recently denationalized. Now Tata bought it. So again that is in current affairs, please know about them. Okay, and then again SBI is in reason for various political reasons. Please go through that SBI history also. And first democratic elected communist party in Kerala, that is in 1957 it happened. Okay, so that is one thing. This is chronology. Okay, and then again some acts question. Again some more questions were there, like that Deshar Katha question. Then again that is Rakma Bhai case. Okay, so that I have not cleared over here. Okay, so we can just go through that one, just go through the background of those particular questions. Okay, I don't think any theme wise questions can come out of that one, but any personalities based upon those particular questions you can go through that one. You exercise your discretion. I think those two questions that is coming to my mind which I have missed, I think that one Desharkata question, as well as we can say Rakmabai case question, that is recently that was asked 2020 and 2021, I guess. Please go through that one. And these acts, okay, so many act, Charter Act, again Government of India Act, so everything has been asked. Okay, these acts I am not covering over here because that is there in the last year rapid revision videos we did. I have covered very extensively in that particular from 1773 Act to 1935 Act. We can go through that one. Okay, so acts is also one area. 1813 Act was asked. Okay, and then again 1919 Act, so many times it was asked. Even last year rapid revision video, in the very beginning only I gave the example of this question, how the themes get repeated. 1919 Act. Okay, and then again Government of India Act on 1919-2015, that was in 2012. And then again Montagu Chelmsford reforms, that is again 1919 Act. 2016 it was asked. And then again 2017 again diarchy, that is part of 1919 Act. Okay, and then again 2022 again 1919 Act. Look at how many questions got repeated over here. How many questions got repeated over here. Okay, so these have been covered in that particular video extensively from 1773 Act to, if you go to the third video, I guess. So 3 rapid revision videos are there. Last year we did modern history videos. You can go and you can look at that, how many acts we have covered. All the acts I have covered over there. Okay, and even 1919 Act, again it got repeated 2021, that is Montagu Chelmsford reforms 1919, and also interlinked with 1935 Act. All the acts I have covered there. It's already there on YouTube. You people can go through that one. Okay, so this is it. This is the end of rapid revision. Hopefully you people got so value out of these particular sessions. So some technical issues happened to go to live, but later we decided to upload as a recorded video so people can watch it whenever you people want. So thank you so much. You have been really patient. I am really tired. Okay, so from last 4 days, okay, I've been doing consistently. So it's not easy talking to alone. Okay, talking to myself, looking at the camera. So just thinking like I've been interacting with you people. Again, a little bit promotion. So that is last. That's my Telegram channel is there. So I will try to bring history themes over there, everyday one. At the same time, I will also keep sharing which articles to read. You can join this channel, History Chronicles by Guru. So please revise. Again, look at the same kind of themes in other subjects also. In polity, in economy, in geography, in science and technology. Okay, so look at the themes which get repeated. Look at the 360-degree angle of that particular topic. Maybe now the time may be little less, but at least something is better than nothing. So far you have finished all the readings, and right now it is the time to do some work on your skills aspect. There is a skills aspect you need to learn. That is how to utilize the PYQs. So this is it. So thank you so much for your patience. I know I was little. Not little, quite rapid only, as the program itself suggests is rapid revision. So keep on listening to this one. That is, thank you so much. So thank you very much again. I wish you very all the best. Hopefully you people will perform really better in the upcoming prelims, UPSC 2024. So thank you so much. I wish you very all the best. Be positive always. At the same time, develop good habits. And it is, don't look for outside motivation, look for inside motivation. That inside motivation comes with discipline and having good habits. Okay, so make sure that your surrounding is hygienic. Let's make sure you have good savas. I mean, in a sense that good friends. That is quite important. Okay, so ultimately half of our success come from our surroundings. So that is quite important. Okay, so if it is negative, so done away with those negativity. So always be positive. So it takes a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifices to be at the top ranking, particularly in one of the toughest examination in the country. So be consistent, give it all. So I hope you people will emerge on the winning side of it. Thank you so much. So you can contact me over here, that is History Chronicles by Guru in Telegram channel. Thank you so much. I wish you very all the best.